Hello and welcome to the Bronze to Diamond tournament hosted by Pachimari Esports. I am your host, Zeta, aka the Grease Machine.
And I'm Untitled Chapter. Today's tournament will pit 5 teams against each other in a double elimination format. Each match is a best of 3 maps, up until the grand finals, which are a best of 5. The maps that will be available today are going to be every map that is currently in competitive play, which excludes Paris and Horizon Luna.
So, me and Gun has both been playing Overwatch for a very long time. I personally started playing
Yeah,
Overwatch since the beta and has been Genji main ever since.
yeah. I've been doing nothing but playing Rhine for my entire career, just holding the rectangle up and taking concussions for my team.
Yeah, the main tank experience as they call it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
how do you find the meta right now?
I think the meta is in a pretty good place. You've got the double bubble comps that are coming from the Korean region, and you've got the classic brawl comps in EU, and then NA is off doing its own thing. So I think the meta is pretty much up in the air right now, and it's undecided at the moment.
Yes, the Americans got to do something different.
Yeah,
Gotta be wild.
those Americans.
Well, me as a Genji main, I haven't been able to play Genji and scrims at all for the last, I don't know, a year and a bit.
Mm.
And as a projectile DPS, I was stuck on break during the Ghost meta for a whole year,
Oh,
which was
that's
pretty fun.
unlucky. I'd love to go back to goats. I'm sorry to say it, chat, but I would. I'm a classic Ryan
Both
one
was
trick,
very fun.
just swinging at the enemy team, building shatter every 2 seconds. Goats was pinnacle Overwatch.
So the tournament today is hosted by Pachimari Esports, and we've recently acquired a New York just merged with us, which is Pogus Esports. I myself are from that org, and two teams from that org are playing today: the Holy Order of Tourbillons and Couch Potatoes.
Mm.
I actually managed the Holy Order of Tourbillons myself, and this is going to be our second tournament appearance.
Ooh.
The first being GGU Rookie, which we narrowly missed the playoffs, and hopefully we'll do better today.
Nice. I wonder who you're rooting for then.
Yes, exactly. The other teams participating are Space BP, Lil PogChamps, of course, Couch Potato and Thoughts, as we call it, and
Oh
also
yeah.
Suicide Squad.
Mm.
The tournament, most people now favors Space PB since they have a really aggressive playstyle and they've been doing well in the past.
This team is just going to hold W into your team and just swing at you on the Reinhardt. They're famous for the brawl comps, from what I've heard.
Yes, so get ready for being asserted dominance too.
hmm A big thanks. Before we go in, I just want to give a big thanks to the broadcast team as a whole, especially Phosphor and Blue Cow, who did the graphics for this whole tournament. Now, I'm just going to hand it over to Eco and Urazi.
Hello. So it's great to be back. We spent obviously a lot of time here with you guys at Pachimari Sports before, and it's honestly really nice to be back again for the next Bronze to Diamond tournament that Zeta and Goon kindly introduced us to. How does it feel, Urazi?
Well, it's a new tournament, new opportunities, as you know. And we've seen some of these teams play before, some of these teams you've never seen before. So I think we're in for a really exciting, or a lot of very exciting matches, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. Space PB, they were one of my favorite teams to watch in the last tournament we casted. I think we both enjoyed that, seeing them kind of Arcane Haze just rushing straight through any enemies that they came across. It was really fun to watch for me at least.
Yeah, watching a main tank, especially Ryan, who has predominantly just been, well, shuffled out of the meta, not really being allowed to do a lot of things, just dominate a team like this, and just being given all the resources to carry is very fun to watch. And especially on King's Row, where a lot of cheese comps can potentially be played. You probably remember all the Bastion, Symmetra, TPs, and whatnot. It's refreshing to see just solid main tank play.
Absolutely, and it's the staple, it's the classic King's Row, isn't it? And I imagine we will probably come across King's Row again today. It's just always been a favourite here at Pachimari Esports in every tournament we've had. So I'm definitely expecting King's Row to come across, and in our first match today with Space PB, I'm really hoping that they pick it if they get the map pick for it, because we've seen them be so dominant on it before.
Yeah, definitely. And like the desk said, well, predominantly here in the European region, Brawl is very common. And you're really gonna see these teams that have really mastered this Brawl comp that are really gonna play well. But what a lot of people don't realize or don't quite know is if you just perfect your comp, it doesn't necessarily matter what you run, how you run it, but as long as you run it properly, you're gonna get a lot of progress done. And like we saw in a lot of other tournaments, Echo, like we saw a lot of different teams try a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
And it's when the teams are forced off their comfort picks, for the most part, they start losing. So we're gonna see which teams get the strong advantage here in the start, and that can snowball this lead to the end of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it is the comfort picks, because although you can learn the meta, the meta's changing so much. Like we've just come off of the ball dive meta with Echo, and now we're going into kind of a more rush kind of broadly comp meta, and it's so difficult for teams to kind of change around this meta, especially at this level where people don't have the time, like some of the contenders team, the Overwatch League teams, they don't have the time to commit 6-7 hours a day to playing meta. It's a lot easier for them kind of just to stick to their comfort picks, like Goon on the Reinhardt, for example. People just kind of want to stick to what they're good at, and it's a lot more important, especially in Bronze to Diamond, to stick to what you're good at, because you can't always just learn ball in 2 weeks ready for the next meta, because 2 weeks after that, ball might be gone again.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really hope we'll see the comfort picks coming out.
Yeah, definitely. Not all of us are professional players, unfortunately, but that doesn't have to mean no one except the pros have a chance. If you can pull off your character and if you can pull it off with your team really well, it's gonna work. And like we saw again with Arcane Haze, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work that well.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be one of the most exciting things coming into this. And we've got some other big personalities like Viper coming into this as well, who we've seen in past tournaments with Pachimari Esports.
Oh yeah.
Excited for that. I know there's a lot of Viper has a lot of fans in chat.
Yeah, more than likely Viper has quite a lot of fans, and you're all welcome to the stream here.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even started to talk about Viper yet, or to the stream, and they're already all just saying various things about Viper. Everyone wants to see Viper play this and to come in and help Space PB win this tournament.
I mean, if so many people want to see Viper, it's gotta be for a good reason, right?
You'd hope so. But throughout the day, it's not just Space PB playing. Obviously, like as the Death talked about before, we have a lot of different teams coming in, and we've got people kind of playing against each other. So we might see some of these teams a couple of times. So in round one, we do have Space PB versus Little PogChamps. And then the loser of this and the loser of the next match that we cast will go down into the losers bracket, because we have a double elimination tournament on today. So the thing is, because we only have 5 teams, there's a bit of an issue with 3 of the teams essentially getting a bye. Space PB and Little PogChamps might have to play 1 or 2 matches more than some of the other teams today. So we might have to watch it, keep an eye out on them specifically for potential burnout for playing too much.
I mean, you call it burnout, I just call it practice. If you get more experience playing against these teams, if you get to properly warm up and get a feel for how this tournament is gonna go, I feel like they're gonna get a bit of an advantage. I don't agree on you on that one.
No, oh well. I mean, it'll definitely be interesting to see. I think with some teams so some teams might require this warm up and kind of get really started going, whereas some of them might just be a lot more front facing. They might just be really good at the start, and then they might start to teeter off. So it'll be really interesting to kind of to see what goes on here. But as we're just getting all the players into the lobby, sorry for the delay here. It looks like we're going to Lijiang Tower first.
Yeah, Lijiang Tower is quite an interesting map, and I really like these control maps like Lijiang Tower, because on Lijiang Tower, there's just so many comps that can be played. And especially on maps like Control Center, for instance. You can play almost anything under the sun. If you execute it properly, it's just gonna work so well. And on Lijiang Tower and Lijiang Night Market, a lot of different comps can be played. And we're more than likely, if past tournaments are gonna tell us anything, we're gonna see a lot of variations, a lot of different comps, and we're gonna see a lot of win conditions clashing. We're gonna see how
Yeah,
that's gonna play out.
I think it's especially like you said, control centric. You can see so many different things. Like, I've even seen things like Farah's working on control center, which is the most indoor map of all of the Lijiang Tower. So it's quite interesting to see that work.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah,
I'm expecting a Symmetra though, as always. We get a lot of Symmetra on Lijiang Towers because there's a lot of nice TP spots, and that's as we've talked about before. That's one of my favorite things about Lijiang Tower and King's Row is you see these little kind of niche cheese strats come out, and it always seems to surprise the team that they're playing against, especially if they've not scrimmed together.
yeah, definitely. But I feel like the people who are playing in this tournament know exactly what they're in for. It's a little bit infamous at this point on King's Row what happens. So we're gonna hope no one gets caught off guard by that. But if people do get caught off guard by that, we welcome it as well.
Yeah, it just makes it more exciting. It means they have to adapt later in the lines. Kings Row Streets, there's a lot of different angles you can take. So if they've kept the Bastion on for the Streets phase, there's a lot of different ways you can play on the defense to kind of play around it and really get the jump on them, just to make sure the attacking team don't get too far using that Bastion pocket strat.
Yeah, definitely. But it's also just teams being able to adapt, like you said, to what's happening. You can't keep that Bastion forever. You gotta eventually swap it in. You gotta swap it off. There's a lot of things that need to change, and it's really the teams that can adapt, the teams that can pull off multiple different comps and can pull off these multiple comps really well that I am expecting to get a lot of value.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we've seen that before in the past tournaments. Although Space PB were really good in their brawl, they didn't actually win our last tournament because they play this single comp really well. People do need to adapt, and if some of the enemy team, even in this first game, have something that counters their brawl really good, we're going to need to see Space PB adapting and kind of changing around how it's working out for them.
Yeah, I don't doubt Space PB got a bit of practice on playing several comps, so we're hopefully gonna see a lot of variation, a lot of exciting things. Maybe not just the Arcane Haze show today.
Yeah,
But
maybe not, but it could be because it's always fun to see that.
yeah, for the most part, we're hoping for a really exciting match, and for the most part, yeah.
But we're just trying to get the rest of the players into the lobby, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with the first match. And welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that. We just had a little bit of an issue where one of the teams didn't manage to get all of their players in time. It sounds like it was a bit of a time zone difference. We obviously just have all the time zones that we use are in CET, and it looks like some the other team were not understanding that completely. Maybe they had the different time zones, so they were some of them were an hour late, so they have been disqualified. Oh, they have forfeited. Sorry. So the team that was is Little PogChamps. They have been moved down to the losers bracket, as it's just as if they lost the match they had against Space PB. So moving on to the next match that is coming up very, very soon for everyone is between Suicide Squad and Space PB, as they won their last match. And we're going to Nepal. What are you expecting here, Urazi?
Well, we both know Space PB. We don't know that much on Suicide Squad. I'd say Space PB is gonna brawl on most of these maps because some of them, especially like Nepal Village, are very brawl favored. But for the most part, I'd say it's gonna be very interesting what Suicide Squad is gonna bring, and Space PB is gonna just try to win through their brawl for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be really exciting to see all of this going in. And after that, a bit of a delay, we're sorry about that again. We are heading into Nepal now to get the tournament days started. So we're going into, I think this one is called Shrine, right?
I do believe so.
I always get confused on Nepal. It's one of the more confusing control maps for me, at least. And so we're expecting to see the brawl come out from Space PB. What about on the side of Suicide Squad?
Well, if Suicide Squad have done their homework, I'd say they'd bring something that counters ball in some way. Like, so a comp that wants to split them up, or a comp that wants to poke them from range. And for now, it does look like they want to split them up with this May, and then potentially use this Symmetra to burn down their barriers and just over time try to win the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly what we're going to see happening here, and I'm excited to see it happen as well. But as we go in, we are seeing that brawl on both sides. We're seeing the Symmetra come out just to get the TP there forward, just a little bit quicker, and I imagine they'll both switch off. Although we don't see Stella, we see Stella still on this Symmetra. That's going to be quite exciting and interesting to see how that plays against this Reaper.
Yeah, but Space PB are already on point, so it's gonna be very hard to try to push into them with this May now, and this McCree is just set up and controlling all the space.
It is, and we see both the right hand swinging. Arcane Haze goes for a charge, but actually doesn't manage to get anything. The lamp comes out really early on the side of Space PB and gets taken down. Razor's getting a lot of damage, but Geese falls first on that Reaper to Xbox Gungu Man. It looks like they're just on full retreat, but Kazumi gets a kill back onto the McCree. They're now both one down, and Zaya here is extremely high charge, just rolling into Space PB. Space PB back off to try and get the point. What do you think really went wrong there?
And the problem was that they rushed into them. They still have this May who can just wall off people and can be really annoying, but when the May dies, you don't have anything.
Now, as soon as that May dies, we're going to see so much happening here, and the symmetrical wall's up as well. That's going to be so crucial to help this Reaper out when they're trying to spam in. But we see the right help falling low to the symmetrical beam and the Baptiste. As soon as Razor's down, that is it. The rest of the team has to back out. But Arcane Haze is still charging in. He's just there, just absolutely dominating, just making sure every single pick that can happen will happen. So his team, Space PB, will win out that fight.
Yeah, definitely. For the most part, very clean here for Space PB. They pushed their advantage a little bit too much, I'd say. Even though it's a 5v6, the enemy team does have a May, and if you push them in that room to try to end the fight and get ult shot, she can just wall you off. So that was a little bit of a mistake, but they made it work in the end.
Yeah, they did. We're just seeing that the aggressive play playing again and again, but we see the Reaper coming in here, and we see two picks come out from the tracks immediately. They went for a huge off angle, and that's the fight won almost immediately. The Shatter does come out, but it's not going to find anything, and Arcane Haze gets another 2 kills. At the end, they just use their Shatter there. No one on the enemy team was even alive.
Yeah, Thrax finding 2 amazing picks with a right click through that amplification meter, just deleting the enemy team before they could use any of their ults. But now they're coming in into an ult deficit too. They have Grav, they have High Noon, they have Beat, and almost Sim Wall up again. So this May and Reaper are really gonna try to do something to make this work.
Absolutely, but we're already seeing both the Ana and the May falling low, and the Ana gets taken out by Arcane Haze. That was such a good fire strike. We see the grab come out as well, but a Beat trying to save them and keep them in this fight. We're going to the last fight territory, and a huge shatter comes out from Arcane Haze at the end of the fight. That was absolutely amazing, and that's going to be it. There's, even if the Suicide Squad can touch, there's not much they can do to try and win this point now.
Yeah, this was really good. It's the last fight. They're really gonna have to pull through some stall picks to try to touch, and it doesn't seem like anyone is gonna be able to touch.
No, it doesn't, and that was just really, really solid McCree play come out from Xbox Gengu Man to come out and just get a couple of hits onto the onto the Ana, and the fast strike that came out from that Reinhardt there to take out the Ana was so crucial. As soon as your main healer's down, there's not much you can do after that, right?
Yeah, there isn't much you can do, and especially when the enemy team grabs you, high noons you, beats their own team so they don't die, and uses the Symmetra wall, there isn't really much you can do, even if you have your main healer up.
No, absolutely not. What are you expecting Suicide Squad to do here? They've got some different picks coming out. They've got the Sigma and 2 more longer range DPS. Do you think this is going to work out for them?
Yeah, I think they're playing a little bit more of like a poke comp with a bunker, but the enemy team is playing a little bit of a more control-y dive with Arcane Haze on ball. This hasn't worked as far as I know, but maybe he's gonna amaze us. We're gonna see.
Yeah, like we said, it's been a while since our last tournament, so hopefully we'll see. We see Xbox just out here, just spamming in, just trying to get as much ult charge as possible to get this duplicate up. The rock came in and it did get a stun, but nothing else really came of it. We just see Xbox doing a little bit more spamming, just trying to get Viper does go low on the side of Space Marine, but Thrax and Stella just out there, just getting these picks, and that's going to be it. As soon as those picks are there, you know the Space Marine are going to take first control of this point with Xbox on the Echo.
Yeah, and you can see the ult chart on Arcane Haze. He already almost has his mines up. He just pile drive the whole enemy team twice now, and you see they're forced to swap up to Brig, they're forced to swap to McCree because they need to CC this ball. They can't let him just roll through them like this. But with the lead that Arcane Haze already has, he doesn't necessarily have to do a lot. And even if he does get stunned, he has these mines, and that can just be enough to win this next fight.
And he goes in there and he mines really early. We get a pick onto Sunny on that back to Slug. As soon as he gets a reverse pick back onto Viper on that rig, but I don't think even with that pick there's nothing that Suicide Squad here can do to really get anything worked.
No, definitely very clean play, and now that they only used mines and mines didn't necessarily get too much damage in, the rest of Space PB could just charge the rest of their ults, and this next fight they're gonna be in a huge ult advantage, and it seems like they're swapping off to Speed Brawl for the attacker, potentially wanting to rush the team before the ball can displace them.
So do you think this will really work to counter them as we see Razor come out here on this Reinhardt? Oh, but we see a huge stick! It gets 2 picks! As soon as those picks are there, that's it. But as I say that, we see 2 more picks reversing. But the duplicate does come out and gets a charge down onto the enemy Reinhardt. But both of the Reinhardts go charge off into the distance together. This Tracer of Stella is getting so much work done. But the picks are coming back from Razor onto the Echo. We see Razor now on point, extremely low, and Arcane Haze is there on this ball to try and get the pick. They're getting held up by the Lucio, and they're just kind of standing on point. There was nothing the Moira could do there to get that heal, because they were just coming back from spawn. This fight is going on for so long now.
Yeah, definitely very back and forward, but through this very back and forward fight, it's still Space PB that has control of the point, so they didn't really lose anything.
Absolutely not, but we see the Brig of Viper here just going a little bit aggressive like they were playing that Lucio, and it works. The rest of the team is there to back it up, and if they get these 2 picks, we're going to 10 seconds left in this round, and they're not going to be able to have time for a full team fight. Razor actually charges off the map. Both Sigma ults are coming out, and they're not really finding much. We see the ball of Arca Haze here looking for a boot potentially onto this D.Va. The D.Va does manage to touch, but gets demech'd immediately and has no bomb to try and remech. We see the Lucio attempt to touch with Tenchi, but that's going to be it. Space PB do take our first round here in the Pachimari Bronze Diamond 2 Cup.
Yeah, definitely. The fights were a lot closer than what the percentage score says. Like, Suicide Squad still won a lot of fights, but they just didn't carry this like momentum that they got from winning the fights or getting an advantage to get percentage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what the main thing there was. It was just pure. It was just the fact that Suicide Squad, they had picks, as even though they lost 2 people in that last fight, they had the picks to reverse it, and they just couldn't really close it off.
Yeah, they did get picks, they did win fights, but just couldn't convert it to percentage, unfortunately. Which is a bit sad, but it looks like for our next map, we're in for a treat again, Echo.
It does, as always, especially when we see the pure aggression coming out on the side of Space BB. We love to see it, and although Arcane Haze might go a little bit too deep in sometimes, we have the absolutely stellar play from their DPS to try and back them up. Stellar especially today, and Viper on that Lucio, just to be there to speed them out again, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, definitely. Have like lead for the rest of the map, which seems like for the most part has worked.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those things that so we're going on to King's Row next, and this is really where we get Suicide Squad. They have the chance here to prove themselves, especially when we know how good Arcane Haze is. We have Suicide Squad. We need their main tank Razor to try and step it up here and just really show that they also can stay toe to toe with the power that is Space PB pocketing their Reinhardt.
Yeah, definitely. But even then, I'd say, like they were forced to swap off their comp a lot, and when they did swap their comp a lot, it's like they're on characters they're not really comfortable on, and when the enemy team is something that they're not comfortable on, a lot of the time you're gonna get an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this before as well. It's so important that even if it's not exactly what meta is, it's so important to make sure that you are working with your team on what works, because those comfort picks are so useful. But we are coming on to King's Row, and we know what we're going to expect. This is the staple of all our EU tournaments.
Of course.
For Overwatch, because everyone loves playing King's Row. Why is that?
I feel like King's Row mashes really well with a lot of characters. Like, a lot of people really like Brawl characters, a lot of people really like their Rhine, a lot of people really like their Zarya. But on a lot of maps that don't have like these corridors or these like chokes, you could say, it doesn't really work. But this map always forces the sightline, because there aren't very long sightlines, but there are very good Brawl sightlines, you could say, where like one corner is just enough for people to rush down on. And since everyone loves, for the most part, to play this comp, I feel like that's what the people want to play, and that's what the people want to see.
Yeah, and we have the typical kind of Brawl comp come out on the side of Suicide Squad. What we expect, we got a Mei, we got a Reaper, we got the Reinhardt, Lucio, Ana. This is exactly what we want. And we have a Genji coming out on the side of Xbox here. This Brawl kind of rush comp is actually a little bit meta at the moment, right?
Yeah, the thing about this comp is they still have this really good Brawl with the Mei, but if things don't go too well, they have this Nano Blade win condition that they have, and they can't beat for both the Grav, both the Reaper and the Nano Blade.
Yeah, exactly, and we just see the Genji here just going to try and get as much ult charge as we can, but Arcane Haze looks like they're trying to go in for it. There's a huge wall that comes out onto the Reinhardt, but they get bubbled and they just manage to get out, but they could still fall here really easily. They go extremely low, but they do fall to Viper on that aggressive Lucio. We see Xbox here going aggressive onto this Ana. They might have Sleep or Nade though, so they've got to be really careful to deflect it. There we go, we see the deflect coming out, and it looks like they might be going too aggressive. They managed to get the pick. That is a really nice pick, because that Ana is going to be stalled all the way back, so Space PB have a lot of room to push up here, and they are already.
Yeah, definitely, and just that one fight carried on for so long that they got so much ult percentage that they can potentially use now.
Yeah, this ultimate percentage, look, they have the blade already. They're not even at the Nano, because the Ana hasn't had to do much healing yet. Just the pure aggression comes out, and there's no need to heal when the enemy team dies so quick.
Yeah, definitely, but it's gonna be a little bit of a contest here. Who's gonna pull off their combo first? Is Genji gonna, or Xbox Genji man, gonna pull off his blade before the beat charges, or is the beat gonna come up first, potentially not letting it find anything?
Yeah, this beat on the side of Tenshi's Lucio is looking like that it'll be here for this blade, so it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. But we see them pushing. That's a big anti-nade onto Razor there. That's going to be extremely difficult. And we see the blade coming out. The blade comes out and it almost gets one, but it actually doesn't manage to. The beat comes out just in time to save them. The Mei does fall right at the end of the beat, but the Genji is traded back. Rivercraft gets a pick on that Diva onto the Lucio, but somehow Arcane Haze is just swinging. That was a huge anti-nade from Nikago onto almost all of Suicide Squad there, and they actually lose that fight, even though they had 2 picks at the beginning, yet again.
Yeah, definitely. Very good shatter from Arcane Haze here, just when the entire team are just focusing on killing the Genji, which they did in fact do, and they traded him 1 for 1, which is really worth it. This shatter just came in and really changed the tide of the fight.
It did, and that's a really nice wall to strong block off Razor there from their retreat, but they don't actually manage to find anything off of it. We see Arcane Haze here just trying to get as much ult charge ready for this next shatter as they can, but are they going to be prepared for the shatter coming out from Razor once this grab is over? Arcane Haze actually falls really early, but everyone on the side of Suicide Squad is anti. Somehow though, the McCree and the Mei just managed to get picks just to save them, just to stall the push and to actually get control back for the first time.
Yeah, I feel like they wanted to use this grab and they wanted to anti-nade, which they did. But just the nano boosted Rhine, which just dealt too much damage to the people trying to kill them in the grab. And they were just not expecting that much damage to come in.
No, it was just a really nice nano boost onto Razor there just to keep them alive, but the nano boost comes on Arcane Haze and we've seen what he can do with these. The shadow comes out but it doesn't hit anything and the shield is extremely low from that McCree ult. This big stun comes out but a huge Mei on the opposing side. Stella has that ultimate and they're using it. Here we go, we see the Mei potentially getting frozen here. And they managed to get a pick onto the Diva and on the Reinhardt. That is absolutely huge. Without those tanks, there's almost nothing the team can do. It looks like they're going to push all the way through here. We get a couple of contests. We see Kazumi on the Mei here just contesting as long as they can, but they're going to fall. The rest of the team are going to touch, but Arcane Haze coming with a big charge onto Grimcraft on that Diva just to get them out of the way. The Blade comes out as well as the bomb. The Blade on Xbox here, just getting picks. This is exactly what they need. They didn't manage to get the Genji though. That was so close before the beat came out, and that beat might actually save them. Although, as I say that, the Doomfist and the Genji do fall, and the beat comes out from Viper to push it all the way through.
Yeah, definitely. Very clean play yet again here from Space PV. They got control of this first fight, and after they did get control of this first fight, they just snowballed this lead yet again, almost all the way to the end. There was a little bit of a hiccup, and they didn't quite do it like without stopping, especially here on the third point, which is where most attacking teams struggle a little bit. But 4 minutes and 11 seconds, I'd say that's a pretty respectable time.
Yeah, I'd say that's really, really strong because they only really had one lost fight that entire time. And yet again, there were a couple of times that looked like Suicide Squad. It looked like they should have won it, but they didn't. Why do you think that was?
Well, it's quite interesting, but for the most part, I feel like Suicide Squad, when they win fights, they can't really convert it to anything yet again. Like, they win these fights, but they don't use the fact that they won this fight to like, okay, we won this fight, now we're gonna use our advantage, and the fact that we stopped their momentum, they can't just keep snowballing onto us. We're gonna use that fact to try to win fights, like, going forward.
Yeah, and I think that's what we want to see here. I think that was definitely one of the main differences was Rivercraft is sticking on this Diva, although they've now just switched to Zarya. As I say that, maybe they've decided that was maybe one of the issues for them there, because I don't think they did much value with the Eats and with the Diva bombs that I could see. But as we go in, we have Suicide Squad on the attack.
Yeah, we're gonna see if Suicide Squad can potentially match this pace that Space PB have, or even outdo it.
Yeah, Stella here's looking for the symmetric TP. Sadly, we don't have any cheese going on right now, so it's good if Electra's intolerant. And a huge wall comes out from Stella just to block off Razor and Kazumi from the rest of the team. But Tenzi does get there on that Lucio, although they are still split up quite a lot. We want to see Space Marine pushing here. The Moira goes extremely low and gets taken out by Stella. This is a really, really solid defense for the side of Space PB.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Suicide Squad's plan was with that fight. They kind of split it into really all know where they wanted to go, it looked like. Like, half the people wanted to rotate back behind them, go into Space PB's spawn, but half the people just wanted to stay in Cafe. It's a bit perplexing.
Yeah, they looked quite split there.
But now we have a switch to the Sombra, potentially hacking Arcane Haze and potentially bursting him down, as they see he is, well, quite strong in these fights and he's doing a lot.
Do you think this is going to be good for them here, the Sombra?
I feel like if the Sombra can get this constant harass in the back and get these hacks off,
oh, they attempted it there, but Arcane Haze managed to block it with their shield. That was really, really good play. But he's still going aggressive just to try and get as much charge as he can with this Sombra right behind them. This is extremely risky.
Definitely, but the hack does come in now and they're speeding onto him. He's dropping pretty low.
Yeah, they drop below, but somehow Viper's there to try and save them. The grab does come out, but it just gets countered by that High Noon coming out from Xbox. That was absolutely amazing. The lamp comes out just to save them, but as soon as that High Noon got that pick, somehow it saved Arcane Haze from the attacking team.
Yeah, the thing is, when you sacrifice the Sombra for like you only have a 5v6 brawl now with just a Sombra in the backline. So the Sombra in the backline really needs to find a lot of damage too. You can't just sit in the backline, wait for a hack, pull off the hack, and then hope your team wins. Because a 5v6, most of the time the 6 people are gonna win, even if the hack does come through. So the Sombra is gonna have to put in a lot of damage there.
But that is a big wall coming out and a huge grab onto a lot of the enemy team. That's going to be it. Again, just with the one ultimate coming out, or 2 ultimates now from Space BB, including that window. They just win the fight off the back of that.
Yeah, they had a few ults, they used these few ults, but they're gonna have to use this EMP, I feel like. If they don't use the EMP, or Viper potentially hides behind the wall, waits for the EMP to happen, and then beats from around the corner, it's gonna be quite disastrous for Suicide Squad.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's going to be really exciting to see where this Sombra can go to try and get this last bit of ult charge to charge up the CMP. Are they going to hack Arc and Haste? They don't actually manage it yet again. They keep on trying, but they're getting this EMP up, and this EMP is going to be so crucial in this last fight. But Razor already goes low, and 2 ultimates coming out on the side of Space BB to try and win. Arcane Haste gets a Shatter. Razor tries to as well, but it doesn't actually work. The Mail, the Shatter, that just absolutely won it for Space BB again.
Yeah, definitely huge. But now there's gonna be quite a few more ults coming out from Suicide Squad here, and well, it's not quite last fight, but I'd say if they don't win this fight, that's gonna be very, very rough to try to come back into this.
And Kazumi's been quite slow to build up this Death Blossom on the Reaper.
Well, yeah, for the most part, Reaper couldn't
But
really
the
get a
EMP
lot
is
of
coming in
value.
very soon, it looks like.
Hits
There we go, that's
everyone.
onto
but the
5
beat still
people.
comes in.
Yeah, the beat comes in for 5, but that's absolutely amazing just to save the rest of the team. We see Tenchi going out with their beat just to try and get as much stay in the fight as possible. Kazumi does get a Death Blossom, and that looks like it's going to secure the attack for Suicide Squad.
Yeah, but even on from the beautiful pick from Stellar onto the Sombra after she EMP'd and the beautiful beat from Viper, it wasn't quite enough for them to hold this.
It wasn't. What do you think was the issue for Space BB there? Because it looked like they should have had that with that first pick, especially with their beat.
I'm not fully sure, but I feel like the Reaper contributes to this a lot. When there aren't barriers, when there aren't shields in the way, Reaper can just put out so much damage, and a beat can't just keep people up for that long, unfortunately.
And we get a hack onto Arcane Haze again, but the Maywall comes up and actually blocks the Shadow somehow. That was absolutely brilliant play, and we have the McCree going through the Amplification Matrix just to confirm one last kill to stop that push.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I feel like we're gonna see a lot of this. Like 1 ult or 2 ults are gonna come out, and they're just try to stall it for as long as possible, for the most part. And if you just keep rotating 1 or 2 ults, you can charge the rest of your ult during the preceding fight and during the cleanup.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like they're holding back quite a bit. Maybe they know that Suicide Squad are pushing up on this high ground and they're going to try and rush on them. It'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, potentially they know Sombra is going to try to pull something off, and the Sombra is indeed in the backline trying to do something. As you can see, they're not really staying anywhere where the Sombra can find a lot of value, but in exchange for that, they're getting a lot of free distance on the payload.
They are, and a huge grab comes out from the side of Suicide Squad, but the mail coming out from Stella there was absolutely beautiful, just to counter it. Arcane Haze throws a Shadow in just to confirm the kills, but honestly that was just all on the back of Stella's mail there, just to completely counter the grab.
Yeah, definitely, excellent job. I would have rather wanted to see the grab being held so they can grab and EMP, and the EMP is coming up very fast here in the next minute, we hope. Because that could just be a guaranteed fight in itself. Even if Viper does get his beat off during the grab, when people are just grouped up like that, and people can just shoot into them and the grab, the beat is not going to be enough to keep them up.
Yeah, absolutely, but we see the same kind of attack come out here from Suicide Squad. It looks like they're looking for this push and this rush off of that high ground.
Yeah, definitely. Potentially skipping some of the phase where they might get poked out. Not a terrible idea as their comp wants to brawl them.
And a big grab comes out from Thrax. That's a lot of people, and yet another window coming out on the side of the Baptiste. There's an EMP onto 6 people, but there's nothing that can be done. Half of their team were in the grab, the rest of them were already dead. That was almost a wasted EMP coming out from that Sombra.
Yes, almost desperation coming out here. You really need to use these ults, but at the same time, you've lost 2 people. And now that you're coming back into this fight, EMP can probably find a lot of value here, but people are just nowhere near close enough to follow up.
We see an attempted high noon come out from that McCree and a shatter come out from Arcane Haze. The Doomfist does get a pick. This might actually be winnable for the side of Suicide Squad. Beats come out from both sides in this fight, and both of them are going to be lasting a long time. This fight's going to go on for a while. Arcane Haze almost has their next shadow up, but the Doomfist gets a pick on a Viper. Without that Lucio, it's so much more difficult to survive. Although Thrax does get a pick onto the Doom, although Razor comes out on this fall, Arcane Haze is extremely low, and they're not getting healed up. They actually fall. This might be the push coming out from Suicide Squad.
Well, yeah, they might push it all the way to the end as these staggers are coming out. Or maybe not, actually. They are able to regroup, and there's still a bit of distance on the payload that needs to be pushed.
It is. Do you think they're going to try and recontest it with this May ult?
I'm not sure if they're gonna do it or not. I guess we're gonna see. Does look like they're gonna recontest it.
Thrax's grab gets eaten. That was extremely brilliant play coming from Rivercroft, but the May ult does come off. That means anyone close to the payload is going to be frozen, and they don't actually touch. That was so unfortunate. That could have actually been a one fight there come out from Suicide Squad.
Could have very much been. I feel like the ult usage wasn't great, and if they used some of these ults like better coordinated to each other, because there's a Grav being thrown out in a lost fight one time, then EMP being thrown out in another lost fight. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and it looks like it was just the good ult control. Although Space TV used a lot of their ults, they kind of controlled it a lot better. They didn't throw away 4 in a lost fight, for example.
Yeah, definitely. But also, I feel like the Sombra pick wasn't bad. It's just that Sombra is less of a hack bot than she used to be. If you want to execute Sombra nowadays in most comps, you really need to make the Sombra do something. Sombra really needs to be in the backline of the enemy team, constantly harassing like a tracer and building this EMP, which just wins fight by itself. While the Sombra, for the most part, were just trying to get hacks. And when the hacks came through, starting to SMG. And just that little bit ult percentage, like 30-40% per fight, but that adds up.
It does, and I think so that was it. It's a best of 3 format at the moment until we get to the grand finals, which will be best of 5 later. So it does mean that unfortunately Suicide Squad have been put down into the losers bracket, where they can still come all the way to the grand finals if they win every single one of their matches there. But unfortunately we won't be seeing them for a little bit, as we will be heading into the next match later on. Once we get those teams set up. Well done to Space PB for winning in, again, a pretty dominant fashion, I must say.
Yeah, definitely. They pushed with a lot of time, and they didn't quite full hold Suicide Squad. But do you really need to when you are playing this well?
No, honestly, like, it's just brilliant play coming out from them. I really like that Doomfist pick out on the end from Suicide Squad. I think that was really what clutched it for them.
Yeah, definitely. They got a lot of push there and a lot of distance still. They almost pushed it all the way to the start of third point. And if they would have gotten it there, if Space PB decided not to contest them, they could have potentially pushed it all the way and forced round 3 and 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate that we didn't get to see that. I think it would have been really nice to see them rush through King's Row again and again, because we do seem to see that quite often. We will be heading off into a quick break, and we'll be back with Goon and Zeta with our desk in just a moment.
guys all enjoy the last map with Space PB versus Suicide Squad? Even though that wasn't very close, I'm sure for many of you it was still entertaining.
It was a bit of a roll, but this is what we expected. I mean, that aggression from Space PB, it just can't be matched.
Yeah, definitely the seed, as we would call it.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna move on to some mini games for breaks. We're gonna kick off with some deathmatch 1v1s, those kind of 1v1s that you do as warm-ups when you're queuing comps.
The classic Lijiang one.
Yes, and since neither me or Goon has ever casted gameplays
Not
before,
once, yeah.
not once, not even a single once, this is gonna be a bit scuffed.
Yeah.
But oh well, let's do this.
So first off, we're going to see a Tracer and Ashe 1v1. Now Tracer is favoured here unless Eco can aim well, which he can't. He gets picked off by Viper straight away, and Viper takes the lead with 3.
3 already? Wow, that is pretty quick. Viper is just toying with his food right now.
He goes up to 6, he doubles his score and takes out the McCree. I think we're going to see Viper in first place by quite a while.
Yeah.
Oh,
what a
that
sick,
did you see that sticky bomb?
Was Spoon Cell. That was
the TP into the soldier and just click Q, recall out, safe. No, he's actually baited out. Oh, Eco just hit the nastiest shot of his life.
I think right now Tracer is one of the best 1v1 characters since she's got all the mobilities and she does have a recall ability that allows her to recall her health back. But McCree, you know, if you can aim, you can still
just aim.
Be above everyone else.
It is important to note, though, that you don't, after every kill, you don't get your abilities back. So over time, you're going to start using your abilities more than you regenerate them back with Tracer. So eventually, you'll become pretty weak.
And unfortunately, I think that's what happened with Viper, and that's how he did get clicked, but let's not talk about that.
Yeah. Now we're going to see the duel of the snipers, Eco and Nico. I can't read that name quite, but it's going to be the Ana versus Widow duel. Ana's going to miss the sleep onto Eco, but he's following up on body shots pretty well at the moment. In fact, Eco's 1 HP, and he takes him out. The veteran sniper Ana wins again.
Now the Ana 1v1, ooh, great sleep by whoever it is. I can't read the name because it's too blurry. But unfortunately, the soldier's gonna come in and clean up. Now, Soldier versus Hanzo, this is not. This is a pretty evenly matched. Oh my god! What?
Oh, apparently not. When Eco's on the Hanzo, he just clunked that guy in the head.
Man, spare time he might. On the screen he might be a caster, but like on spare time he's been practicing on his game.
My god, this man can play. He's representing the boys from Plat, and he's doing it well.
Not to mention that he does look very sexy as well.
He does have a very square jawline. I'll give him that. You could cut marble on that jawline.
Yep.
We're going to see that the Zen 1v1. Now, both of these guys have Discord, so they can see each other through walls. This is honestly just an aim. And Viper actually loses, which is surprising. Oh, Stella's going to take
with
first
the charge
place
up right
Viper.
click.
Interesting. I'm surprised Viper
Stella in the leaderboard. Getting fisted straight in the face.
He's going to have his throne taken away from him. Now we see this Doomfist that we do not know the name of, constantly looking around because he thinks someone spawned in, but they haven't. Now it's actually a Tracer Doom 1v1 here, and I'd say it's a pretty skill-based matchup at the moment. Tracer might have the upper hand here.
It definitely favors the Tracer, but if Doomfist can manage the ability cooldown and the insane flick punches, of course Doomfist can one-shot Tracer.
Yes. It's just that lucky punch coming in. It's not luck, it's pure skill from Stella.
It's pure skill, everything's planned.
Yeah, everything's pure skill. He's actually going to knock the soldier, don't switch, out of the arena, and he's going to die on the fire effect.
Stella currently sitting pretty well on the first spot still. Viper haven't made a comeback yet.
37 compared to 25, which is second place.
Yes.
Now we're gonna see God King Eco come in on the Ashe. Oh, unfortunately he just gets taken out.
Stella now being like Viper 2.0 at the start of the match.
Yeah, that
Not
should
really
be a
contested
pretty
much.
one
And
fight
the
when he
Tracer
uses
versus
Meteor
Doofus
Strike.
rematch. Oh, he missed. He narrowly misses the punch.
Viper actually
goes for
predicted
the-
that punch. There was several mind
That
games
was
going on
very
there.
well played by Viper, being able to predict where the punch is gonna go, and also avoiding all the Doomfist cooldowns.
Maybe we'll see Viper on the comeback to take Stella off his throne again and reclaim his
Yes,
title.
Viper back on Tracer again, where
Mm.
where at the start he was wrecking everyone on this hero.
Yeah. Oh,
Unfortunately, he
he's
does
one
fall
shot.
really
He's
low
one
with
shot.
recall as well.
All
So-
Don't Switch needs to do is melee or get one pick, and he doesn't. In fact, Viper's gonna get the pick off him.
And now Viper versus Stella, the battle for the throne, and
And
Stella
it
wins.
wasn't even close. He lands an easy right click onto this Viper. And there you go. Stella
Game
wins
over, Stella wins
by a
Wow.
long shot as well.
Yes, that's right.
Eco
Let's
actually
reserve
came in
again.
last, which is very sad. Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
That was a nice little punch.
Maybe his skills will be as sharp as jawline one day.
Yeah, we can hope. We can hope.
We can only hope. Yes.
He is even for kills. Oh no, he's not actually. He is. He's 10 more
just a bit
Destiny has
behind.
kills.
Well, a
Yeah,
bit
just
behind
a
is
tiny
a bit
bit.
of an understatement.
But he did come out with some explosive gameplay right at the start, and now we're going to go into match 2 to see if Viper can recreate the success he saw in match 1.
Or is Stella gonna maintain his throne?
I think I said the wrong name.
That's fine.
Viper's actually
Cargo
going to take
right now on the on the lead. Not sure who
No,
he
Doom-
is actually.
Nicargo. That's his name. Yes, we
Yeah,
figured
that
out
is
now.
his name.
Great.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Oh,
write that
sniping
down.
the widow on the high ground.
Actually surprised there. I think Viper did most of the damage to himself there by constantly walking out of zone and taking
Well,
damage.
Stella
off-
took Nikado out, and now he is maintaining at the center of the arena. Gonna be come up against Eco on the Tracer. He misses his flash.
Eco actually no, Eco baits out. This is not luck. Eco is the absolute legend of Overwatch, and he gets the pick onto Stella.
Eco gets the kill.
He-
Now Tracer v Soldier. Oh, unfortunately, he's gonna tank that Helix Rock in the face.
That's what happens when you spend all of your abilities in the previous fight. There's not much you
Yes.
can do there, unfortunately.
You have to think about the long run, the battle for attrition, and that's essentially not what 1v1 is intended to be, but is what it has come to be. And Viper gaining the
Now
lead
Viper's
right now.
gonna use, but Nicargo comes out with the flashbang and right click. The absolute disrespect.
Yes, the
there.
Thunder Hammer, no skill
Some-
required.
Some words coming out from Viper, calling him a rat.
Viper's still in the lead right now, with
Viper
15
isn't the lead.
points.
That is true. But he's followed closely by Nicargo on the Zen. Just only 2 points behind Viper.
Stella, how's Stella looking?
Stella's actually catching up and he's joint first place.
Right. Stella just secured a place in the middle as Hanzo. Now he's gonna be going up against Eco's Zen.
Oh!
Ooh,
Eco hitting some
down.
fairly decent. Oh, and then he hits the
And
onto the
charge
Widow.
dash on the Widow. Unfortunately, Viper's gonna take him down with Doomfizz, and as we know, Zen's pretty squishy character, especially against dive character.
Especially Doom. Zen's a very wide hero, so Doom can just line up his abilities and just put a few left clicks into him. Fairly easy to kill a Zen.
Viper and Genji right now exchanging cooldowns.
And Stella's gonna win.
Unfortunately, Stella has the better management and better positioning on the high ground.
Stella actually hit some nice right clicks onto that Zen there.
And now
manages
Stella
to
is
take-
back in the first place.
It's no wonder that Doomfist, Genji, and Tracer are the ones we mostly see in this top bracket, because they're the dive heroes that can quite easily kill an
Yes.
Ashe, a Zen, and Ana.
That's
It's pretty much
definitely a good
free
Zen can stay in the bracket for a long time,
Mm.
but it does requires a lot of skill.
Yeah, not so much in the skill in the way of ability management, because Discord doesn't have any cooldown, but it does take a lot in the way of aim. And in fact, we're going to see Stella hitting a fair few shots onto Viper. Oh, and it
And
finishes
Stella
off
takes
with a
Viper
headshot.
down.
Fair play to Viper. Obviously, we see the
Looking
Discord come
pretty
out.
confident on the
Stella.
Zen right here. Takes down the soldier as well. Now another soldier's gonna come in. And
Now-
maybe it has become too much for him.
Oh, oh,
Oh yeah, it is a bit too much for Stella. But Stella is still in the first place with 31 points.
he did get a fairly decent kill streak going on the Zen. Viper comes out with the right-click flashbang combo.
As always, as you do.
But it means he doesn't have flashbang for this Doom, and he's gonna. Oh, he doesn't quite get it before he dies.
And Stella, back in the middle. On the Doomfist, one of his best heroes, but he did get taken down by Nikago.
Nikago's Nikago, although he is third place, his Hanzo's pretty decent, and he's gonna hit those shots.
Let's see if he can hit those headshots on the Tracer.
Viper's gonna
click.
test that, and unfortunately, he falls to.
Unfortunately, Viper does have the better movement, and also the better hero RNG.
True. Viper's Tracer is actually pretty nice, but Stella comes in with
Wait,
the
he got
anti-nade and
taken
takes him
down.
out.
Stella, on the Ana, I think he just used all his cooldowns, so he doesn't really have anything left for this.
He just throws out the sleep the second he gets it
Hoping
back.
he will hit something, hoping that sleep
Unfortunately, he
will stay
doesn't
the
find
same.
much.
Genji versus Tracer, a very evenly matched up hero composition as well, but unfortunately,
Eco's going to fall.
both
on
of
the
them
Genji.
is not gonna last long.
Oh, Stella has the high ground here, which is going to make headshots a lot easier to get, which he instantly finds onto Nikago.
It's now
Oh!
McCree. Ooh, he finishes off very
I'd
well.
be mad if that McCree, if that I was that McCree. He almost
That wasn't even
predicted
close.
him to turn the corner. We're gonna see the soldier play the game come
Just
out from
received
Nikago.
a message from Echo for telling us saying screw us for being so savage.
Ah, yes.
But you know, the truth is the truth, and the truth does hurt sometimes. Eco, unfortunately, still last place. Maybe he'll
I
be
don't-
better luck next time.
I don't think the truth hurts just as much as finishing last place twice in a row. I'm terribly sorry, Nico.
Yeah, that is.
But he does come out with a brilliant point in general chat saying he almost wasn't last, which is a far
almost
improvement from his
wasn't last.
previous performance.
Yeah, but that is not really something that you're gonna brag about. Like, you can brag about, oh, I'm almost first, I'm second place, but you're not gonna be like, hey, I'm
Eco is
almost
gonna
not last.
True. Eco is gonna find on the Doom early and maybe take out the Ana,
misses
but
the
unfortunately
punch.
he's missing most of his shots, which isn't what you want to see.
Viper did miss the sleep as well, so this could be potential finish
Oh,
of the and he
Eco
finishes
comes
off.
out with a really nice rollout and just picks him
Eco
off.
being in first place for the first time.
No, although I don't think Eco's mechanics are the best in this lobby, I think he's actually quite a smart player because you
Yeah.
saw him wait, and he's actually going to knock down the Doomfist, totally intentional.
But he gets
Eco's
taken
not
down
afraid
by
to
the
just-
one and only Stella.
Sometimes brains can only take you so far.
Yes, and unfortunately that 5-head is not going to help you today.
Exactly. The 5-head people lads are going to fall. Oh, Stella comes out with the
Ooh.
ultimate ability and Meteor strikes Genji off the face of the earth.
Is very lucky, may I say, since Genji is one of those heroes which can escape Doomfist ults pretty easily.
We're gonna see Eco fall to Stella's Doomfist, which is
And Stella
honestly upsetting.
overtaking him and getting first place again.
Don't get me wrong, Eco is not doing poorly. He is nearly joint first place. He's only died twice so far. Well, 3 times now.
3 times now. Or maybe he might be on the downhill now.
No, I believe in Eco. After all, his nickname in Overwatch is Albert Einstein. I believe in this man.
I did not know that.
Mhm.
Well, he might have the brains, but is he gonna? Does he have the rest to first
Yeah,
place
does he have
and
the
finally
rest
win
movement?
around?
That's the question. I think he probably has the mechanics of Albert Einstein currently.
Yeah, Albert Einstein being dead.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Stella, yeah, Stella here stay in the middle for quite a while, just
Mm.
toying with
no,
everyone.
These two Doomfists have just thrown ability management out of the window, and they have just throwing
But
things
Stella
at each other.
again coming out on top, still first place.
He can hit
And
those
finishing
left
off
clicks,
Echo
man.
again.
Oh, the brilliant
Oh,
predict
the
onto Viper.
punch. The Viper.
He know there are only a few places where you can spawn on this map, and Stella's just going to abuse that on the Doomfist.
He did get himself dynamited, but that's not gonna matter.
I think
And
we had a. I don't
we
think
had
he was meant to be a little streaker on the pitch there.
Yep.
Someone who probably wasn't meant to be there.
It's
Now
like
Stella
one of
is
those-
just having a.
It's like one of those guys that ran all naked in a football pitch and then gets tackled
Exactly.
down by the security guards.
Except he just burns away to a crisp.
Yep. Well, Stella still haven't died in a very long time. Just sitting in the middle comfortably.
I'm sorry to take the suspense out of this match, but Stella has this in the bag. There is no conceivable way Eco's gonna match him.
This is
Like,
like a
he is-
superhero movie. The hero is always
know.
gonna win. And
We're
Stella,
gonna see him slow
way
down at the
ahead
end.
of everyone.
He quite clearly is. I don't want to say it, but he's a bit of a Doomfist one trick when it comes to these 1v1s. When he gets the Doomfist, he's just gonna roll everyone, and we can see
Well,
that by
you
having.
know, if it works, it works. And it's
It works,
certainly
yeah.
working for him right now.
Mm.
Back in the middle again, I think only one more kills to secure this first place. And it's gonna be against McCree.
Yeah,
McCree
it's
is
just a matter of
flashbang.
time.
Ooh,
and
yep,
there it is.
Stella wins again.
McCree didn't quite have that range to just right-click him away. And of course we see Stella on the Doomfist with the play of the game.
Yeah, it's just wrecking everyone.
Oh!
So Stella now 3 wins in a row. Damn.
Yes, honestly, Stella far and away
Hey,
won
Echo,
by a
actually,
while.
Echo, not last place this time, actually 3rd place.
And he was
19
second for a
kills.
majority of it as well.
Looking-
I'd say,
we can see the improvement.
yeah. Maybe,
Yeah.
hopefully, we'll see Eco come first here. I'm rooting for him. I hope Chat is as well.
Let's see what the chat is doing. Paw game, content poggy. Ah. Well, Viper
Oh!
in the lead at first, but he does get sleep.
He gets
And killed by
slapped
Don't
down
Switch.
by Don't Switch and just cleaned up, while Stella comes in and just finishes off Don't Switch on the Ana.
Well, you see, Stella sitting in the high ground in the middle again. We know how powerful he can be on this high ground. So let's see what he's
Honestly,
going to be doing with this.
Stella looks a bit
Viper does
bored
take him down,
there.
though.
Oh, he does. I was all
Viper in the lead right now on 8 points. And he
Hmm.
might be able to just secure this win. Maybe.
It
Or maybe
is
we'll see the
close
comeback.
though. The only person who hasn't found any points yet is Eco on the Genji.
Of course, it has to be. It has to be our fellow
And he's gonna
caster.
go 0-5 on the Doom Fist as well.
Well, you see, in situations like this, there's always gonna be someone who comes out on top and someone who comes out on the bottom, and that's how society works as well. So thank you, Eco, for sacrificing yourself just so
Yes.
someone can be titled champion.
Like I said, Eco is the absolute king god, and he's not afraid to just take that L in someone's place. He is the most selfless man I have ever seen.
Definitely. Now, Xbox Gengu main is on the lead right now. We haven't seen him in the lead ever yet, so this is gonna be his first time.
That
On
is
the
true.
bench
I
right
didn't
now?
even know he was in the match up until this point.
Yeah, it's just like a little rat crawling, waiting for his time to.
Just
come out
nibbling
and
on the
finish
scraps in the losers
That's right.
area. He is actually going to find the front stage on the top area, and he's going to find a pick onto Nikago. That just comes out onto Viper, and I think he hits a few headshots there. But
Ooh, he does
Viper's
get
tracking,
taken down.
Viper's tracking is just too much for him to handle, though. A nice right click from Viper coming in onto the Stella, and he just cleans them up.
Takes him down again. The Gengu main is still in the lead right now, maybe.
Only by
Viper.
1 point, it's important to mention, though.
Yes. But the lead is still the lead. Both Tracer and Soldier utilizing their important cooldowns right now.
Unfortunately, Soldier
Recall.
has the high ground.
Yes.
It's not much, but it is there.
Did I just saw the ult come out there from Viper? But he
I
died straight
think
away?
so. But the problem with Soldier ult is that once you activate it, you cannot deal headshot damage. So if you just stand still and get a bit too cocky, the enemy soldier's just gonna hold left click on your head,
I
and
do
you'll
see
die quicker than him.
Eco on the kill feed again. Maybe he got his kill.
He did get a
somewhat
singular
starting point.
kill.
He
Oh,
got a
he's
singular kill.
he's on 3 kills at the moment, which equates to 3 points.
Yes.
Honestly.
Wonder
Oh,
whether
Viper's gonna come in, another streaker on the thing. He greets Stella on the Genji, congratulates him for getting the pick on his
Yep.
previous matchup.
Now it's Genji versus Soldier.
Oh,
Don't
actually,
switch.
Soldier's
Takes down
gonna
Stella.
find the pick onto Stella.
And don't switch right now. Burning with the dynamite is an Ash versus
He's
Soldier
quite low.
matchup.
Nikago's gonna want to take that fight a lot earlier than he did, because Don't Switch is just gonna heal up and you lose all the advantage you have of the burning.
Stella accidentally got himself out of the ring and hit the rock in the face. So that wasn't very kind on him, that matchup. But Exos Gengu main though, still in the lead with 32 points.
I'm surprised because I don't actually remember seeing him win all that much in this area.
No, I haven't even noticed his existence for quite a while.
Yeah.
Up until this round.
Yeah, I didn't know he was in the game.
I gotta mention it again, but Eco, man, nothing has changed. Just keep on dying over
Yeah,
again.
unfortunately, he's going to be 3 and 20 on the KD ratio.
Stuck in an
which is
endless loop. Oh, he did
honestly
get a kill.
upsetting. Luckily, somebody, I think, Nikago on the Tracer is going to donate a kill to Eco.
But it does feel like Eco is stuck in an endless nightmare, like Groundhog's Day, but he never gets anything done. He just keeps on dying again and again.
But eventually, if he keeps on grinding at those DPS heroes, maybe he'll start to pick up a few more points.
Maybe, but it's gonna be a long learning progress.
Make sure to follow in chat if you want Eco to come out on top. Can we get some Eco Komodo hypes in chat, please?
Yes, please. Well, right now, with the leaderboard, Gengu Man is still leading by 3 points. Oh no, not anymore. Stella is leading again. Maybe he says he wants his throne back. No one's ever gonna be able to contest him. So the leaderboard right now is Stella on 46 points and Gengu Man on 44 points. So it's gonna be the battle of Xbox and PC.
the great console debate.
Yeah, it's the great console war.
Now,
It's
Xbox
gonna be
Gengu...
like a Game of Thrones episode.
Xbox Gengu Man can actually perhaps come in and steal first place off Stella just before he gets that one last kill he needs in the top
Ricardo
bracket.
did try to find the hammer on Viper, but he did miss a bit of the hammer, but he is still able to finish him off with a melee.
And unfortunately, Stella is gonna come in for the
Stella's
4th match in a row.
Today. 4 matches in a row that he wins. And another play of the game just to top it off.
I think I called him a Doom one trick, but he's quite clearly shown that he's a jack of all trades.
Yes, definitely.
I think he listened to my great coaching from this stream, and he's improved his gameplay by so much. He just, honestly, most of the kills he got that game were not on Doomfist.
Yeah,
and
he's able to show that he can click heads on Zen as well as Soldier, apart from Doomfist. So
it's
quite
fitting
a bit of
that
improvement.
It's quite fitting that he actually won on Ash, because Head Gun is actually called Viper.
Oh, right.
Bit of Overwatch lore for you.
But Viper is not the one to take the throne this time.
Is he not?
Stella. Stella who won it.
Ah, yes, Stella.
Stella, yeah. Stella winning with the Viper. That's what we're trying to say here.
Yes. I'm losing my mind. I hope you aren't in chat. I hope you can follow along.
Yes, it has been a very scuffed casting. Since none of us have any experience.
First time here.
Yes, if you can't tell, we might have weed up hands a bit.
Hmm
Just a little bit, but no one has to see
So this
anything.
is the first and most likely the last time you'll ever see us casting any games.
Yes, or hosting tournaments, in fact.
That is true.
Zaron, please don't fire me. Well,
Yeah.
anyways, I think this is the end of the break time games, so we will be right back with the next match.
Mm.
everybody, and welcome back to the Pachimari League. We're jumping into a bit of a 1-1 situation here. Couch Potatoes versus the Holy Order of Torbs, or Thoughts for short. I'm not sure how much we're going to be calling them that, but I mean, hey, I'm just excited to be here. 1-1, bit of a series we got going on here, Urizi.
Yeah, definitely. This is exactly what you want to see. You want to see teams that are evenly matched, that are trading blows, and teams that are just taking it all the way and matching each other.
Yeah, I got a bit of an insider peek on their last game, and it was Kings Row, and I think it actually went the distance. It went into overtime. It went to, I think, a 5-3 situation there. Couch Potatoes in overtime managing to push it a pretty decent distance. So obviously these teams are going to be making it very competitive. And going into Havana, which I think is a very sniper-heavy map, which kind of challenges the assumption that you and Echo were making, or you and I, sorry, because I am, of course, Echo. The
What are you
assumption...
talking about, Echo? Of course.
Yeah, me. That is me. I just dyed my hair. So it definitely will challenge the kind of meta that you guys were talking about, which is that kind of Brawl May style, which I think will be very hard to execute, especially on first and third. So we'll have to see if these teams decide to lean more into these snipers, or if they want to stick with the tried and true Brawl.
Yeah, snipers are really good here, especially with the bunker cup, but you also quite often see teams, especially on defense, trying to just like spawn camp them, right? And you can't really utilize snipers if you're getting spawn camped, so we're probably gonna see a swap if that does happen.
Yeah, and yeah, from team Couch Potatoes here, or just Couch Potatoes, they will be coming out here on the double sniper Mercy, which is definitely kind of what we expect. The Ryan would just kind of add more health than in Orisa, I suppose. People just tend to prefer Ryan than Orisa, so kind of a scuffed double shield. But I do think that their comp is gonna be a lot worse than just as normal Orisa double shield, especially with the Widow that it seems that the Holy Order of Torbs are gonna be rolling out on.
Yeah, potentially. And the defending team also has a Ryan here and a Baptiste, so when they get close enough with the payload, the Ryan can just start swinging onto them, and they don't necessarily have anything to stop them either. And when the Ryan is just swinging, this DPS are just gonna have the biggest field day of their life.
Yeah, it's gonna be all about the Thoughts kind of keeping their distance here. They don't have much healing, and especially with the Hanzo on the side of Couch Potatoes, there's gonna be so much tank pressure, because the Widow isn't amazing at pressuring the tanks. So yeah, definitely gonna be on Olatev and Cannon here to just kind of stay alive and not rely on their Zen to heal, because obviously Zen isn't the best known healer, really, so keeping your distance is going to be the name of the game.
Yeah, but with this Ryan and Sigma, you're gonna lose the shield battle to the Urus and the Sigma, because they just have so much more shield presence, so much more damage mitigation. You can see that already come into effect. They're forced to just slowly back off and give percentage, but a pick comes out already here.
Yeah, that's a very good shot there from Depression, but yeah, as you were saying there, Geo can't do anything. Like, he's literally just a shield bot right now. Eventually the DPS will make some noise there. Fawcett's taking down a Ravage. And yeah, as you can see, ults are coming online, and the first fight is won, thankfully, without them. But Couch Potatoes are pretty heavily in favor of the ult economy, especially with Hanzo. There's the Widow, sorry, swapping to the Hanzo.
Yeah, definitely. When you're getting poked out like this, you do get to heal a lot, which means both your supports are gonna have their ults a lot more than the enemy team. But for the most part, we're probably gonna see what we call a clown fiesta, where both teams just use all their ults in trying to either hold them on defense or trying to push them. We can see two already being used here.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the Bob kind of gets stuck on the card, so having minimal impact there. Dragon not really comboed with anything, so just kind of buy some space. Valk as well popped from Yukimi. Nothing really happening though. These fights are just very, very slow. The DPS just waiting to do something, and time again, it's Depression coming up with the goods. He's not even dying in a resible spot, Hayden. So that's just kind of the exact opposite of what you want to do. I don't know why they're off-angling when they're playing this double shield. Like, it just seems like the DPS of Couch Potatoes are just playing better around shields.
Well, yeah, that too, and also Couch Potatoes want as long of a fight as possible. You don't really want to force anything, but as I say that, they're forcing plays right now.
Yeah, that's a huge flux. They're trying to welcome in, keeping everybody alive. Geo pins in. They use that lamp early. Window now in the back line, very, very far forward. They're not getting anything. A big flux catches 3, and Depression getting a 3k very quickly. They're turning the fight in a second. Amazing work from him on the Hanzo. You can't ask for more from your Hanzo player.
Yeah, definitely. And with a name like that, you're sure gonna get a lot of value, both physically and mentally, to the enemy team.
Yeah, definitely a boomer the Mendos there. That was such a nice play from him there, and wow, I mean, you really think that should have been won there with Cannon's Flux. Like, that was absolutely insane. That was like 6 players up, they didn't even have window, and they still managed to clutch that. An early Bongo will come out. They're on Orisa Zarya. This is a interesting comp coming out from Thoughts. Rez will come through now, so it is a bit even here. Bongo's still alive, so much damage. A good shatter catches Cannon there, but Geo will get burnt down trying to run in. There's so much damage from the comp. Bob poured in, but it's not gonna now.
I feel like the Zarya is a little bit of a desperation play. Like, you desperately need something that can just deal a lot of damage and just be in the enemy team. I'm not sure if Zarya is the pick for this Echo, but I feel like if it works, it works.
Yeah, I think they just want to keep the Bongo on Autel, so they didn't really want to full swap. A good Dragon that will pressure Geo out early, instantly burst down. Not with his team, no chance for him. The res will not come to there. Hayden doing well to deny it. Ball discorded ups on the point. Will fall quickly after and crumble as well. He's crumbling.
Yeah, definitely. Crumbling is a very good word to describe what just happened. There's just the slow action. They're just slowly closing in. And when they close in close enough, they just kind of fall apart. This was happening throughout, but they died or Depression found a little bit too much value before they could push them all the way back.
Yeah, we are seeing Autel switch over to the Rhine now, so I'm in a bit more of a conventional comp. Phosix on the Hog, though. That's definitely something I haven't seen before. I don't really know who he's going to try to hook, because no one's really going to be playing in his range apart from a Zarya and a Ryan. You can't exactly one-shot those guys. Either way, with no Lucio, it's going to be very hard for Autel to engage. He's going to do it regardless. Geo Shield burns early. The DPS for Thoughts here coming up big. Some nice shots on both of them. And yeah, so for first point, it was kind of Couch Potatoes DPS that are getting the diffs. But now it looks like Thoughts are definitely stepping up.
Yeah, definitely, but just these staggers are coming in one after another, and while this is happening, the Pale just getting pushed for free.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do well now to just get a second fight, really. They have all, like, Thoughts have all the good positioning here. It's gonna be so hard to even walk out. They do have quite a few ults on the side of Thoughts as well.
Yeah, probably gonna Dragon here in a sec.
Yeah, the Dragon will come out, buy some space at least. Window now onto point as well. Crumble Discord, it needs to be very careful. Gets dropped almost immediately. Auto charging in. Good res now from Itsami. Trance now as well as Bob forced out. Bob onto Bob action in the backline. Kind of cancelling out them both, I suppose. But Phosix in the backline, finding a lot of damage. Almost pressures out Hayden on the Hanzo. But Bob now the only one left standing. And it looked winnable for a second there, but Thoughts to be able to keep it under control.
Yeah, even though the Bob of the defending team won, it wasn't quite enough with just the Bob to try to clutch it out. But now, a lot of ults coming in from both teams yet again, potentially. And Shatter by itself can just find so much value, but with the Grav Dragon coming in, if the Shatter finds nothing, that's almost a guaranteed combo, if you can kill the lamp.
Yeah, cash players are still so far away from ults. It just isn't looking good. And Brawl on this last point is something I rarely see. It's going to put a lot of pressure onto the Ryans for sure. Cannon on a weird little off angle, and yeah, Grav Dragon, that's pretty much a GG. But the lamp doesn't get destroyed. And instead, it's Phosix, the first to go down. And Couch Potatoes managing to pull this one back, even in the eyes of probably one of the most feared ult combos in Overwatch, the Grav Dragon.
Yeah, definitely. Who knew that a robotic drone could save you from such impending doom? But I guess we learn something every day when watching or playing Overwatch.
Yeah, the lamp really the MVP there. The Grav was just too far away. Ryan not able to swing in it safely, because as we were saying there, it's so hard for Ryan to even drop his shield against double sniper, especially on this wide open, like, kind of just shooting gallery, I'd even call it, for these snipers. At the moment, though, bubbles used early from both Zaryas to stop the burning. Personal now, Shadow goes out, doesn't catch anything. It does force the lamp. Grav catches two. Trance just in time will negate that Grav Dragon combo. Hayden in the meantime does manage to find the enemy Hanzo if the pressure in there. Lamp coming out now, and it will just be shot through by the Ashe. A ballsy res there from Itsami will pay off. Now an even 6v6 on card, but Autel of that now being pushed back, no shield. So he definitely cannot challenge this card, or he will just get instantly one-shot. Hayden actually hiding, going on the flank now. Hayden in the backline will miss the shot, though. They haven't seen him. Hayden, he's still in the background. They don't see. The shadow will get dropped. Catches 2. Bob now. Bob on Bob again, just canceling each other out. That is the second time that we've seen that now, but it does look like Cartreos should be winning this one. No Ryan for this side of Thoughts. So unless I can pull out some Hail Mary plays, the Grav does go to the backline, catches 3. Mercy trying to shoot into it, gets shot up by Depression. Altair now on the ball to stall, and yeah, that'll just be it. But what do you think of this brawl comp on Havana? Sorry, I did not expect that.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen, but for the most part, when teams are not doing as good as they want to on a certain comps, most of the time people just default to Brawl, and it seems to be something universal that happens in the EU region, all the way from top 500 all the way down to bronze. If you don't, when in doubt, play Ryan and Zarya, and it'll get value. And it seems like it's this mentality that's, well, what the carrying force for both teams for the moment.
Yeah, definitely both teams, in the end, they did both default to Brawl. But I feel like if even one team could kind of play Double Shield, like even a little bit, I feel like this would just kind of be a free map win for them. So I don't know. I mean, if I were them, I'd probably just be forcing Double Shield, even if you're not 100% confident in it. I just think Brawl is so bad on this map, to be honest. On second, you can maybe have a chance, but Brawl really just kind of thrives off of these corners that you have to hold. And on Rialto, there aren't... On Havana, what do I keep calling Rialto? There aren't really any good corners. You can maybe hide on the high ground and then drop down onto people's heads when they're pushing cart. But other than that, Brawl just isn't really built for this map, I suppose. So yeah, we will see on the defense at least Thoughts going back to this Double Shield for at least the meantime.
Yeah, like Brawl isn't always the best comp, but it's just that these teams know how to play this comp. And a lot of times, especially in Bronze to Diamond, if you can pull your comp off better than the enemy team, doesn't matter what comp the enemy team is running, for the most part, often you can win.
Yeah, the simplicity of Brawl is definitely a nice kind of drawing factor. Your win condition on Brawl is pretty much just hold W, and everyone else's win condition is a little bit more complex. So definitely a very simple comp to pull off in execution for sure. So yeah, the shoots. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, when you have these like super simple comps, there's a lot of like space to innovate on them, and if you can pull off the comp more easily, you're gonna get more value more of the time.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, a well-executed comp is going to beat a not well-executed comp every single time. Speaking of executed, there goes Hayden. Dinked up by Depression on this Widow. And Depression is just non-stop right now. He is just clicking on heads. Definitely a very strong sniper from what we've been seeing. Able to play this Hanzo and this Widow.
Yeah, definitely. And just like in real life, Depression is really going on a killing spree right now. Just killing everything and everyone for the moment.
Too real, bro. Too real.
Too real, too quick. Okay.
too soon, man. Yeah. Either way, Brawl, as you said, yeah, Brawl is just kind of being defaulted to almost instantly here. Immediately swapping off the Double Shield. Interestingly, only Thoughts are opting for this Bap, who is kind of widely regarded as just kind of the better support right now. Speaking of the better player, Hayden just dinked Depression. Window will come out now just to force them off card. Only the Bap shooting through it though. So kind of an interesting window. It wouldn't really be my go-to, I suppose, especially when you're playing that double sniper. Altair going in deep, and they do manage to find those kills. I was gonna say his positioning's a little bit off, but hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, if it works indeed. But we see a little bit of a mirror comp from both teams here, except we see an Ana instead of Baptiste coming out from Couch Potatoes. Is there any reason for this that you can see just straight off the bat? Oh, never mind. I see it.
Depression on Genji now. Yeah, that is interesting. I think with the Genji buffs, I still don't think Genji's that good. I definitely don't think they're meta by any means. I still think if you're a good Genji, as we were highlighting, if you're good at this rank, you can make it work. Speaking of good, Hayden has clicked another head. Oops. Will quickly retaliate. Reses on both sides, bring it back up to a 5v5, I believe. Depression in a nice high ground position. Farming a blade pretty quickly. Maybe they can get Nano Blade online before next fight. And wow, the Zarya actually stuck in a very bad spot. Cannon probably just wants to die faster more than anything, because Stagger is not what you want.
Yeah, and even though you had like very good ults from both teams, now that the Zarya has dropped, it's gonna be very rough to try to defend this from Thoughts.
Yeah, as well, Cannon will actually have this grab online for the Nano Blade, so that could just be a possible counter pretty much. If you even need it at all, maybe use Bob it, maybe you just lamp it, who knows? You have to have trust in your team either way. They will just be opting now to take the card here. Thought's just going to take the fight on card. Good grab. Will catch the Mercy. No follow-up available, however. So no kills coming through just yet. Good shadow onto Geo. He is nano, however, so Altels needs to be careful, but a string of kills coming out. Fozix now just kind of staggering themselves, and what I like, that grab idea, there just wasn't fast enough follow-up, really, especially with the lamp.
Yeah, like there was a lot of splitting going on. There seems like there was a front line and a back line battle going on at the same time, and well, the Holy Order of Torbjorn just deciding to just commit to one of them, winning that one, and them helping to clean up with the other one, which is, I think, the better play to make.
Yeah, another interesting thing is Combo actually used their Nano there onto Geo, so that won't be available for Nanoblade, and I think as anyone who's played Genji ever understands, a naked blade isn't really gonna get you much, unless you're literally like Shadow 2K or something. You don't really expect much from a solo blade, especially with Lamp available. Speaking of ult, grab goes in, followed up by Dragon. They go in with the blade. Interesting play from Depression. He will find two, but the Lamp denies him that last, and yeah, at least he's kind of resetting his ult charge, but Combo also 50 to the Nano, so yikes.
Yeah, we might see a swap off from the Genji here, or maybe not. Actually, they need to stick with it. For the most part, you don't really see attacking team especially stick with the one comp for a really long time if you don't have any ult, but it seems like Couch Potatoes know something we don't with this team comp.
I mean, there is still 2 minutes available, so at worst you can combo Dragon Blade Grav maybe. Dragon Blade isn't the worst for getting rid of Lamp, especially with Geo swinging into it. So that could be an option. The Zarya does fall early, leaving Altels alone on the high ground. But they do split up, so Couch is kind of ruining that advantage. Fozix now on point alone, dueling the enemy. Zarya will find the kill. Rez attempted, very ambitious, but 2 kills traded out, and yeah, never mind. Kills and the res come out, so it will be Couch taking that fight with a minimal ult investment, so that's pretty good for them.
Yeah, but too bad that this is still in the backline, and maybe not finding picks, but just creating a distraction. The Mercy is going to
the Mercy going for her, that's interesting.
Mercy finding the pick even.
Yeah, that's look at on the stats, you know. A nice grab there, will catch 3 members, but Geo manages to fall. That will make this a little bit dicey, especially with the Mercy as well. But in the end, no healers for the Holy Order of Torbjorn, so it will just slide the way of Couch Potatoes.
Yeah, and Couch Potato now with a little bit more than 2 minutes to execute this, and now they have a few ults that they can use. They have Depression's Nano Blade that they can use, and they have Shatter if that fails. And if all of that doesn't work, you have more than enough time to charge all of your ults up again.
Yeah, the Holy Order of Torbjorn will be swapping to a Kree, so another kind of deterrent for the Nano Blade, I suppose. Stun could go a long way in denying a slash and letting you get that lamp up in time. So definitely a nice thought for the Kree, but into the Ashe, definitely gonna make it tough. But this is last fight now. Nano Blade gonna be going in early. Bubble as well, lamp in time, but they're not next to it. That is just a huge misplay from the Holy Order of Torbjorn. Definitely not what you want to see, and yeah, that's all they need. One mistake and Nano Blade just goes wild.
Yep. That's
so yeah,
the potatoes. Couch
that's the map. Just like that, gone.
Yep.
No more say. Yeah, the Baptiste definitely gonna be kind of kicking themselves over that one. The team just are not ready for the Nano Blade. But how do you not think about a Nano Blade? Like that's like should be at the forefront of your mind. Pretty much every fight. Do they have Nano Blade? Do they have this one-shot win condition that will just win them this map and send us into the losers bracket? But I don't know, like Couch Potatoes, the Holy Order of Torbjorn just kind of seemed in a world of their own, really, not really grouping up for the lamp, not really playing for cooldowns, not using their ults before the Nano Blade. So a bit of a bizarre decision making, I suppose, is all I can really call it from Holy Order of Torbjorn.
Yeah, it's definitely not something common and not something you see like every day. But for the most part, I feel like there's a lot of improvement that could have been made by both teams. Like it wasn't super clean, it wasn't just a one-sided stomp, which is exactly what we want to see, where both teams can take something away from these games, which is exactly what we want.
Yeah, I definitely think both teams did do well. And I think to highlight the DPS on both sides did do pretty well. In particular, Depression and Hayden Hayden Olna. I don't know how to say that word. We didn't really get a sheet with pronunciation, sadly. But both their Hanzos were very good as well. Depression also kind of flexing a little bit onto the Widow as well. So I think just the DPS for both sides definitely standout players, especially on Havana, which is kind of the closer you can really get to a DPS carry map.
Yeah, definitely. There's these really long sightlines that you were talking about, and snipers are really favored here. And if you give the snipers enough time and enough space, they'll definitely carry every fight. But sometimes, especially like on second point, that just isn't possible, unfortunately.
Yeah, the tanks are just kind of there to kind of what's the word? They're just kind of there to I can't think of the word. They're facilitate. They're just kind of facilitating the real stars on those maps, which are of course the snipers as well. We did see a lot of teams kind of opting for those tried and true win conditions, as we've kind of been saying, the Nano Blade, the Grav Dragon, the Nano Shatter, just kind of very kind of basic things that are pretty much guaranteed fight wins if you can kind of just execute them well. So definitely some very safe plays coming out from both teams, and of course the brawl. So maybe if teams were looking to break this, maybe we can see some Ball Sigma perhaps, or even just some Sigma Hogs, maybe some more pokey comps, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see some variety, but for now it seems like Brawl is here and Brawl is here to stay. And since most of these maps favor Brawl quite a bit, we're probably gonna see a lot of that.
Rigged map pool, Urazi. Rigged map pool, I tell you, man. I think
Yeah.
that'll be all from us for the moment. I do believe we're going to a nice little desk segment. So thank you to everybody who was watching, and we will see you guys soon.
Well, that was Thoughts versus Couch Potatoes, and I'm very sad to say that Couch Potatoes won since I do coach. Well, I was coaching the Olio Tourbillons for almost a year. I was there from the start. And
Wow,
I've
you really watched him grow.
seen a lot of improvements. We started off from being a 2K average team to right now 2.8K average. So I think everyone has improved a lot. Although we lost, it's in good spirits, and I think it's okay since everyone tried their best. And especially it's against Couch Potatoes, which is a team from the same org. So I think we'll definitely maintain grinding and getting better. Although right now, not everyone's very motivated on playing Overwatch as a whole. And yeah. Goon, do you have any opinion on the match?
Not really. It was a bit of a roll, but like you said, they showed up, they tried, and it's a bronze to diamond tournament. It's not like these matches are meant to be a 50-50 between the teams. So yeah, you came, you showed up, and you performed. So fair play to you, honestly.
Yeah. And I'll of course hop back into the VC with them and say, they tried their best and comfort them. In a sense. But right now we're gonna move straight into semifinals. So I will I'm not sure if we're going on a break or we're moving back to the cast. Oh, just a quick change of clothes since I have to go to the gym and get buffed soon. Next match is going to be the Holy Order of Tourbillons against Little PogChamp. And of course, I'm going to be rooting for my boys. Hopefully they'll perform a bit better this time. I see a lot of the chat spamming, what's it called, main tank diff. I think it's what it's called.
MTD, yeah. Never happened to me, of course.
Oh
I'm
wait,
just too good on that right
never
now.
mind. I got the matches wrong. It's actually Couch Potato against Space PB, and I'm gonna be rooting for my fellow teams. Backing Poggers, of course. Couch Potato, good luck. But
Of course, the Holy Order of Tourbillons is going to be fighting in the losers bracket to maybe come back into the tournament and take it all. So just
yes,
as
you never
relevant as
know.
this
Maybe
one, really.
we'll take champion in grand finals just by surprise. But yeah, Space PB, strong team, and definitely favored to win the tournament. But I hope Couch Potato can hold their own and at least do something with it.
Yep, right now they're living up to the hype that, Eco said so. So
Yes, they are giving us a lot of content.
a lot of content. Gotta love it.
Yep. Well, anyways, it's going to be back to the cast as we start the game.
See you then.
Hey guys, and we are back. I left myself on mute there a little bit, but we just ignore that. So how are you doing, Urazi?
Oh, well, I just love painting on MS Paint and whatnot, and I have a mustache. That's me. Yeah, you may have seen me as Echo, but I'm just kind of making a bunch of cosplay appearances at the moment, a bit of an imposter moment, if you will, of course.
Exactly, Urazi's just here. Sorry, Dabbed is just here to fill in for Urazi and me every so often, just when we need to go get lunch, that kind of thing. We can't always be talking all day, sadly. It doesn't really work out very well. But we are excited to go into this next game. We've just seen Couch Potatoes in that last game. I caught the Havana game. That was quite a bit of a stomp, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think the DPS of Couch Potatoes definitely kind of showed up in every sense of the word, really, which is why I think this matchup is going to be so interesting, because as I'm sure Echo, you saw firsthand there, Viper and of course Stellar are pretty good DPS, so this could be a nice matchup.
Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it, I did get rolled by Stella's Doomfist multiple times in those 1v1s. It was really fun, but I didn't enjoy it as much as I think I enjoy watching it. It's a lot more fun to watch Stella, especially on that May, get so many good walls. And I'm really excited to see what they can do on Busan, which is the first map we're going into between these two teams. What kind of team comps are you expecting?
Echo, these guys are just lucky that Lucio wasn't in that Lijiang. Then Echo really would have stepped up. But
thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, just kind of gotta boost the egos a little bit. I'm definitely expecting Brawl. I think I didn't catch much of what Space PB were playing, but with you guys saying that the favorites to win, I assume that just means they're very good at Brawl, and especially on Busan, I think Brawl is pretty much viable across the board, except for on City Center. I think maybe it's not called that, but the downtown. Sorry, I think on downtown, I think snipers are definitely favored, and on this map, I think maybe you could run an Ash or Soldier, but I do still think Brawl is pretty dominant.
Yeah, and so you're absolutely right. It's Arcane Haze who typically comes out on that Reinhardt and is just pocketed by the rest of their team. But it looks like we might be coming out with some kind of dive meta on the side of Space PB.
Yeah, I like the comp they're going for. I would probably change Stellar to maybe a Kree, just for the added CC, or maybe even just an Ashe, just because I think Widow is a little bit fragile. But with depression coming out on this Fire, actually, it could be just what they need, to be honest. It's going to be very difficult for the Fire to do anything with a Widow just kind of staring at him 24/7.
Yeah, it will, and we see the Reinhardt of Geo just pushing up onto the point, and Stella is going to start looking for some picks. Almost gets the Mercy there, gets a shot on, and manages to actually confirm the kill. That is a really, really good pick, and it's going to be really difficult for Couch Potato to come back from that.
Yeah, even Stellar just existing on this Widowmaker is making Couch Potatoes have to play differently. They have to adapt. Like, as we saw, the pressure on the Far was literally tucked in right side, inside the kind of drum house. And they just weren't able to do anything. As a Far, you want to be taking off angles and you don't want to be with your team, which is exactly what Stellar is forcing them to do. And nothing can contest Stellar. whatsoever for the side of Couch Potatoes. So it's going to look very rough for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can try and do on this push, because now Stella's all set up on this defense. It's going to be really difficult. And with Arcane Haze behind, looking for some boops. Oh, they do get caught up by Depression. Oh, and they get slept. They might be managed to get out, but they're antied and extremely low. They just managed to get back to their team. That was so lucky of Arcane Haze to manage to get back just before they die. Yeah,
I think they literally just got out on 1 HP. Either way, now Depression does make the swap to the Widow. As we saw in Havana, they are a very capable Widow here. Couch Potatoes kind of going for the long rotate on the left side. They're literally just playing with Depression, setting up, but the ball is going in early.
But Depression does fall low, and the lamp has to be used to save them. That is really crucial, because that cooldown is so useful later in the fight. Depression is keeping an eye out for Stella on the high ground, but Arcane Haze is causing so much havoc. And we get picks going down to both sides now, but it looks like Couch Potato might actually get the cap.
Yeah, it was looking good there. Arcane Haze and Xbox Gangu main actually have very good coordination on the ball and Tracer. They're able to coordinate, and obviously Arcane Haze on the ball is going to be able to do a lot more in terms of harassment on Depression for the Widow than Geo is to do on Stellar. Obviously, Ball much better at getting in behind the enemy lines and going on that Widow. So yeah, I definitely think the Widow for Depression is going to get a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, but we see a big flux coming out on the side of Thrax, and that does take out Geo, especially when it's combined with the mines coming out from Arcane Haze. But Arcane Haze falls low, and we see a Pulse Bomb that goes, and it actually manages to get poops on that McCree. Viper now just trying to keep the rest of their team alive to make sure they can survive and actually win out this fight, because it's going to be really difficult as both teams have had losses. The Trans comes out for the side of Space PB, and this is going to keep them alive. Although with Vazix being nano, they might actually manage to get a pick just as the Trans falls, but they don't. We see Geo back with this Shatter. They might be deciding to look for this, and they don't actually manage to get it. They leave the point as Space PB caps. That's going to be so crucial. Geo gets a pick onto Viper, and the High Noon is coming out on the side of Poops. Managed to take out Arcane Haze. The picks just going back and forward yet again. Geo is just on point, just trying to battle it up against this Sigma with the Ana supporting them. But the Tracer is back, and with Geo falling low, it looks like they're going to go down, and Space PB finally win out that fight. That was long-winded.
Yeah, long-winded is a bit of an understatement, to be honest. That fight just dragged on, and now we're in last fight territory for Couch Potatoes, and all they have are the sights and the Shatter, really. They can maybe get Window online, maybe burn the Sigma Shield and find that Shatter, but I think the entire comp of Space PB are going to be playing so split. I don't even know how much value they can even get from the Shatter, to be honest.
No, but Thrax does have their shield burned down now, so they might not have it in time for this Shatter coming out, but they get a nice big flux onto a lot of the enemy team, but the lamp is there to try and save them. Xbox does take out Depression. That's a really crucial pick because they can't actually get as much damage in, but then Stella gets another pick onto the Ana. This is going to be so back and forward, but a big Shatter come up from Joe, but the Trans is there to save them. This is so back and forward yet again. Couch Potato are in this, and they've captured the point. This is so good for them, but Space PB are winning out on the picks, and it looks like they might take the point back.
Yeah, I tell you, man, the Cargo is an absolute nutter on this end. He used Trans last fight, builds up another one, and comes in clutch there to save Space PB after a nice 3-man Shatter from Geo, after even questioning if he could even find one. So Geo steps up, and then the Cargo just says, you know what? I think my team are going to be taking this one pretty comfortably, if you don't mind. So Nakago definitely standing out with an outcharge.
And this Zen is doing so well. I imagine they will be switching off as they're going on to Busan Mega Base here, but the Zen was playing so well. They got multiple picks, Nakago got multiple picks, as well as saving their team with that Transcendence so many times.
Yeah, Nakago pretty much just allowed sit in the backline and spam, absolutely nothing contesting him whatsoever. Characters do make the swap to Diva late in the last map, which was, I said, just kind of try to combat the amount of damage Nakago was putting out. But yeah, it does seem like a brawl mirror, except Space PB will be opting for a Doom rather than a Kree. What do you think of these?
I quite like this Doomfist. It causes a little bit more chaos, and they typically want to go quite aggressive, which Arcane Haze is more than happy with. And the Doomfist is already in the backline. Arcane Haze gets a pick in the front line. That was so well played. Arcane Haze gets another charge into that May wall just to try and confirm the kill. Does get frozen up, but the bubble comes in to save them. And other than the Doomfist going down, that was a really clean fight coming out from Space PB.
Yeah, that is exactly what you were saying there. Absolute chaos. He does a nice little rollout into the backline, gets a fat slam, fat uppercut, and that just gives them so much HP. I'm pretty sure the max you can get is about 300. So you do not want a 300 health mobile tank pretty much in your backline. Shatter early for Arcane Haze though.
Yeah, the shadow didn't actually work out. The shield was there and the lamp was there just in case anyway. But the Doomfist does come in, gets a nice upcut, and they're really close to this ultimate. But the window does come out on this side of the attackers. That means the defenders are going to have to push back quite fast. Basically, can't afford to peek it. The Doomfist comes in, tries to get, and the beat comes out to just go for the aggression. Thrax falls extremely low, and they're going to go for there. That is extremely unfortunate for Space PB. Depression pops their high noon, but the wall is there to block it. In the meantime, the Doomfist does fall, and Arcane Haze falls to that high noon. The rest of Space BB will fall nice and slowly. They're going to stall at this point as long as they can, but that will be it for the fight.
I hate to say it, but Viper griefed their team so hard there. Poops got like a 2-man freeze onto both the support of Space PB, and the Doom was going to ult them both, and then Viper booped them away from it. So Viper kind of helping out Couch Potatoes quite a bit to win that fight. But yeah, I do think Space PB with these kind of 5 ults are looking pretty set to win the next fight.
Which one do you think would be their main ultimate here? Is it going to be this grab? This is a huge grab, and we see a lot of ultimates come out all together, and Depression actually gets a pick first. This is really nice. The Maywall comes out to protect the team, and Viper uses their beat just to try and save everyone as long as they can. Poops just spamming into this choke as much as possible, and they almost manage to get freeze onto Arcane Haze, and in the meantime, Poops and Phasix both getting brilliant picks onto the side of Space BB, and they can't push past that choke when they're holding like that, can they?
Yeah, that was such a weird fight. It seemed like Space PB would use Grab first, and then Couch Potatoes, then they would use Grab. Then they try to use Mayo, then Couch Potatoes would use Mayo. It was like a weird trade, you know? Like every time one team used an ult, the other one would match that ult. And Couch Potatoes just got so much more value. They will be rotating to the right side though. So a bit of a change of pace, nothing to dodge and Maywall, I would assume.
And that Maywall actually picked off too, but now they're Poops is trapped off by the rest of the team. That was a brilliant pick there from Space BB, but Depression gets a pick onto Stella. That's a huge mail that got thrown so far, but a brilliant beat came out from the Lucio. That might actually save them. Depression does get a kill onto the Junkrat, although the Lucio does fall. Phasix gets a pick onto the side of the Baptiste, and they're just looking for more kills. Phasix is high charge right now, and they're just bursting everyone down in their path.
Yeah, Space PB, their mid-fight, they just fell apart completely. Arcane Haze drops down to point. The Lucio and Thrax there on the Zarya kind of go into the backline, all while Phasix is in their own backline, taking the 1v1 against Nicaro. And now it's last fight here, and they only have window to approach this one. They can maybe build up grab, but it's not looking too hot for them.
That's a nice wall, but they do get grabbed. Can anyone actually touch the point? Yes, they got the Lucio on the point in the meantime. But Gio is just swinging into the enemy team's Reinhardt, and even if the point gets capped here, the entirety of the front line is down. There's nothing that Space PB can do here to try and win this, surely.
Yeah, I don't like that play there from Space PB. They split up their forces 3-3 and doesn't really work out there. Gengar main does get one more kill just to kind of clean it up, but they do manage to flip the point, so somehow they are winning this one. That is baffling. I did not. They just 3v6. That's insane.
Yeah, that Viper there just playing so well, especially combined with the Junkrat of Xbox. That was really well played. And we go back to where we were at the start, except instead of the Doomfist, we have the Junkrat. What's the difference here when you're playing against a Junkrat or a Doomfist?
I think Junkrat would just kind of provide more frontline pressure, while the Doomfist would kind of provide backline pressure. The Junk is just going to be spewing out raw damage, and a high news from depression through the window, and yeah, there goes Orion very early.
But both Reinhardts do fall. That is extremely bad for both teams. This is just going to be a brawl. But another tie comes out already. This might actually be Space PB winning this fight, and they do. Viper does fall, but they can get back to the point really quickly, and there's 15 seconds left for Couch Potatoes to actually touch the point.
Yeah, we're going into the last fight now, and Couch Potatoes are literally only half the beat here. Geo might get the shadow, but it's not looking good for anybody else's ult. But hey, if Space PB can do it, I don't see why Couch Potatoes can't pull out a nice little 3v6 touch on point.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's a nice starting pick onto Stella, but the Reinhardt falls, and Geo not managing to get that shadow off is so crucial. Arcane Haze gets a shadow onto 2, and Phasix does go down almost immediately there. Arcane Haze just, as soon as they come back in the fight with that shadow, you cannot expect the enemy team to win. This actually might be it. The ball of Geo is going to come and touch, but I don't think they're going to be able to stall for long.
Yeah, just a lot of damage there. Space PB really had no right winning mecha base, to be honest. That 3v6 clutch, I still don't even know how it happened, to be honest. It's not like the graph was that big. It only got 2. The tire only gets 1. So I don't know how they just kind of donate these kills over to Space PB, especially at such a crucial moment. They did everything right, and then it just falls apart in the end. That is so heartbreaking for Space PB for sure.
Yeah, it really is. I think Space would be definitely, like, they should have won this. This was absolutely amazing defense. As soon as they got control of that choke, they played so well defending it. But I really want to go back over that 3v6 fight because it was so... It shouldn't have been won. Viper just played so well there. Just imagine to get that back cap.
Yeah, 3v1, 3v6, sorry, and shouldn't have been won are kind of unanimous, you know? It's kind of a no-brainer. Obviously, I don't know how they managed to pull that off. And I just think it shouldn't have been won. Like, that was such a baffling play to me. Like, why would you split up your team 3 and 3? 3 go to point and 3 go height. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. Unless couch potatoes are literally have potatoes for brains, like, that just should not have worked at all. They should have just... this is what they did. Couch potatoes, they eliminate the 3 that go high ground, and then they just move on to the 3 that are on point. It doesn't matter if you cap, because it's not like you're at 99, you're still at 36. So it was just so, I think, just lucky for Space PB to have won that. They made the wrong call, and it still works out for them. So maybe they just have the individuals in Stellar and Thrax to make that work, but definitely a very nice play.
Yeah, it was. It was. I do want to point out Viper, although they did have a little bit of a throw beginning in that round, I think they were really crucial because they were the first ones to touch that point, and I guess they made a play for attention. They knew they couldn't win that fight up front in time because they knew the grav was coming out. So Viper made a play for attention, and attention in Overwatch is such a big deal because as soon as your attention's split, especially in a brawl comp, it's so difficult to really win out those fights, and that's when the individual skill that we saw coming out quite well from the side of Couch Potatoes really made a difference.
Yeah, I guess that could have been kind of what they were going for, but I guess on point, I guess the comms kind of broke down for Couch Potatoes. We won't get too into it. I'm sure the desk will break that one down quite nicely. We won't get bogged down in the details. What's done is done, I suppose. We will be going into Blizzard World next, it seems, so that could be interesting as well.
Yeah, so we've seen Space PB come out on the ball before as well on Busan. I think that's called Sanctuary, I think. We saw them come out on the ball there. That's quite good on Blizzard World as well, right?
Ball definitely, yeah, could work for Blizzard World especially. I also think Sombra is actually quite good on Blizzard World, so maybe a nice counterplay available for them. We'll definitely have to see anyways. But I'd say going into this map, I honestly think it's still pretty 50-50. I think the DPS are definitely going to come into it as well, but I do think Arcane Haze, so far anyway, has just kind of been getting the better of the tank matchup at the moment. So we'll see if maybe Geo has something to say about that. Maybe they're going to step up a little bit in Blizzard World.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be really fun to see that because we always see Arcane Haze kind of doing the main damage dealing of this team. Although Stella is amazing on all of the heroes they play, Arcane Haze probably has more damage throughout the entirety of their matches, but just because of that Reinhardt, and they showed they're really good at this ball as well. So I think it's really good that we're kind of seeing some potential comps that we can see Stella on that Tracer again, especially on attack. If they can go for a Tracer ball, Arcane Haze and Stella working together like before, that's the kind of thing I want to see here.
Yeah, I definitely think the added flexibility from Space PB's roster, kind of just in the fact that they can play this ball tracer, as you were highlighting, it is pretty much unbeatable. Like, if a ball tracer go into your backline, there's almost no way to counterplay that unless you literally devote your entire comp to counterplaying this. And then, if say you do that, you play like Sombra, Kree, Brig, Lucio, and you just completely counterplay the ball tracer dive. Well, then the 4 other members of Space PB are just going to be killing your front line. Like, it's a real catch-22. So I definitely think Ball Tracer is still very, very powerful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's almost kind of what we saw on the end of Mecha Base there, right? With as long as if Space PB managed to get the split the attention of the team they're fighting, as soon as that attention is split, it's really difficult to protect yourself from everyone around. But we are going in onto Blizzard World here, and we've got quite a brawly tank line with a Hanzo on defense.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. I did see them kind of tease maybe going a Sigma Genji comp, but in the end, it's Coach Potatoes who are now in red actually. They will not be doing this, and I see this rotate a lot. I cast a number of different kind of Diamond Leagues. I see this rotate all the time, and I still don't like it. just like rotate up and then like around the back, I never really was a fan of it. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe they can make it work, but I don't think I've ever seen it work. This stuff rotate.
Yeah, maybe it looks like Depression might be looking for that, or they're just going to stay up here spamming. They think they've got the better spam, so they can just take away all the resources. Depression does fall extremely low though, and they try to focus, but the tanks are there to save him. That's really, really nice play from Arcane Haze, or from Geo there, just to protect their Genji, because that's one of the core damage dealers once you've got that Nano Blade up. The Deflect is now burned, and so is the Lamp. The Lamp cooldown is so crucial, and it's going to be really hard to push in against Arcane Haze now. And we already got a window from the attacking side.
The Shatter! Oh, he catches two! Oh, he instantly dies! What is going on right now?
Yeah, this is just absolute chaos. The Shadow was absolutely beautiful, but nothing came of it. And then a huge dragon coming in that actually takes out the Lucio. That is so, so crucial. And the Bob is on the point from the attacking side. This might actually get a tick. Yeah, they actually managed to get a tick somehow with the Reinhardt left on point. This is so back and forth, but Geo does fall and the Bob is about to go. They potentially got... I think they just missed that second tick, but it was a free tick, essentially, at the end of that round.
If they got that second tick, they would have been kicking themselves. Absolutely. If the Bob just solo pretty much got them 2 ticks, that would have been good. I don't know why Geo pushed out there. That was a really big misplay from him. I think they could have gotten that second tick pretty easily, but instead they tried to like 1v2 when they were 1 HP. So interesting play from Geo. Maybe getting a little bit... Oops, sorry, I just punched my mic. Maybe getting a little bit too ambitious there. But either way, their ults are definitely coming online here. They're about even at the moment. Blade Graph available here for Couch Potatoes. I think that would certainly be their win condition here, since they already invested that window and that Bob. So ult's looking about even.
I think it's just going to be really good to see if Viper can get their beat off just before Depression comes in with this Blade, because I imagine that's the only way they can counter it, and that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah,
the beat actually doesn't come out. Depression manages to get a kill onto the Hanzo, that's really good, and the Baptiste counters, but Stella gets a pick onto the Genji right at the end of their Blade. That's a lot less damage for the attacking side now. Phasix is falling extremely low, and they actually managed to get saved. Geo just here swinging. That's a big grab, but the beat does come out from Viper to try and keep their Xayah alive. It doesn't actually work. This looks like the attacking side might do it, but as I say that, Stella gets a pick onto the Baptiste. There's a lot less heals coming out, and Arcane Haze is back, and we can see what they can do, even 1v5. No, nothing's going to work out. It's just Viper running around on point, and that's first point taken.
Yeah, I think Stella actually managed to get like 3 kills in that round there, just flash fanning over and over again. You love to see it, you know, the good old-fashioned right clicks. You know, you can kind of feel the salt left on the ground after you get flash fanned, you know. But either way, it was an interesting play there from Viper to hold the beat there. Maybe they didn't think they could get their team with it. Maybe they just thought that Depression would whiff their Blade. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, it very much was not whiffed. It did manage to get a kill and a lot of pressure. So I think the beat there would have been the right play, because solo beating your Zarya when they're solo grabbed, there's just too much focus. It's just not going to work out. So definitely an interesting play in the Dragon as well early.
Yeah, we actually see a pick coming out from Thrax onto Depression. You can't deflect a Zarya left click, so that's just not going to work out. Stella gets a pick onto the Baptiste, and this is it. We're just going to see Space PB come back and roll through the attacking team, and they now have control of this payload. Yeah,
I wonder if Space PB are going to go for a spawn count. That's kind of what I've been seeing a lot in my ladder, especially because I am, of course, even though I may seem like a top 500 player, I am only Diamond Master. But I actually like the kind of spawn camp hold on top of Boathouse. I think it's actually pretty strong. It kind of guarantees you a second fight, if not even a third fight, to be honest. Gets you a lot of time to get back to that card. And it's just a very strong position to hold. Either way, they will be opting for this top right, and the ults are pretty even as well right now.
Yeah, they are, and Depression comes in with the Nano Blade, or with the Blade. They don't actually manage to get the first kill. They get it onto Stella in the end. They're looking for the Hanzo, and the Hanzo does fall too, but in the front line, Arcane Haze got a kill onto the Baptiste, but it looks like the rest of the team may be falling. Arcane Haze is falling low, but Thrax gets a kill onto Depression. Thrax coming back here. They might actually be able to hold this.
Yeah, I don't think they can really challenge Card at the moment, but they can definitely pressure and keep this high ground, which is actually very important, because that entire fight was just kind of for the high ground. They are getting some decent card tempo with quicker spawns. I do think Space PB can just kind of zoom back and take this one 6v3 pretty much.
Yep, Poops manages to get the Bob out, and that's definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto Arcane Haze, especially with Phasix just wrapped behind them. And Stella getting 2 picks. Space PB are just absolutely relying on Stella right now just to keep them in the game. Thrax as well, showing so much dominance. As soon as they get high charge, they're doing so well.
Yeah, Couch Potato kind of overconfident there. Space PB definitely make the right play. Speaking of the right play, what a shadow from Arcane Haze.
Yeah, that was just a really nice shadow at the end there, just to confirm the fight and to get a couple more stagger kills going into what could be last fight.
Yeah, that is actually huge. I think that shatter pretty much guarantees it is last fight. So that's actually a very, very smart play from Arcane Haze, especially because it helps Thrax build up that grab, which they now have. Comboing that with even just a beat and a Rhine swing into it, or even a high noon if you're feeling a little bit quick play, shall we say, definitely could be a very nice play. So on this side of Couch Potatoes, they only really have this grab, still a little bit away from Dragon, but Grab Dragon is definitely going to be the win condition here for Couch Potatoes.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for that, but in the back line, or even in the front line, Thrax managed to get a kill. Xbox does fall extremely low and has to go get a health pack. That means they're going to be out the fight, and there's a huge grab coming out from Thrax. That might actually be it. I don't think anyone else is alive other than Depression, and they're just going to fall right now.
Wow, what a play from Thrax, man. Thrax is showing up big time. We were kind of highlighting how the DPS would be very important, and Thrax is just saying, oh yeah, well, there's some other people on the team that aren't named Stellar or Depression, you know? So yeah, definitely Thrax turning up big here, getting multiple kills in each round. And then as we saw there at the very end, turning up with an absolutely massive grab before Couch Potatoes can come up with their own Grab Dragon.
Yeah, I think that they needed to go with that aggressive play just to confirm that they could win that, because in Overwatch, if you're reacting, you're less likely to win the fight. You need to be you need to be the actioners. You need to make sure the enemy team are reacting and having to deal with what you're doing, and that was just really good play, especially from the high ground, because they weren't expecting it as much. They had Arcane Haze in their front line swinging and Thrax just above them throwing in right clicks, and then eventually that grab to show dominance again coming out from Space PB.
Yeah, here's a nice little tip for your ladder games, guys. If the enemy team have Grab Dragon, just don't let them use it, Forehead. Just kill them before they have time to use it. It's not that hard, guys. Like, Grab Dragon's really weak. You just need to kill them first. So, yeah, definitely Thrax taking that advice to heart, you know? And that's why they're winning.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see, because they are playing the Brawl on attack. They're not opting for Arcane Haze on the ball. So with Brawl on the attack against this spam comp, how are they going to do that?
I do think that this may be one of the opportunities where the kind of roundabout rotation will work, but teams are just doing it wrong. They kind of stand on the high ground and just kind of look at them for a little bit. Don't do that. Just go around the back, go down Mega, take the least amount of time you can do it. The more spam you eat, the worse you're going to do. Don't let your shields break. Don't use cooldowns. Just walk the whole way around and then try to speed up and close the distance. This is exactly what you don't want to be doing. And look, see, Arcane Haze already has no shield, and now they're just kind of stuck in this kind of limbo.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got both the shields up the front, just stopping any damage from it coming in. Arcane Haze goes extremely low there as well. Just managed to get saved by the rest of the team, but they have a lot of resources taken out. We see Xbox just coming behind, just to try and get a little spam, try and build up their ult charge, and Arcane Haze is running in the front with that speed boost. They get a huge anti onto Geo. That's absolutely amazing, but the lamp saves them. They can't actually confirm that kill yet. Viper tries, but Arcane Haze, they were by themselves. Viper left them to go into the backline, and there was nothing they could do. As soon as the Viper was out the way, Arcane Haze was stuck in that front line.
Yeah, I'd say Couch Potatoes actually got pretty lucky there. They were being very aggressive with their double shields. Ideally, what you want to do is put as much space between you and the Brawl as possible, but they were kind of playing it like a Brawl. They were like holding at the first corner, and they almost paid for that. It was a good anti from Nick Argo, but in the end, it doesn't amount to much. They do have this Nano on the side of Space PB. Blade's still a little bit away, and Grab's still a mile away. So they may just go on with the Grab with the Nano High Noon, perhaps. We'll have to see what they opt for.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We've got Depression just spamming in, trying to build up this High Noon, and they're actually getting pretty good shots in now. But we see the Flux coming out, and Arcane Haze falls before the Flux even happens. The bubble gets burst down, and this is another solid defense coming out from Couch Potatoes.
Yeah, Space PB not looking too hot right now. Arcane Haze just kind of walks in alone. They hesitate for even a second, and Phasix catches that, just fluxes them up, and makes it impossible to follow Arcane. Obviously, Orion alone ain't gonna fare too well against the amount of damage on this side of Couch Potatoes, so just kind of instantly gets evaporated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I really want to say that Depression here doing so well on this McCree, just to put a lot of pressure on it. It's not always getting kills, but it's putting pressure and it's forcing this out of Space PB to use resources where they don't really want to.
Okay, this is a good rotation here. Oh my god, they're actually baiting with the Genji. Oh, never mind. Never mind. The bait went a little bit too far and he dies. I thought that would be forehead. I thought the Genji would keep the attention there, and the rest of the team would swing around from behind. That could have been forehead for sure, but he bites off a little bit more than he can chew and just dies instantly pretty much.
Yeah, and they don't even have this blade up yet. This is taking a long time. It's been like 3 minutes to build up this blade. This is an 8 blade if I've ever seen one. But we see Arcane Haze with an nano boost. They're going to ignore this Genji blade and they're just going to go in by themselves. Arcane Haze goes for a shatter and hits 3 down. The blade comes out, but we see picks coming back from Depression. Somehow, Depression is just managing to get this done, even with all of the ultimates coming out from Space BB. Viper uses the beat here just to try and confirm, and Stella actually manages to get some kills, but Stella does fall in the end there as well. Geo getting loads of picks on this Orisa, especially with Depression by their side. Somehow, with all of those ultimates, Space BB still lost?
Why would Viper beat that? Why would they beat a 3v4? I know it looked winnable, but that's just a debate, bro. There's still 2 shields and a McCree. And the way Depression's been playing, you do not want to take those odds, man. Just keep the beat for next fight. You can maybe beat Speed Amp in and keep Arcane Haze alive, because he is not doing a great job of staying alive right now. He will have one last attempt at least here. Last fight, and yeah, there's no ults at all. And there goes
Arcane Haze. That's just really unfortunate. We're just seeing Depression going absolutely bonkers on this McCree. Look at that. They got 2 picks with their high noon. Just, this is so well played from Depression, and that's a dominant defense on the side of Couch Potato.
Yeah, Space PB just look absolutely stumped. They have no idea what to do to counterplay this. And it does look like we will be going to a map 3. And I think Urazy put it best in our last game. That was a bit of a clown fiesta, to be honest. A lot of votes and just a lot of weird rotations. Definitely a lot of opening picks for Couch Potatoes. As you were saying, highlighting Depression. Bit of a carry on that Kree, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that was just, as you and Urazy said, it's a clown fiesta. When all those ultimates are coming out, something within Space PB hasn't been clicking against this spam comp. I'm not sure what it is, because they've always been good. They've played Brawl into almost every composition that I've seen. I think I've seen them play Brawl throughout all of the tournaments I've casted over them. They've always picked Brawl, and they've always won it somehow. But it just hasn't been working today against this spam. What do you think it is that's picking them apart?
I think it's mainly just the front line of Couch Potatoes staying alive. It's the front line staying alive and Depression staying alive. I think those 3 are kind of the key right now. Like, while the other 3, like Geo, Poops, and Crumble, while they do end up dying, the amount of cooldowns that Space would be need to use to get into the backline and get those kills, once those kills have like achieved and the fight settles down into just kind of Orion sitting there with no cooldowns, because they don't have speed, so they can't engage. They're down on health, because obviously the amount of damage that Double Shield can output is insane. And then at that point, they just kind of ran out of steam. Space PB, they're kind of, I won't make that that analogy, shall we say, but they're just kind of running out of steam. They're just kind of falling off. They're just not keeping up that same energy, because they can't. Unless they end that fight quickly, Double Shield will win almost 100% of the time, especially with Depression just hitting every shot.
Yeah, I want to highlight Depression. They're playing so well, because they really did. And we're going on to Rialto for the next map. And can you really play spam on the defense here as well?
I especially think on the second half of first, I think spam is very powerful. I think especially with Ash Hanzo, I think it's pretty much unstoppable, to be honest. I definitely think it's a better comp to run rather than just all-out brawl. I especially think if the other team knows what they're doing, because I think May Brawl is kind of what a lot of people think about when they hear Rialto, because obviously that initial half of first point is very, very tight. But if the enemy team just holds in that kind of open courtyard square space, it's like impossible to get a good May wall. It's impossible to get value from speed amps, because the other team can either trade speed amp and get out of there, or they can just position far away on the double shield. So I think if Couch Potatoes come out on this double shield again, I would honestly just call it here, Couch Potatoes 2-1, to be honest.
That's a really confident showing, and it's difficult to find a draw on these escort maps. It's possible, but it's extremely rare to see it. So this is most likely going to be our last map of this series. And you're thinking that if Couch Potato managed to play this spam comp well, that they might actually win it out.
I think Space PB just looked so lost.
Mm.
They looked like a lost puppy when Couch Potatoes were playing this brawl. Like they just looked like they used the 6 ults, and I think they just kind of expected that to win. They were just like, okay, guys, we're all just gonna walk in and click Q. We're not gonna have a plan. We're not gonna sync the ults up. We're just gonna click Q and see what happens. And then nothing works. Like they beat way too late. They just everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. They didn't compensate for Couch Potatoes having ults. They seemed to think they were the only people who were allowed to bank 6 ults. So it just was not looking good for Space PB whatsoever. Maybe that was just a bad map for them, but man, it just fell apart at the seams for them.
Yeah, it really did. But it is Space PB's map pick, so maybe they've got some hidden tactic that they've got prepared for Rialto, especially maybe it's this brawl, maybe they really think they've got some potential spawn camp capability.
I feel unless they just run a I think if Couch Potatoes do have double shield in their sights here for this map, I think unless Space PB have prepared either Sigma Ball, Double Bubble, or maybe like a Sim TP Brawl strat, I think it's as good as done, to be honest. I think Space PB, they cannot go into this with regular Brawl. They have to mix it up somehow, even if it's just on the fly. They cannot come out here on this Brawl and do the same thing they just tried on Desert World. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, well, that's strong words come out from you there. That I'm excited to see it because Space PB have been typically so good on this brawl, and it's quite interesting to see them being picked apart. And I'm really interested to see what the desk thinks later, to see if there's anything that the desk think is really happening to cause this. I'm sorry for my webcam going a bit burny there. I think it should be back, hopefully. But yeah, I guess I just on fire over here with these really good games.
Spitting bars, you know.
Oh yeah, exactly. Rap God Echo coming out soon, right?
Echo raps too much.
Maybe that should be my new name in the Discord, because I think right now it's Echo talks too much. So
exactly, you're not even talking; you're just rapping, bro. Spitting.
Yeah. Well, if you could beatbox over me next time we go into a fight, I think that'd be really fun. I'm sure everyone would enjoy that.
Who knows? Maybe instead of going to one of those 3 kind of Lijiang brawls, we can just start rapping here. You know, we can just start jamming out with the boys. You know.
I mean, we could do. I'm not sure if everyone at home would like that, but hey, if you're interested in that, put some say something in the Twitch chat, and we can maybe look at that. But maybe we'll look at Dab doing that instead of me. Who knows? But for now,
who knows?
we are going into Rialto. So you said that you really expect if Space PB can't adapt their brawl, that they're likely to lose this.
Yeah, I definitely think 100% they're going to lose this, because the biggest problem with Rialto, I think, for attackers is that there's very little versatility in where you can rotate. As we saw in Blizzard World, there was like a few rotates you can do. You can go left, right, center. But on this map, you can really only go main or right side. Left side is a death sentence. You will just get booped and die. Right side is very, very long and open. Like, if they're playing double shield, coming down here is also a death sentence. And then main is also, it's kind of the combination of both. It's not too long, but it's long enough to be deadly. And it's not too boopable, but it's boopable enough for Lucio's to try every single game to try to boop you. Like, they always think they can they're always hiding up there, like at the very top of the skybox, and they descend from the heavens. So who knows, maybe Viper has that in the store. But either way, this comp from Couch Potato, sorry, it's not looking great. It's exactly what we said would probably spell the end of Space VB.
Yeah, I'm excited to see whether or not it will be, because they're playing this spam comp quite together. They're really sticking together and making sure they spam down all of the resources, but it looks like Arcane Haze wants to push forward and they just back off. That's exactly what the spam comp wants to do, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. They're playing this a lot better now. The pulls are very good from Geo. So much damage. A nice wall will at least block line of sight for a moment. Xbox Gengu main, they will be speeding in from the right side, so at least some innovativity coming in. Arcane Haze alone, though, gets absolutely split up. The pull from Geo is so damn clean. It segregates their team so beautifully. Arcane Haze, the only one who doesn't get pulled. So he's still holding W, and his team are like, Arcane Haze, we're not there, by the way. You know, they're still like way back. So just very nice play there from Gio with that hold.
Yeah, that was really, really beautiful pull, and it was detrimental to Arcane Haze because as they usually have their team supporting them and carrying them through the aggressive Reinhardt play, they didn't this time. But they're speed boosting up now, and the pull actually doesn't work as well as it did before. The lamps from both teams come out, and Space get the first kill onto the Zenyatta, and the second onto Baptiste. Xbox is doing so good, but Depression does manage to get a kill onto the cargo, and a big flux coming out. But Phasix actually gets taken out by Xbox. That was so unlucky. And somehow, even with Phasix falling there, Depression gets 3 kills. They're so good on this McCree.
I think Gengu main literally just killed 3 people of couch potatoes. If I were them, I would be molding right now. Like, they did so much from that off angle. They denied the flux, they got 2 picks, and they still lose that one. Like, again, we can just see it kind of falling apart slowly. For Space PB, the longer the fight goes on, and Bongo earlier combo, this looks like a team wipe, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm totally expecting this Torb ultimate to come out now just to confirm everything, especially maybe with this Mail. This Mail is going to be countered by the Torb. That's really, really nice play, and they get all the kills. They do use their Transcendence just to confirm everything, but I'm not sure if that was needed.
Yeah, that trance is a little bit yikes. You're definitely going to be wanting that one back. It's Semi definitely probably getting a little bit overconfident, I suppose. Like, losing 1 or 2 people there isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, you literally just hold further back, and that's probably better for your comp. So I don't know why they trans that one. They're gonna have Grav, and that's just kind of an invite to get wiped now, because they will have pretty much every ult here on the side of its Space PB. They only invested Blizzard, and they managed to get out like 6 ults from the side of Couch Potatoes. So ult economy could be the undoing.
And that's a crucial Maywall. That cut off Depression and the rest of the team from supporting the dominant attack coming out from the Space BB. And they just get so many ultimates. Phasix does use the Flux, but they don't really find anything from it, and they just stagger themselves at that point.
Yeah, Couch Potatoes are doing a really bad job of just kind of managing their ult economy. They're just kind of bleeding ults. Like, it's just not looking too great from them. Their neutral grade game is pretty good, but when it comes to ult economy, they're just lost. And wow, very nice shot from Stellar onto Poops, who's literally just got out of spawn. So that'll pretty much deny any chance of a recontest.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see them pushing up. We see Xbox here just pushing up with Arcane Haze, trying to get potentially any late staggers. So they realize they're not going to find any, and it looks like the defending side are going to set up on this high ground.
Yeah, this high ground is definitely going to be the main point of contest for both teams, really. It's very powerful, very nice spot to have, and you cannot afford to give it up easily, especially against a Brawl comp. If Brawl take this corner, it's going to be very difficult for the double shield to really do anything, really. So, wow, a very nice wall. We'll completely segregate the team. Gives them a lot of time to walk up another in the faces with a window.
And a big window come in, but they walk past it. No one's there to really shoot into it, but even without it, they can just spam into that beautiful grab from the Thrax. Yet again, amazing play from them.
Yeah, I bet a trance would have been awful nice there, right? It's Semi? Yeah, it would have been lovely. But yeah, the trance was sadly used early. And here comes one of the, I think in my opinion, one of the biggest problems with using your trance a little bit odd. Oh, okay, never mind. We're already in the next fight, and there's a massive ball coming out.
Yeah, a big wall come out just to split everyone off even more. They're pushing this cart so far, and Arcane Haze is trying to go for a kill with Stella here onto Geo. Geo does get booped by Viper. That was such a nice boop, and it's going to give them a lot of ult charge as well. Arcane Haze just swinging into the enemy team, but somehow Depression and Semi plays get picks back. Is the cart actually going to get C9'd here? No, the DPS, including the Zen there, showing how crucial their fragging capability is.
Yeah, you definitely can never count a team out when these 3 are still alive. They can do so much damage with that Discord and Focus Fire. So definitely very nice play from them to just kind of win that one. There is still a Blizzard on the side of Base, and obviously no chance again because they invested too. I think unless Phasix can eat this, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to win.
Although we see a huge shadow coming out on this side of Arcane Haze. That was so beautiful. Even with the Griffith Flux, there's nothing they can do. Arcane Haze just dominating yet again.
Yeah, just not able to kind of reposition the shield fast enough there for Phasix. Obviously, they have a lot going on right now. You know, they got to eat the mayo, get the huge flux, and then also just not die. So a lot going on for them, often the juggle, and in the end it's just too much. And in the end, it's Arcane Haze who comes out with a nice shatter, They do invest Shatter and Mayo here. So
And that's a big Maywall onto Geo right there, but they don't actually manage to find anything off of it. That was a bit unfortunate they didn't push in, and the Bob is in the backline. Depression managed to take out Xbox, but Thrax takes down the Bob. This is still a reasonably even fight for the attacking side. It looks like they're going to want to push it. Phasix goes really, really low here, and they get taken out by Ark and Haze. That's so good. They're just going to keep on pushing, and the grab comes out. It gets Poops. Poops is going to fall. Depression does take out Thrax with that high noon, but honestly, the Space PB here just absolutely dominating again.
Yeah, I'm not going to make too much of a difference. That one pick will be nice for at least a stall fight, because they shouldn't be back recently. Arcane Haze are taking very aggressive positioning on the right side. I think they're looking for a shatter. They are indeed.
And they do! That was so well played from Arcane Haze. It was a bit predictable, but there was nothing to stop it. But Depression and Grumble coming back. Both the DPS and the supports just absolutely fragging off here for the side of Couch Potato. They might save this defense.
Depression, man, time and time again, coming up with the goods. I'm sure Arcane Haze maybe wishes they were a little bit more accurate with that pin, maybe aimed for Depression instead of Poops there. You know, maybe get that priority on board, really. But yeah, they will clutch this out, and with only a minute left, it is still winnable, at least for the moment. There is no ults on the side, but hey, who knows?
And Geo gets caught off with that Maywall. Their own Maywall manages to protect them, and a big mail is coming out from Stella. That's going to trap a lot of people in that. Combined with Xbox's high noon, that was so good. And that's a team wipe just to be able to push this all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, at least Couch Potatoes do manage to shave off an extra 30 seconds off the time bank with that kind of clutch defense hold. That's like an entire fight, so they definitely will be happy with that, at least for the time being. But Space PB did look a lot better, and I think ult economy is pretty much just what won them that. Like, Couch Potatoes' ult economy was just awful. Like, I'm just gonna say it was trash. They just did not coordinate anything. They just were throwing away ults for absolutely no reason.
That seems to be their main mistake that we're seeing throughout all the matches we've seen them in today. Is they use their ultimates well when they use them, but they use too many of them.
Yeah, they're just definitely over-investing. Optimally, you only really want to be using like 1 or 2 ults per fight to just kind of win them. Especially if the other team isn't investing, then you should only really be using 1. Like, if you can, you know? So definitely some interesting ult usage. It's Semi and I think Phasix definitely come to mind. Well, when in terms of interesting ult usage, I suppose, just kind of trying to 1v6, I suppose, or just using ults when they're not needed. And as I said, Viper is indeed maybe going for a spawn boop there. He was chilling out at a skybox. He's came back down to earth now, though, but who knows? Maybe we'll get a nice agility 6k boop, you know?
I mean, Viper is lining up for a rollout, so it'd be really nice to get a perspective on them for the observer, as Viper's really going to be looking for this. You can see them lining up, and they're going for it. As a Lucio player, I absolutely love watching this, and I've had a lot of chat with Viper about Lucio, so I'm excited to see if this boop can get anything, but they decide not to do it. They see the spam comp, and they go back to their team to help speed them out. That's better for the team, but it's not as exciting for us.
Yeah, Viper really should just be kind of playing for content. I'm a little bit disappointed, to be honest. Either way, there will be an Orisa Hog. Are we back in like 2019? What is going on?
I guess so, but Stella shows the right clicks on this Mei are so powerful when you do them right, and takes out its Semi really early in that fight.
Yeah, Hog Orisa just isn't good. The only thing that made it good was the pulls. So, and as I know better than any, being a main tank player, it's like Orisa's just not great. She's definitely not what she used to be whatsoever. So they will thankfully be swapping at least to this more double shield pokey comp. They know that Space PB at least have problems with it. They're looking to exploit that yet again.
Yeah, and we're going to see this coming in, and it's going to be crucial because Arcane Haze's shield is falling already. He has no shield left, and the window comes out inside the defense. Thrax is going to be spamming their right clicks through that along with Stella, but Poops gets the first pick onto Viper. Without that speed boost, it's going to be so much more difficult, and Depression takes out Xbox in the middle of their high noon. That's so much more difficult for Space PB at this point now, especially with Thrax going anti-Depression is going to get so many kills here.
Yeah, very nice Maywall. Unfortunately, Space PB kind of get caught out by a little bit of a crossfire, to be honest. I think 2 members of Couch Players were still sitting main, while the rest were kind of over there on the left side. A good wall from Stella for sure, but in the end it wasn't enough. They do have ults if they choose to recontest this, especially since Couch Players don't really have anything to speak of, and they will be going for the touch.
but Depression takes out a Viper immediately. That was so well played, but a huge shadow coming back from Arcane Haze. They might actually win this out, even with losing their Lucio so early. It looks like they're going to. Stella uses their Mail as well, just to try and confirm this fight.
Yeah, Mayo definitely not needed at all, I would say, to be honest. I think if they won that with no ults, that could have been just what wins them this map, to be honest. If they did invest one of their win conditions, this could have been pretty easily won for them, I think. But unfortunately, they do invest that ult, so it is still looking about even in terms of ult economy. But Grav will be online, so that's definitely a big win condition.
Yeah, the grab, and it looks like Xbox is going to be close to their high noon again, but Depression does have this Dragon Strike, and we've seen what they can do with that before. We see the Torbot coming out first, and that's going to do a lot of damage. It pushes all of the team back, and they have to hide in the single room. The spam comp gets a lot of spam onto them, and Nicargo goes down first. A huge Dragon coming out from Depression, and that just forces them into the Torb ultimate. That was a really nice combo between the two DPS players there.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't really like the preemptive Turbo because, I mean, their team kind of want to be hiding inside of there anyway because they don't really want to be eating spam. But then with the follow-up Dragon there, it was just very, very well executed, kind of zoning them into that room. Then obviously there's nowhere really to run from that Dragon ult. So yeah, definitely good syncing up there from them. And as we saw on the defense, there will again be this very intense fight for high ground.
Yeah, but we have Phazix with this Gravitic Flux. They're going to get a bit of spam charge here, and then they're going to start looking for it maybe as soon as they start pushing in. But Arcane Haze is pushing in really quickly. Hoops gets the first kill onto Stella, and we see high noons coming out from Xbox, but nothing really happens with it. Phazix got a beautiful Gravitic Flux, and they just roll through them there.
Yeah, the Phazix did very well not to die. They were actually caught in a grab, I believe. So I was really thinking they would just die and the Flux wouldn't get much. But yeah, the Flux for Phazix definitely wins in that fight. Even with the lamp, it drops him so low, and this just clean up from then on pretty much. Especially with the amount of damage, it's just pretty easy. And Bongo early for Geo as well.
Arcane Haze goes extreme low and gets taken out so early, but Thrax takes out Geo. This is just back and forth. Both main tanks are down. We're going to see what happens now. Depression's looking for a pick, and they get the opposing Hanzo so low. But they get taken out. They weren't expecting the wall climb. Phazix does take out Nicargo, but it actually looks like Space PB might be taking this back.
Yeah, that was pretty bad Bongo for Geo, to be honest. Wasn't positioned well. They just speed boost onto it and win. I'm pretty sure Bongo is the highest win rate ult in the game. I'm pretty sure anyways. So definitely not an ult to be undervalued whatsoever. It can be extremely powerful. And just positioning it kind of so carelessly, definitely not what you want to see from your Orisa. They will be sticking to this double shield, however. And of course, they will be contesting the high ground. A good pull on the Thrax, but will only force that first one.
Yeah, and we just see them pushing around. We see Stella get a huge wall onto both of the tanks. That is going to be so difficult. And Stella does use the ultimate, and a big shadow come out from Arcane Haze. But Phazix tries to use their Flux to turn this, and they actually take out two of the opposing team. But Thrax actually takes out. Viper died mid-beat. That is so unfortunate. That might have just lost them that fight.
Yeah, that is just Phazix going absolutely massive again. I was getting ready to be like, oh, look, Catch Players did it again. What bad ult people. But they actually managed to clutch that one. So I guess once in a blue moon, you know, the questionable ult usage will indeed pay off. So they do manage to win that, win the losing fight, I suppose you could say there. It does seem like Catch Players are just pulling these like 3v6s like out of the hat. It's like it's on cooldown. Every third fight, they have to win pretty much. They just have to win a 3v6. It's like written in their contracts or something.
Yeah, they can't help but do it, but Depression goes for the Dragon Strike here, just trying to split up the enemy team. And actually they take out the opposing Hanzo. Arcane Haze gets slept and then naded, and Phazix is pushing in aggressively trying to confirm this kill. And in the meantime, Depression takes out Viper. That's so good. Hoops here has their Molten Core and they're going for it. That actually might not get much value because other than Arcane Haze, no one really is cut off from it. Phazix gets that kill and Geo is now just spamming into the defender's spawn, and that's going to be so difficult to push into.
Yeah, again with kind of the odd ult usage from Poops. They do still have this Bongo, so yeah, it will come out early. So much damage they can't even touch. Very nice work there from Couch Players. They will get a much faster time bank than Space PB.
Yeah, I'm loving this showing between the two teams. It's so exciting to watch them kind of fight back and forth. They're so evenly matched in these opposing comps because they seem like they're both teams are on their comfort picks on these very different comps that really play against each other. We are going to a quick pause for just a second, but we will be back with the match soon once this match actually does get paused. There we go. In the meantime, I do just want to talk about the show from Phasix here on this Sigma. They're so good at that, at just everything to do with the Sigma I've seen.
I do think Phasix is actually playing very well. Although their fluxes can be a little bit hit or miss, I just think they're neutral in just staying alive. Because I'm pretty sure they're like last to die every single time. So they're just very, very good at staying alive, keeping the consistent damage output, and more importantly, keeping Depression alive, who is kind of the star of the show at the moment on the DPS, just hitting so many shots. So I do think Phasix staying alive is a massive part of Couch Potato's success for sure. So yeah, definitely a very nice little shout out there to Phasix on that Sigma.
Yeah, I'm loving this showing. It's so good, and it's really fun to watch because Sigma, although they're one of the more versatile tanks and people consider them quite powerful, there's so many different things you can do, and you can play Sigma in so many different ways. So watching that happen in real time with Phasix is so interesting to watch.
Yeah, Phasix definitely. Yeah, I just think Sigma as a character, you're very, very powerful still. I think the buff, the nerf to their shield, which reduces its the amount of time you have to wait before you can put it back out. I think all that really did was raise the skill ceiling, and when you have the skill floor, sorry, and when you have players like Phasix running around, I don't think it makes too big a difference, to be honest. Those extra few seconds can just be spent chunking out damage. You know, you can just focus on damage. One less thing to worry about. But this Sigma ball, I think, is a good adaptation from Space PB. I think the ball just needs to be very, very careful because of that kind of pull rock that can just burn the ball in a second.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we want to see. We want to see this adaptation come out from them. They've currently got the Discord on Phasix, which is going to mean they take a lot of extra damage coming out, and it could mean their death. This is going to be so fun to watch.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a very interesting. The Ball Tracer are still only setting up, so they're definitely just going to have to kind of wait for Ball Tracer to engage onto something here, presumably the Zen. But they're fully aware, actually, so gonna have to delay it at least a little bit, and a lot of pressure coming on here onto Thorax, dropping very low. But the ball
and they go in for the dive. Poops does get knocked up, but nothing happens. The lamp comes out to save them. Stella actually gets taken out by Poops. That was a really nice trade from that Tourbillon, just to ensure that Tracer cannot use their recall. Arcane Haze in the meantime trying to cause chaos in the backline and takes out Depression. That's a really nice pick. Stella coming back from spawn, but in the meantime Arcane Haze just causes so much chaos, and when that happens, Xbox can just cause havoc on that Echo, just absolutely dominating Phasix, who can't really stop the beam coming out from that Echo.
Yeah, Arcane Haze is just doing very, very well on the ball. A very nice boop onto Phasix. Just dispositions him completely, and as you can see, a nice little 2K there with the swingy, the little hook, the little grapple. But Cromwell did choose to invest that window. Not the worst thing in the world. It's a very quick charging ult. But with ults coming online on both teams, really, it's going to be a Urazi patented Clown Fiesta coming up for sure, especially since we're in overtime.
Although the Zen on the side of Couch Potato does not have that Transcendence, and they're nowhere near to it. That could be crucial, right?
Yeah, definitely going to be making a difference here. High ground again being heavily contested. Going to the background here, the Tracer does have pulls, but it misses the blinks.
Yeah, and Depression just, again, showing this McCree how good they are on it. Its semi-plays does fall on that Zen because of Thrax on that Sigma, but Depression then takes out Thrax. This is back and forward again. The Pulse Bomb actually takes out Poops, but Stella takes out themselves as well. Depression cleaning up on point, and no one else can touch because the Echo was too high in the sky.
Yeah, Stella with a nice little two-man Pulse Bomb there, getting themselves on the Tourbillon. But yeah, sadly in the end wasn't enough. They messed up their initial engage, and that actually had big ramifications for the match. As it kind of folded out there, Arcane Haze kind of ends up going in alone. I would have liked to maybe have just seen Arcane Haze just boop them down off the high ground. I think that would have been the play, boop them down to high ground, then maybe start investing ults, kind of get yourself high ground positioning. But instead they choose to fight on the high ground, which I don't think is too good. Because if you're fighting on the high ground, you're kind of disabling. You're kind of getting in a little bit too close than you would like to double shield, which I know sounds odd, because double shield are mainly a poke comp, but the issue is Space PB are pretty much playing 4v6 unless their Ball and Tracer are diving. So if you're playing 4v6, obviously you're not favored. So I just didn't really like kind of where they chose to fight there, choosing to fight the high ground rather than just boot them down. But yeah, that's just kind of my take on it, I guess.
No, that makes complete sense. And we actually see Arcane Haze on the Orisa. I don't think I've ever seen this in my time casting Space PB. This is going to be quite interesting to see as they're setting up relatively far back, especially with this Torb turret on that Mega, just to keep an eye out for anyone trying to flank.
Yeah, I think the dream here for Space PB is just bank 6 ults, wait for overtime, and then just win. So I think first point, oh wow, a nice early pick though. That'll definitely go a long way in shaving off the time. But yeah, what Space PB are going to be aiming to do here is just shave off as much time as possible on that first point, and then just use 6 ults and win on second point. Because the cart did get a good amount of distance on second point as well. So you would definitely have time to recontest and just kind of group up. So it's going to be all about shaving off time here.
Yeah, and they managed to get 2 picks already, which is going to really help them like keep that time bank as low as they can. We see Viper and Stella on the high ground as well, just above Arcane Haze on this Orisa, and yet again, Xbox gets the first pick on 2 poops. This is so good because without all of the DPS there, it's so much more difficult to spam into the opposing spam team. We do see Arcane Haze falling low, and Stella's just kind of popping shots in. We see the Molten Core come out on the side of Xbox, and that's going to force a lot of couch potatoes out of the way, and that's not exactly what they want to do. They want to be spamming as much as they can. Thrax has to use the their cooldowns here. Viper has to use their res onto Stella just to keep them alive. Thrax goes anti, Depression actually takes out, and this is so back and forth, but it looks like Space PB might be winning this out again.
Yeah, first fight isn't even over, and there's only 30 seconds left on the time bank. This is looking not great for Couch, and they're getting pushed! Oh no, this is dire. This is... If it semi-dies, it's just done, and yeah, that is rough. Now, it is the last fight through and through, and yeah, I think Space PB are playing this so well. Double shield v double shield is just gonna drag on for so long, unless your DPS can do something in an early flux now from Thrax.
Yeah, that was a really nice combo with that pull, but Thrax actually gets pulled back as well. This is just back and forth. We see a nice flux come out on the opposing side, but the Lamp's there to save most of them. The Bob comes out, but the Bob is now slept. Bazik's just having to spam in front line, but they go extremely low here. This is so risky play, but they've got to do it. Depression does actually get taken out, but with a big anti onto a lot of Space PB, this could be it. But it's not. Geo's not pushing it. Geo's taking so long to push up and get that shield up ready for the rest of their team. Crumbles now, taking it into their own hands, and Arcane Haze just got a massive pull there. If they can combo that up, they're going to win this fight.
Yeah, Bongo is a high impact ult. This could all turn out. The Bongo's going to give him so much damage. Thrax kind of overextends. Tobot onto point. This is looking 50-50 at the moment. Nobody has died.
Yeah, this fight is going on so long. I need to breathe so many times to try and live this, but Geo gets taken out, Crumble gets taken out as well. This is probably an Depression can get big out here, but they don't. They get taken out by Xbox as well. This looks like it. It looks like Space PB will win and advance on to the finals.
Those fights, man, they just never ended. Like, never-ending story. Eat your heart out, man. This is a never-ending, I don't know, encyclopedia, man. It just never ends at all. The fight's going on for so long. And in the end, Gangu Main actually finds 3 on that Toad. Like, that is just so much impact there. The DPS, definitely a star. And yeah, as you can see there, the beat that was not to be there from Viper. But man, what a showing from Space PB. I think the adaptations are definitely what saved them.
Yeah, that adaptation, it looked like they couldn't do it. When we were on Blizzard World, we were a bit cautious because you said you thought the Couch Potato would actually win this out, but Space PB adapted, which is exactly what they've been needing to do all through the series, but they haven't had to do it yet because they've not been actually challenged to this level. So it's really nice to see that they are capable of that, and how well it worked out for them.
Yeah, I definitely do think that if Space PB had just kind of tried that brawl over and over again, they just would have instantly lost. I think adaptation is 100% what they needed, and it's what they did in the end. They showed off multiple different comps, showing that they do have this versatility to just kind of find out a comp that breaks the enemy team, you know? So definitely refreshing to see at least some nice ball Sigma play. And as we can even see, it's not even like they're just kind of seeing Overwatch League play people do it and being like, oh, I could do that. I want to try that. Like, they can actually do it. So that's just very nice thing to see, especially from a Diamond team. It's very promising.
Yeah, absolutely. We will head onto a quick little break, and then after that we will go into the desk. Or actually, it looks like the desk are here, so we can go straight into the desk now. These guys will do a little bit of analysis and talk about everything. Thank you for coming along to cast today, Dab. I think you are done with the casting, but thank you for joining in. Thank you for impersonating myself and Urazi. It's been great to cast alongside you first time, and I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on. Thank you to everybody. Goodbye and good night.
We'll see you in a little bit.
I just came back from gym. I'm not sure about the whole score thing. I think Couch Potato won that match, right? Maybe.
Space.
Can someone tell me?
I
Alright,
think
Couch
Space.
Potato won.
Yes,
Oh, okay. Couch Potato won. That's a. I guess that you could count as an upset because the other team was favored in this tournament. But still, huge congrats to my boys back at Poggers, but we're not really Poggers anymore. So technically, this is a home win for us.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to see any of that match because I'm hosting the losers bracket, so I really haven't happened.
Yeah, I haven't
But
seen much either because I was too busy working on
Mm.
on
But
that.
if it's any news to you, the Holy Order of Torbjorns did beat SQ 2-0 in the previous match, I
Right.
believe.
And I believe the Holy Order Torbjorns is playing right now in a match currently.
Yeah, it's actually against SQ. I got it wrong.
Ooh, against SQ. Well, I hope my boys can pull it back and maybe get further into the
It's
tournament.
honestly, it could be quite an even match. I believe they're up one right now, but yeah, it's anyone's game at the moment. It's a shame chat can't see it, honestly.
We bought back. We bought another main tank in instead of auto for a few of the maps, I think. So chat can stop spamming main tank div because we did bring back. We have another main tank who is equally or even worse, more incompetent than Otto. So I don't know how that was possible, but
We'll see how he fares in the team structure.
yes, exactly. But we'll be on a break for now. We'll see you guys. That's over.
See you later.
Well, hello guys, we're back from a break. We're now gonna do a mini game called Draw Something. Basically, our caster Urazi is gonna draw something on the screen, and chat and us at the desk will be guessing what it is. So, yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Yeah.
that's that then.
So we've got a couple
What's
of
that?
a couple of technical issues just to mention. Is that chat is about a minute behind us. I think the delay's 30 seconds or a minute. I'm not exactly sure. So we will just have to leave it up on the screen for a little bit to allow them to guess. But I think that's fine.
The delay
Go
is
ahead.
actually, I think, like about 5 to 10 seconds. It's not actually that
Oh, okay, then that's fine.
For me, it is.
bad.
So go ahead,
I've got
Jurazi.
like a 3-minute delay. Mhm.
Can I draw anything, or is it just like something specific, like Overwatch characters, or just
Let's
something
choose the topic first. How about that?
topic? Okay.
What topic?
Let's just do Overwatch. Let's just do Overwatch since it's
Overwatch
pretty
in
big.
general. Okay, Overwatch
Yeah.
in general.
Overwatch in general. Let's go.
Sure.
Okay. Oh boy.
Oh, Urazi, make it as scuffed as possible.
Are you sure you want me to make it as scuffed as possible? Because I
Yes,
can make
I
it
do.
very scuffed.
We wanna see how scuffed it is. We wanna see the opposite of Echo's jawline.
Oh, wow, there we go. That didn't take
There
long.
you go. That joke is never gonna die
Really,
down.
really
It's gonna
just
keep coming back.
shoehorned that joke right in there.
Yep. Gonna keep coming back.
Topic equals echo.
Okay. Let me
Chat guess
fix
Genji.
this.
Pretty sure it's Genji, right? No, it's not.
That looks like
Oh,
a,
it's
that looks like a
Ryan.
Reinhardt, right?
Like
Wait,
Genji.
there's more to it. There's more to it.
Oh,
It's more
okay.
to it.
Oh,
Alright,
also,
let
so
him
we
finish the
have to
drawing.
wait for chat to say it as well, guys. Come on.
Oops.
He hasn't even started drawing for me. What can I can't. Why am
Oh,
I so
goodness,
far
so
Why are you so
behind?
far behind?
I have the worst internet, dude.
NAPC be like, no, Australian Australian Wi-Fi's be like.
Yeah. I'm casting from Perth, dude. Is that MTD?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's saying MTD. Honestly, this could definitely be MTD.
Yeah.
Someone
Is
Urazi.
this
already
a representation of the first match?
maybe. I was gonna do just a shatter, but yeah, MTD works too, I guess. That's an MTD.
MTD. So who said that? Zalron actually said that first.
Zelron said
So
that
the-
first. Ooh, Zelron,
Congratulations,
give
the
chat a
owner of
chance,
the
mate.
org.
Well done. Yeah, the owner of the org guessed
Yeah,
it.
the owner of the org gets it right. Congratulations.
Yeah, but he's deaf, so it's fine.
Yeah, he is definitely.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's just cheating.
I'm just too good.
What do you mean? He literally
I'm just too
controls
good.
us, okay? He tells us what to do, okay?
Okay,
Okay,
that's why
so I
my
guess we'll go
casting
on
is
to
so bad.
the next thing.
Okay,
Hoping
so
this is something quite different.
Okay, so it's a
We don't
map.
talk
isn't
about
it?
scuffed
Okay.
casting. Let's
It's a
just say
map.
that.
Yeah, it's a map.
Oh,
It's a
Yeah,
map.
it's
Ooh,
an
switching things
Overwatch
up.
map. Okay. Oh boy, we're gonna see how I'm gonna be able to draw this.
Man, that's so sharp.
Yeah, very, isn't it?
My guess is Oasis City Center.
Yeah,
Kinda
yeah,
does,
it
doesn't
does.
it? Yeah.
This is it's like we're back in biology class again.
Not the best biology teacher, as you can.
Elios
I've not
well,
even-
yes. Blue locks are
Yeah.
Elios well. I think that
I've
Ilios
not
that's
even
well.
seen it yet.
no, actually,
That
yeah, it
is
is
Ilios.
Elios well. I'm pretty sure.
It
It's
is Ilios well, yeah. There's
Oh,
like this
Oh.
image over here,
Blue
and here's
dog.
the wall.
Blue dog, congrats. Another person in the management. Another person in the management who guessed it.
Yeah, it was Anti, Blue, and Stella. Oh, Stella's not in the organization, so I guess we can give that one to Stella, right?
Yeah, we can get it to Stella. Yeah.
I guess we
Give
can.
that one
Yeah.
to
Okay.
Stella.
Yeah. Next.
Stella winning the deathmatch, now guessing the draw something.
Okay.
Very cool, very cool.
Next one is Overwatch abilities, I think. Okay, this one can be rough for people who don't play this character.
So is this gonna be some kind of inside joke?
No, like I could
Okay,
make
so
some.
it's a cuboid.
Okay, fuck.
Is this
Maybe.
animate?
I didn't
Was
even
it
get
funny?
to, I didn't even get
It-
to draw it full. Yeah, it was Anna. I didn't even
Yeah,
get to draw.
Echo, your camera's a bit weird. It looks like
Yeah, it is. See, my camera's dead again.
Professional esports.
yeah, very professional. Oh, nice.
At
Because
least
he
I'm
looked
back
like
now,
he,
right?
because he looked like he just ate a tub of ice cream, but like none of it went to his mouth.
What?
What is-
Hello?
What does that even mean?
Hello?
Don't question it. Yeah. I mean, what else do you want? Come on.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm trying to spectate the match that's still going on. It's Route
Unlucky
66.
goon.
It's 1-1. It's a really good match.
We're all
It's a
having
shame
fun
chat
over
can't
here
see.
while Goon is stuck slaving for the org.
Yeah, I'm actually working.
Wow.
I can hang Echo.
Wow.
You're almost as sharp as Echoes. You're like, yeah, damn.
Yeah, it was Echo. Yeah.
Okay, guys,
That was that.
just to
Damn.
reiterate the rules, we have to say what chat says. We can't just guess
Yeah,
ourselves,
like-
right?
Oh yeah,
And
so we do
also,
have to do that. Oh.
Mick, the people in the stream can't hear you.
Yeah,
Oh, is
well-
that? Oh my god.
Okay, go
let's
ahead,
keep
Jirazi,
the
go for the next thing.
let's keep it
Okay.
Christian.
Okay.
Let's keep it Christian. Let's keep the profanity
Yeah,
style.
okay,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
time it's hang Echo. So you guys need to guess, and if you guys mess up too many times, Echo gets hang.
But then you're not.
You can't hang. You actually can't hang him. His chin would just cut the rope.
Yeah.
We'll make an attempt at hanging him if his chin saves him in the end. How about that? Yeah, then you got the rope. Okay, so how about an Overwatch character? Okay.
Oh yeah, Overwatch, that game we're meant to be playing.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
Okay. An
Alright.
Overwatch character with 5 letters, and
Alright, we're just
Chat-
waiting for chat. Alright,
yeah,
reminder
chat
that
gets to
we're
Yeah,
guess.
we're waiting for chat this time.
Zarya.
Zarya.
No.
Zarya, Genji.
No, guess letters. Letters.
Guess letters, yeah, guess letters. Chat, give letters, not
Chat,
not
guess letters, it's Hangman now.
not
come on.
names.
It's Hangman.
Right. So E,
Yeah.
E.
Bye bye, Eco.
Great.
A,
That's a weird looking A. Okay, here's the base.
M.
M? Where's that gonna fit? What hero
I
has
don't
that?
know. Someone said M.
What
Zelron
hero?
said
Who
M.
said Zelron?
Zelron.
There's a
Zelron.
few that have M in. Hello.
G. Blue Cow says G.
Blue Cal says G.
Yeah. There we
Oh
go.
yeah, well we all know what it is.
What could
now.
it be?
What could it be? Genguri. Right?
Gen
4 letters.
Guri. Okay, so you guys guessed
There you
1,
go,
2,
ah.
3, 4, 5 letters. So that's Echo hanged now.
Oh, great! I'm hanging.
Why is he
now. Thanks,
spreading his
guys.
legs?
I mean,
Is
I'm
he
dead. I
trying-
can't control it.
you do the accented A.
There we go.
You
We
know,
even
you
added
know, you know. What's it called? It just said that before you die, you let out a massive fart and you poop your pants. So
Yeah,
thanks
for
you
that
get to
brilliant
draw
information
echo
there.
like that.
Thank you for that, Buddha Zeta. I'm so glad you came out with that.
That's exactly
You're
what we need on
welcome.
in
know,
our
the
Patch
It's
more
like
you
we
know.
got
sponsor.
Say that, what?
It's like we got Sun Tzu into in the chat. Just, hello. Route
Okay,
66 is going great, by the way, if anyone wants to know. 50
Thank you.
seconds left on the clock. I'll keep you updated.
Nice. Okay, this one is an Overwatch ability, and
So
Echo
we've
gets
got
hanged.
I coming first.
Overwatch
Aye.
ability. Ooh.
Aye.
Ooh.
2
Mm.
eyes. And this is 2 words, by the way. This is like a following thing.
And the second one guesses A.
No A.
No A.
Oh, no
The
A.
next one is S.
We've got so we've got
I would
S
just have
and
to
we've got
spoil
E
the
coming
fun,
out.
huh?
We have S. Okay, S is in. What else do we have? I see an E and I see an R.
See an E and a B. That's not nice.
Is
B.
that a B? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
that's a
B,
B.
mate.
fire bike.
Fire bike. Vibes. Oh,
And it looks like Blue has guessed it. Oh no, it's
Fire
Fire
bike.
Bike. Sorry, Blue, you're wrong. It is actually Fire Bike. It's not the Overwatch ability for Reinhardt, Fire Strike. It's a bike made of fire. Nice guess though. I get it. Yeah, well done.
I like how
I'm gonna
we have a
deafen him.
literal art
Hang on.
student in the desk, and you let Urazi draw.
Wait, who's the art student?
Who's
Zita,
ours?
I'm the art student here.
Really?
Yeah, I'm an art student.
I can probably outpaint you though, because I'm
yeah,
the
you
Lord of
can,
Paint.
yeah.
Wait, actually,
MS Paint requires
Stella
a
makes
particular
a
set
good
of
point.
skill.
Who has the ability Fire Bike?
Fire bike? Oh well, we can come up with a. Okay, who do we think needs it the most? How about that?
Zenyatta.
Zenya. Oh, he won't even get hurt by it because he's
Give
floating.
Tracer the fire bike.
Arissa.
Give it to Tracer, mate.
Arissa needs the bikes that are meant for two people to ride on at the same time. Give that to Arissa. It's your 4 legs. Give Arissa a speed boost.
A unibike.
It's just on fire.
Unibike.
Give Arissa a unicycle.
A unicycle. Oh, yeah.
Also, guys, don't forget the stream can't hear Mick, so there's no point us listening to Mick. We can just talk over him.
I've
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
muted
yeah.
him.
Let's just I can server mute him. No worries.
Yeah,
Cool,
I'd
perfect.
recommend muting him.
But I guess unless there is any more drawing that we want to do, okay, we got a request for May on the fire bike. You guys
Ooh,
are able to do that?
Rooksy
Okay,
requesting.
yeah, of course I can do May on the fire bike.
This if
Here
May
we
on
go.
fire bike is just gonna be cancer on top of cancer. You're like late stage 3 right now.
Yeah, okay, so if you look very closely, in the middle of this fire, May has melted and that's turned to water because she's made of pieces. She just evaporated into the atmosphere.
Is May made
is
of ice?
gone.
I thought.
No,
Yeah.
no. She's Chinese, so global warming is probably gonna caught up to her soon. Very soon.
What did you take before this?
What is
And
that link? Is that
so
Echo link?
Zelron has put a beautiful picture that Urazi worked on. If people haven't followed us on Twitter already, go ahead and follow us on Twitter. You get regular content updates like this. An amazing piece of art from Urazi. I wonder if we can get up on stream. And we're
Yes.
not
Can.
sure if we can.
Yeah, we can.
There we go. We'll just get this up on stream. This is something that Urazi worked on whilst we set up our test stream the other day. It took him probably a good 40 minutes, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Whilst we were testing various things to do with the stream.
In his natural habitat.
I mean, don't you recognize yourself, Echo, in this?
Bro, look at that
Honestly,
shoulder. Look at that shoulder, man. You're
I
literally
don't think I'm that big, but
He could bench press a truck.
It's not Echo, it's Chad Echo. It even says in the
Chad
title,
Echo,
Chad Echo
yes,
in its natural
exactly.
habitat.
Echo is like evolved like a Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly.
although I don't want to give props for the detail on the background, it's pretty accurate.
I was surprised
Yeah.
how well the drawing in the background was.
Like even the orange book, like specifically, is also drawn in that picture.
The
The chin is not sharp enough. Rookie said the chin is not sharp enough, man. You gotta up your games, Urazi. Come on.
We fixed this straight away. Okay, so we grabbed
Fix
this
it straight away.
We fixed it straight away.
Could your computer handle it? An image
I
that
want,
size?
I want his face to look like Optimus Prime. Okay.
Is that a compliment or is that an insult?
You can take it as a compliment.
You can take
Only
it
take it as compliments.
Okay, sure. I think. Thanks. I honestly don't know.
There we go.
So I'm watching.
Beautiful. That
Or should we
What?
do it sharp like this?
Bro, now
Why
his
is there a
face looks
right
like a
angle?
nail clipper.
like what's go-
Ze-
I can feel Echo just questioning his existence right now.
Yeah, I'm just confused as to what do I even exist at this point? Like is this the real version of me? Like I have no
Maybe
idea what's going on.
I think that's peak eco. I
Peak-
still don't know. I
peak
still don't know
Echo
your
for sure.
name. Yeah.
No one does, it's
It's
fine.
Echo, dude.
Yeah, is it
It's
Echo
I'm pretty sure it's Echo.
or
Yeah,
is
it's
it
Echo.
Eco?
It's Echo.
It's definitely Echo.
Let's let chat decide. Let's put it up to a
How
poll.
can you know the pronunciation from chat, dude? Use your
Yeah,
brain.
chat, do you guys want do you want me to be called Eco or Echo? Let us know with the correct spelling below.
Ekko. Ekko. No, that's the
Ekko.
name now.
Ekko. Blue, what does that even
Ekko.
sound like? I have no idea what that sounds like, but sure. Echo.
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 We can all come from Liverpool, apparently.
Yeah.
Echo.
My people. I can bring the scarf back with the Liverpool branded scarf.
Yeah,
If
let's
we
not
want
do that.
Dude, we keep football out of this, all right? Before
Yeah.
some like mad fan
This is
start something.
yeah. This is a politics-free zone.
Yes,
Politics
exactly.
free
We
zone.
keep it Christian as well.
No talking about newspapers, tea bags, or football.
Everything
So,
else
the
is
rules.
allowed.
So anyway, Goon, how's the match going on Route 66? Is it finished?
No, actually, it's honestly looking like quite a dominant performance by Thoughts at the moment. It's
Let's go,
4 minutes
boys!
on the it's 4 minutes on the clock, and they're at point C. Now, SQ actually did fully cap it, but it wasn't overtime. So even if Thoughts do cap this out, it won't be the last match. This is going to go on for another about 10 minutes, I'd say.
For the rest of your life.
I would cry if that's the case.
Then stop crying, mate.
Okay.
Cuts to the desk and then and then you
Yeah,
just
that's
see
the desk.
and then you
So it
just
looks
see
like
what
Urazi is
the
drawing
Goon
something
here.
else now as well. I'm not sure what this one's going to be. I'm a little worried already, but
There's no need to be worried, trust me.
I am very worried right now.
is this the desk?
Is this the peak of human revolution?
Of course there is.
Revolution or evolution?
I don't even know, dude. My brain is not
Is
even
this
working
the
this time.
desk?
This is the desk. Is that me and Goon?
Maybe.
Yeah, for me, you can just draw a
are we
really.
literally just a pile of turds?
You could. I mean, that's basically what we look like.
Yeah, like basically 10 out of 10
Mm.
right now.
You can just draw like a plain white billboard, which is my massive forehead, and leave it at that. Honestly.
Yeah.
Make sure to add a beanie.
Beanie,
Oh yeah, the beanie. Yeah. I use the beanie as a
And then you have
substitute
to
for a
add a
personality.
massive fringe for me.
As if
Make
Yeah.
me look like an anime villain.
And the
Ah, wait.
tuxedo, yeah.
And it's
Do you,
not a
do you do
tuxedo.
commissions, Urazi?
I do the
You do
commission.
commissions.
If chat has anything, feel free to give suggestions and potentially it'll become a paid service later on, so put out the messages while you still can.
If you guys cannot tell, we're seriously bored out of control right now. We're just waiting for the match to finish.
We're not bored. We've got no content to show chat.
Content.
This is content.
This
This
is
is-
content.
Optimal content, chat.
this is
Stick
optimal.
around.
This is YouTube at its peak, or Twitch at its peak, or whatever.
Mm.
All we need right now is someone simping for Pokemon. So, who volunteers? Who's gonna volunteer? Come on.
Who's gonna volunteer? Not me, at the very least.
Roxy is still waiting for the May on Fire bike. Come on, man.
I did draw
Deliver.
that. I did draw that.
What's the problem?
The May went up into the atmosphere.
The May went up to the app.
She became a cloud.
Okay, just for you, dear.
Zarong is a tier 3 sub to Pokemon? Ooh. Is this something else?
Can we get Zelron on mic? See how he wants to respond.
Yeah, can we get Zarong on the mic, please? To if he's going to defend himself?
Why are you guys exposing me? It's not funny.
Well,
It's
I
not
think it's
us,
safe
it's
to say
chat.
that we're all gonna be job hunting after this tournament.
Mhm.
We are all gonna be fired.
So this will be the last time you see Unsightly Goon.
Yes, the first and last time you'll see Zeta.
Mm. The guy that cannot pronounce anybody's names,
Yep,
including Eco, Zika, and Urazi.
Yorazi, Echo,
Urazi. Ura.
Hoorah.
and sadly
There are
Dap
30.
has already left us.
Do we want a little update on the current match?
Yes, please.
Yeah, with
It-
love.
Now, the 4 minutes I said you had on point C has absolutely melted away. And in fact, they're probably going to cap this in overtime the same way the enemy team did. So it's
No.
looking like it's going to be a bit longer than 10 minutes until this map finishes. It's a very even map. Currently, the score is 1-1. And like I said, they're going to... Oh, hang on.
Oh, hang on.
There's a chance
Hold
the
on.
attacking team's going to lose this, actually.
What?
By the looks of it, the defending team's actually going to get on point and force the attacking team thoughts off point. And by the looks of it, they're not going to be able to get the respawns in. The rank comes in, but he gets pinned out and kills immediately. The Doom's going to come in from the right, but he doesn't touch. So in fact, that's it. SQ wins out the series. And in fact, I lied about the 10 minutes. The match is over. It was an absolute spectacular gameplay by both teams. Very even matchup there.
Well, I guess unlucky to my boys that they cannot keep up.
They shouldn't be sad about it, though. They did put up a great performance. And there's a lot of clips we can go back to and look at and review later on.
Yep. Yeah. Mick, would you kindly put the drawing of Echo in place of his webcam since he's not here right now?
Casting, but no video.
Radio cast.
Where's the gameplay we're casting? Everywhere.
Yeah,
Oh,
I am the gameplay.
You just
We
gotta
just-
imagine it. You just gotta believe that it's there in front of your eyes.
Am I like the game host? I just explain everything that is happening to the viewers.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh boy, that'd be scuffed. But here's
So,
the
yes.
May on the Firebike, whoever requested that.
May on the
Uh,
fire bike.
lovely.
Let's go.
Take
Yeah.
pictures, chat. You can
Take
print off,
pictures,
hang
chat.
it
Yeah,
up.
clip it, chat. Clip it.
Clip that, chat.
Clip that and take it as souvenir. Tell your friends that
Tell your friends.
on
Tell
the
your friends.
13th of March 2021, that day, I was there. I was there when the May fire bike was there.
I was
Mm.
there. You can tell
Where
all your kids
where were
about
you,
this when they
Chad?
ask you. When they ask you
Where-
where you were during the virus.
Where were you during the peak of the Corona times? I was there looking at the May fire bike.
Exactly.
Mm.
Casting
Nope.
with no video. Yep.
Yep.
This is just it's just a normal day at work. What can I say?
I'm casting for the casters to know what's going on.
All right, it looks like we're gonna be cutting to break just before the next round starts. So we'll see you guys in a bit.
I thought we already cut.
Are we off, Mick?
And hello everyone again. Thanks for waiting. We just had to have a little bit of a break between our amazing content segment that I'm sure you all really enjoyed. Thank you, Razi, for doing your drawing, same as usual.
Always happy to help, always happy to contribute something back to the community. And if that's through channeling Bob Ross through this software brought from Microsoft, then that's the way to do it.
And hey, people seem to be enjoying it, and you did a beautiful drawing of that May on a fire bike, whatever that means. But anyway, so we are heading into the losers finals. So the winner of this match will be going into the grand finals, which will just be a little bit afterwards, after this match, and they will face Space PB there. And the loser of this will get knocked out, and that will be it for them in the tournament. So we have Couch Potatoes, who we saw lose to Space PB just before, against Suicide Squad. They've made a run through the lower bracket, and they're now here in the losers finals. What are you expecting from each of these teams? How are you expecting it to go?
Well, contrary to what we used to know, now we have actually seen both these teams play quite a few matches, and we can get a little bit of a profile. Suicide Squad is still a bit perplexing to me. It might still be perplexing to you too, Echo, but it seems like they don't really have an identity that they're following. They don't really seem like they have a plan for the most part, but they have made it this far in the losers bracket with that playstyle, with that mentality. I feel like if they really stick through and really play their weird comps properly, I feel like they may be able to get value.
Yeah, I think absolutely, but I think that's going to be really tricky for them against a team like Couch Potatoes because they only narrowly lost to Space PB, and Space PB have been the best team of the tournament so far, in my opinion, and they only just lost there. It was really close all the way, so I think Suicide Squad's going to have the work cut out for them here.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going to be easy at all for them, especially since Couch Potatoes have shown that they're really good at a lot of different comps. They have excellent tanks, are really good at
Mhm.
Brawl, and their DPS especially are just playing really, really well.
Yet depression on most of the heroes that they've played has been so good at just at not only like getting frags but just getting a lot of damage and to take up the resources from whoever they're playing against, like especially on Blizzard World against Space PB. That was so well played from depression, so well played from Itsami plays as well on that Zenyatta to get so much fragging potential and damage and take away all the resources as the Brawler Space PB was pushing up. They played so well there. And I'm interested to see how that kind of works, especially because Razor on Suicide Squad seems to want to be the kind of main tank that Arcane Haze is.
Yeah, definitely. It's like there's a bit of a weird team mentality or like team play going on Suicide Squad, but I feel like if they execute this properly, just the confusion itself that Couch Potatoes are gonna have to deal with, like why is the enemy team there? Why are we here? It might get to them. And if they pull stuff like that, it might eventually just overwhelm Couch Potatoes and they're gonna start making misplays potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if Couch Potatoes do manage to go through, they'll have to face Space BB again. And the issue here is that Space BB don't have a match on right now, so they could quite easily be going over the replay codes from last game, and that would be really useful for them to make sure that they could definitely counter every little thing that Couch Potatoes are bringing out, because that's what we mainly saw from Space PB is once they started adapting, it it really worked. And Couch Potatoes, they need to make sure that they, even without the time to VOD review, even without the time to go over all these games, they really have to be careful with how they play this.
Yeah, definitely. Some teams are very strong early on, some teams fall off. And I feel like Suicide Squad are definitely one of these teams that get stronger as the tournament goes on. And I feel like now this is like the point where they really have to unlock their potential entirely for them to start doing well. And I feel like they're at that point where they can actually start doing this.
Yeah, I think it'd be super interesting to see kind of how that works and if they're going to be able to do it in the way that we want them to, because again, it's most people would probably predict this would be Couch Potatoes game straight out the bat, right?
Yeah, I agree on that one. For the most part, it's favored for Couch Potatoes, but I feel like still, Suicide Squad have a chance to win this for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they definitely do, and they really just want to make sure that they have the adaptability and that they can cause the chaos, because couch potatoes don't work too well against the chaos. As soon as the rule of space PB was pushing into them, they got flustered and it didn't work out, and that's why we saw them get pushed down into the losers bracket here. As soon as the brawl, or whether it's a spam comp, it's when they're not expecting things to happen. Couch potatoes seem to be not great at reacting immediately. They need time to react. And after one game, they kind of clocked on Space PB's rule quite well, and they really know how to counter it. And then as soon as Space PB switched on to a more spam comp with Arcane Haze on the Orisa, it was so much more difficult for Couch Potatoes to counter it because they didn't have the time to plan out exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, especially. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You summarized it very well. It's just the unpredictability from Suicide Squad that I feel like is going to be really strong into couch potatoes, because they seem to struggle a little bit into the team combat they're playing into. So I feel like this is going to be one of the more exciting matches today, except grand finals, of course.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to go into these grand finals because I think with either of these two teams, they have the potential to bring the upset to Space PB. We've seen them be dominant. Arcane Haze, Viper, Stella, everyone on that team has just been doing so well to really push all the way through the upper bracket. And they've lost, I think, one map, maybe two maps, the entirety of this tournament. And one of those maps was to Couch Potatoes. So that should really be a close game. It should be so exciting to see if anyone can make that upset, because I think it's definitely possible.
Yeah, and definitely. And if Suicide Squad is gonna fight them again, it's gonna be a bit of this redemption arc and potentially, well, win it all from the losers bracket, getting wiped out early.
Yeah, that would be really exciting to see. I love seeing that kind of thing happen in these small tournaments with these double elimination brackets, because you get so many cool storylines coming through. You get the underdogs countering what could be the big bad evil guy of Space PB. We know that their fans are very passionate about the team in Twitch chat, and maybe we want one of these underdogs to come along and try and win it out. I'm not sure if that's exactly what will happen. But for now, we've just got some issues with some of the players. They're not all imagined to get into this lobby. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the match as soon as we can be. Welcome back. We're sorry about that. We just had to make sure we got everyone into the lobby all set. Obviously, it's getting close to dinner time, especially if you're on CET. So it's coming into such an important match in the losers bracket final. You lose this, you're out of the tournament. You want to make sure you're fueled up and ready for the match. But we are going to Lijiang Tower, and it's something we actually didn't get to see earlier because of the forfeit that had to come in place.
Yeah, definitely. That was a little bit unfortunate, especially as this map in particular I really like. There's so much that can be played here, and it's really the strength of the team comp and the strength of communication and synergy that wins this for the most part. So it's not going to be as much as a individual plays that are going to stand out, but more of team plays I'd expect on this map.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with these Symmetras coming out. We see a lot of Symmetras TPing into the window. off both of these points, so I'm expecting to see that from both here.
Yeah, more than likely, and they're both running some kind of Ryan combo. They're gonna just try to brawl each other, but
Although it looks like Poop's actually messed up their TP. That is so unfortunate, and they get taken out immediately because as soon as you set up, that's it. That was so unfortunate they didn't get the TP set up in time, and Gage is just walking straight over them here.
yeah, definitely. Suicide Squad getting an early lead here, and you know as well as anyone how important it is to get this early lead and keep this early lead snowballing.
Yeah, especially when you're on this Symmetra, right?
Yeah, especially on Symmetra. When you get these Symmetra turrets and when you get this TP, it's so hard to try to attack into this, as you're pretty much having to attack into another player with all the damage coming in from the traps.
Exactly, and Maywall comes up, but it doesn't actually manage to get anyone, so this is the chance for them to push in. Couch Potato do start pushing, and Phazix is just there trying to get as much damage in on this Zio as they can, but they get charged! That was such a nice charge from Razor, and they just get taken down immediately. This could be so much more difficult for SQ to push in now.
And yeah, picks are just coming in, and instead of backing out, it seems like they just wanted to stand there and give them even more ult charge.
Yeah, they got more ult charge and they staggered themselves. That's going to be a lot more time off the clock. How do you think that we can really see Couch Potato pushing into Suicide Squad here?
Well, the thing with Couch Potato is they have a lot more of like a pokey team. Oh?
Look at Razor. Look at Razor on this Reinhardt. He's going for the flank shatter, but they've gone around the side. He doesn't actually get there in time and has to go back to point. We get a nano boost onto Geo. This is so good. But we get the Bob onto the back of point as well. But Semi-Plays gets taken out on the Ana. Poops gets a pick onto Baptiste, but that's going to be it. There's not much that Couch Potato can do here. Surely, or maybe there is. Phazix is so high charged. Maybe they can win this. A Mayalt comes in, that's going to freeze up Depression here. They manage to escape it somehow. It's just two people left on point. Tenchi does get taken out. It's just Kazumi versus Phazix. What is going to end up here? Who comes back first? Geo comes back first. Geo's going to be able to take out Razor here as well. That's going to be so crucial. Phazix gets taken out. This is so back and forth, but the percentage is just going up on the side of Suicide Squad every single second.
And beat is being used here just to try to win the fight eventually, because if this goes on too long, Suicide Squad might be able to take it back, and that's not what they want.
No, absolutely not. The high noon does come out from Depression just to confirm it. They finally managed to take down the last two members of Suicide Squad and take back the cap at 99%.
Yeah, if you're Suicide Squad here, I'd still be very happy with this. Couch Potato had to burn so many ults for them to try to do this, and now they have such an ult advantage coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to have to watch out for a lot of ultimates here on the side of Suicide Squad. As you've called it, as you mentioned a lot of times, it's a clown fiesta, especially in these brawl comps. And with the Symmetra on the attack, they might be looking for a TP.
Potentially, yeah. They're setting up on the high ground. Maybe they're gonna TP to the high ground. Seems like that's what they are doing.
They do, but they get grabbed up there. That was an amazing grab and an anti coming out as well, but the beat comes out to save them. There's a Mayalt on point and Geo gets frozen up after getting charged, but he gets bubbled. And Nano Boost comes onto them as well, and Phazix get the first pick. A big shatter coming out from them. That was absolutely huge just to try and confirm these kills. But Phazix and Rivercraft just showing both of them are so good on this Zarya. It ends up that Suicide Squad's team end up committing suicide with their characters, and they get reset, and we go into the next fight. We've got maybe 2 more fights left.
Yeah, even though Rivercraft used this grab and Kazumu used the Mail, they didn't quite coordinate them together, so they didn't find a lot of value. And neither did Phazix grab, who grabbed them on the high ground, where they couldn't quite brawl into them like they want to normally.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate the Reinhardt got grabbed up there too, I think. Although it looks like they might be trying the same thing. No, they're dropping.
That's what
But we do have the Bob on the side of Bob's here as well, and it's coming out here. Both Bobs are on point. It was just one Bob is on point, and it's doing a lot of damage. Depression actually takes out Kazumi. That's a really big pick. Phazix taking out the Symmetra as well. The attack here is just getting absolutely destroyed. They want to fight. This is the last fight, and a shatter comes around the back. It doesn't actually hit anyone, and they get charged out by Geo. But actually, Depression gets booped off the map by Razor's charge. This is so back and forward. These teams are so evenly matched. Phazix is so high charged though, and Rivercraft, they can't survive this. The beat is just about in time to try and push their health as high as they can. Kazumi gets taken out, but they take out Geo as well. The ball is on point to contest, but with this last person, they get grabbed up. They can't run around. They're so easy to hit. That is going to be it.
That is gonna be it, but it's very close, kind of like we expected. It's this like unexpectedness coming in from Suicide Squad that's really throwing off Couch Potatoes here. And when Couch Potatoes don't really know what to do, they kind of have to improvise, and improvising isn't always recommended.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to always be working for them. They seem like a team that is very well practiced in certain things, but practice doesn't mean as much if people are managing to adapt around you and force certain things. It looks like we have the Symmetra TP on both sides and a Mei on the side of Suicide Squad, but there's no Mei on the side of Couch Potatoes. What's the difference here going to be?
The difference is gonna be Suicide Squad is gonna try to control like the main server room. They're gonna try to get the Mei wall in, and they're just gonna try to use the Lucio to just speed onto that. That's why I also have the Moira.
Yeah, but it looks like the side of Couch Potato managed to get into server room first, and they are just swinging. Geo is trying to get as much ult charge onto this Reinhardt as they can, but aggression starts to fall low. They have to be really careful on point as they're on a complete off angle and their team can't protect them, but Geo is pushing forward. Depression has so much space here to just send as many shots in as they want. This is such good space being created by the tanks of Couch Potato.
Yeah, amazing space being made, but the tanks are dropping really low now, and Suicide Squad is going in.
Yeah, they want to fight this, and Depression is going for another off angle here, and they actually managed to get a couple of shots on, but no kills are confirmed. The Coalescence comes out, and Poops takes out the Junkrat. That's a really good pick, that's a lot less damage. Poops manages to get another kill. Suicide Squad just can't get it in here. They are just hitting so many shots. Geo does get taken out, but their Reinhardt can get back in time, and there's nothing they can do to win this fight.
Yeah, Suicide Squad really wants to like attack them fast. They really want to get control of server room and hold it from there with the Mei. But when Couch Potato got control, it was really hard to attack into them now when they have so much damage coming in from Depression and Poops.
It is, and look at the ultimate difference as well on these two teams.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be 5 ults versus maybe 3 coming in from Suicide Squad.
Yeah, but I'm keeping an eye out for these chatters. That's a big anti and a huge grab onto 4 of the enemy team, including that Mei. But nothing comes off that high noon. The Mei ult is perfect on point, but the beat might save Geo. No, they get charged. That was a beautiful charge from Razor. They get slept, but nothing actually comes of it. Poops is in the meantime just spamming into the shields, trying to get as much damage. They might try and contest this, but I don't think they will. Poops is going to back off and try and live for another day.
It seems like the tables have been turned. It's now Suicide Squad who has the ult advantage, and they may be able to use this ult advantage, just keep holding them far forward here if they just keep rotating these ults.
Especially with that stagger kill onto Crumble as well. It looks like they're just crumbling down. Without that speed boost, they can't go in yet, so they have to wait another 10 seconds. But they're coming in now. All of them are pushing around, and there's a Mei wall, but it doesn't actually get anything. That was way too late. The Coalescence comes in, and Gage manages to take out Crumble again. Crumble falling early. Geo gets nano boost, and they are really charging in here. But the Junkrat is doing so much damage. Phasix gets taken out from it. But look at that. That was so well played from the Junkrat there. Got 3 kills of Junkrat Tire, and that's an easy win of that fight.
Yeah, definitely. It's huge for winning the fight, but it's not the best ult economy-wise, because if you find 3 kills, that's 3 people worth of ult charge that's now gone. But I'd say if you can guarantee you win the fight over that, that's not bad still.
Yeah, it's not the best, but it's still not bad, and that Mei wall again, still not really catch anything, and Bob on the point, that's going to do a lot of trouble here. A big shatter bomb coming out from the side of Suicide Squad. That was so nice. The combo there was beautiful. They're not going to be able to fight this. They have to wait for potentially the last fight.
Yeah, now that last fight has come out, they haven't really charged their ults either on Couch Potato. They still only really have Grav and High Noon, and that's not really enough to break through Mei ult, Beat, and Coalesce.
But the Mei wall was too late, and a huge grab onto most of Suicide Squad. They might actually be able to cap this point just by themselves. Although even if they can, they are losing 2 people. This is going to be so difficult. Geo is just swinging on point against Razor, but there's not much they can do. Depression actually manages to get a pick onto the Junkrat, and another one from Baby Diva. But I'm not sure they can win this. Suicide Squad take it back.
Yeah, they used both of their high-profile ults, both McCree ult and Grav, to try to stall this out and getting to point. But getting to point is one thing, but then winning the fight after that is a whole other thing entirely.
Yeah, they might not even be able to touch. The Lucio does touch, but there's not much they can do. The Ana falls, and that's a lot of the healing gone. They can't really fight an extended fight here.
Really not. They're still forcing this, and Lucio cannot try to just buy as much time as possible for the Ana to come in.
Yeah, Suicide Squad are getting multiple kills here, and they're in overtime. If they win this fight, they will take it into the next round of Lijiang Tower, and it looks like they're going to, with just Lucio left on point.
That seems to be the case. We're going into a third map on Control, which is, we don't see this too often, but I'd say that's still pretty good. It seems like we're going on to Tower for now, and it's very similar comps for the most part. A bit of a dive versus a bit of a brawl, and it's still kind of just these two comps that just want different things, it would seem like.
Yeah, we've got a Sim TP on 2 point here. That's going to let them get early control, and with that Symmetra, we've seen what that can do.
If the tanks are trying to go in Geo roll, rolling through the enemy team right now, Monkey jumping in afterwards. They're getting quite versatile. Pharah's getting a lot of damage, and Maywall coming in to try to save them. And Monkey does drop eventually. Lucio in the backline trying to find anything he can. Does find the boop onto the enemy Lucio. Ball just trying to find anything he can while the DPS are just poking them on point. And their barriers are dropping lower and lower, but the tanks are just dropping one by one. First it was Falzex, now it's Geo, but the picks are finally coming in. They have stalled it long enough, but the point eventually does go over to Suicide Squad.
Yeah, it's just a back and forth fight. It's still going on, especially with that res onto Phazix, who's now jumping into the backline.
Yeah, definitely. Phazix just trying to find anything they can. They're popping Bob in the backline, but I'm not sure Bob can do a lot there. Point is still being contested, and May just trying to get as much percentage as she possibly can. Seems like we're gonna get about 20% ult charge here. Or not ult charge, map percentage.
Yeah, and what we see here is we see the classic couch potato. If they have a long fight, they have so much more long-term damage with this Pharah and with this Ashe that they will win out the fight if it goes on too long, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Yeah, definitely. We're probably gonna see a lot, and with this pharmacy and with the chassis, it's gonna be really hard to try to attack into them, but they don't need to, they can just TP. This barrage comes in, already finds a pick. Ball using his might, also finding a pick. It's just 1 for 1 for 1 for everyone, and they just use those two ults and they win out the fight.
But there was no ultimate use on the side of Suicide Squad, so they have a lot they can work with here, especially with this symbol that can protect from a lot of the spam damage coming in from the Ashe and the Pharah.
Yeah, definitely. But we see a bit of a swap to Reaper here potentially, instead of Sim, so they can just walk up instead of TPing. I kind of like their TPs, because then they could skip this entire poke phase, so the Pharah wouldn't get massive ult charge on them. And same with the Ashe. But it seems like they do want to take this closer fight for now.
Yeah, it's just gonna. I think they're gonna want to wait for their cooldowns, wait for the resources to come, and now they start to push in. Suicide Squad are making the attempt, but Phazix jumps in with that Winston first.
Yeah, chat. Or a chart does get find a pick. Their Phazix is already down yet again. But both tanks yet again have dropped. It seems like a bit of a trend. Just the DPS are getting pushed out, but the Mercy is peeling from now, and it seems like the map is slowly taking over in the Suicide Squad's favor.
Yeah, it really does. This is just back and forth. We're just seeing it go so chaotic.
Yeah, it's very chaotic so far, and now it's Couch Potato who have to push into them. Early Bob being used, trying to find anything they can. Pharah flanking in the backline, trying to find anything she can. Not really finding a lot right now. Diva Bomb finding one though, plus the bomb. But Pharah Barrage finding so much more here though. 3 kills, and even getting rezzed afterwards. Absolutely massive play from Boops here.
Yeah, we see these fights going back and forth between these two teams. It's a lot closer than any of us thought it would be, and it's so interesting to see the DPS really popping off on both sides when we've seen mainly tank play so far today.
Yeah, mainly it's the tanks that are popping off, but it's good to see that both Poops and a lot of other DPS here really showing what they go for. Because especially these sight lines that Suicide Squad are taking, they're just getting poked out so hard, and you can barrage every fight. Ryan just trying to swing another Ryan. McCreel being used, trying to find anything from the side, but not really finding anything. Shatter finds the Diva, that the Razor just gets picked off trying to charge in. Beats, desperate beat being used, trying to just stall that as long as possible, but Poops are just finding pick, a mental pick, and Fuzzy is just melting the enemy team. Rez does come in, and it seems like that's gonna be about it. Just stackers for now.
Yeah, and it looks like although this is going in the end against with what most of us thought would happen, we thought that we'd see Couch Potato come out here on the top. Although Poops does get taken out, the reboot that took them out does get removed as well, and it does go to Couch Potato, the first map of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, for sure. It was a lot closer than a lot of people expected, so I feel like it's not quite as one-sided as a lot of people would think. And it's just the fact that this unexpectedness, quite frankly, like this tire being used at very close range, they're just throwing them off with Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad really showing we're not just this team that's gonna get bent over and get run at by every team. We can show that we're also very strong, and on some maps we're unbeatable.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be really exciting to see these back and forth fights going across multiple maps, hopefully, for the rest of this series.
Yes. But for now, we're temporarily gonna take a little bit of a break to fix some technical issues, but we'll be right here to take the next map between... Welcome back, guys. We have just gone off our break, and me and Imposter Echo are back at it again.
Echo's had some technical issues, so I'm going to be coming in, subbing in for him.
Indeed. For the most part, I feel like these two teams have performed really well so far, especially Sarcasm Squad, who have not been favored, you could say, in this tournament so far, but they're really showing that they at least are kind of have something to go for their name so far.
I mean, we can see the big players from Couch Potato being, you know, the DPS in Poops and Depression. Like, those guys are... I wouldn't go as far as to say carrying, but they are putting a lot of work in to win these matches.
Yeah, definitely. Fazix and Gio also putting in a lot of work as the tanks, but it seems like they are still struggling into Suicide Squad a bit. They're just not quite coordinated enough to go into the uncoordinatedness of Suicide Squad.
A lot of off-meta comps coming out from Suicide Squad, which they're kind of struggling to adapt to.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like we're going in on Eichenwald here. And Eichenwald is quite brawl favored for the most part, so I'm expecting Couch Potatoes to have a little bit of an advantage on attack here, but on defense, I still think Suicide Squad can put in quite a good fight.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, you can play a little bit more like mixed comps, I'd say, on defense. On attack, you just need to be able to get into the enemy team, and there's not really that many composition that can do that, unfortunately. And when they win, for the most part, it's on unconventional comps that Couch Potato are just not used to, for the most part.
Like you said, you kind of do just have to get in there and just be able to attack the defending team. But there is the far right flank over by the trees where characters like Doomfist, Farah, Echo, Mercy, Lucio can all get around. So maybe we'll see, you know, this off flank be utilized by the attacking team.
That's very true. They've shown that they like to take these off angles, and well, Symmetra is enabling that a lot of times, so we're gonna see if we see something similar to that here.
So the attacking team's actually going to run a Symmetra here. She's actually put down the tally. They've just got past choke for free. Now this is exactly what they wanted. They've set up on point. Now they've essentially swapped positions. The attacking team is now defending point. They've already got 2 ticks for free.
Yeah, definitely. And they're just gonna almost get it all for free.
Yeah, in fact, by the looks of it, the fight is in their favor. They've got a Sim fully charged and the Moira is still up. There's a chance they win this, but not by the looks of it. They managed, by the skin of their teeth, no less, they managed to hold point A at 98%.
Yeah, 97.8. That's way, way too close for comfort. And it's just 1 minute, or less than 1 minute, they got that much done. That's gotta be terrible for Couch Potato right now.
Yeah. They've still got the Sim, so yeah, they're doing the exact same strat. Let's see if the defending team can equate for that. They're going to come in early with the Coalescence, and Immortality is going to come out as well as Beat. So the defending team has so much survivability here. They've got Bap on the high ground, but that Moira Coalescence is putting work in, both healing and damaging the team at the same time. The Shatter comes out, and it doesn't find that... I don't think it finds anyone, actually. And the main tanks for both teams actually falls in Geo and Raza, but the Reaper is also going to fall on the attacking team.
Yeah, definitely.
I have no idea who's winning here. Oh, that settles it.
Yeah, that settles it. Couch Potato seem to be winning this fight, but the thing with Couch Potato is they win the longer fight, and they win through the enemy team Suicide Squad not being able to burst them fast enough. But for now, it seems like they're running into them really well, but they can just not burst them fast enough because they're splitting up so much. But now with Dive, they can potentially get a little bit more done.
But not by the looks of it, as Depression is going to find off a few body shots onto the Farah. The res is going to come out though, but that's an ability they don't have for the next fight.
Yeah, definitely. Respawns are not that long, but it seems like they want to go in on this anyway. Orisa getting off a little bit.
The Winston went way too deep and he dived the wrong target. And to be honest, that D.Va bomb was a complete failure. And in fact, the baby D.Va gets picked off afterwards. That was a devastating loss for the attacking team.
Yeah, definitely. And the attacking team didn't even get that much ult charge. The Genji sitting on 17%. If it's gonna keep going like this, it's gonna be an AKM blade, and AKM blades in 2 minutes are not gonna get built up fast enough.
And it also doesn't help when your Winston dives and Orisa with Golden. I don't think he even got her past. I don't think he even dealt 10% of her health in damage.
No, Orisa is quite chunky, so it's gonna be very hard, especially when there's 2 supporters pumping healing into her.
Hyper survivable.
Yeah, maybe they're gonna nano Monkey. I say that, but Monkey has gone to the Shadow Realm as I speak.
That is not what you want to see. I mean, that must have just been a miscommunication. And in fact, I was just going to see the Winston swap to a ball. I think what might have happened in the comms there is that the Winston called for the nano, like you said, but the nano was on 90%. Sunny didn't have nano to give, and so he just went into the front line and died immediately.
Yeah, and the Rivercraft here also getting staggered out, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit before going in, and now it's just the all-in fight. You have to try to get something done. And if Monkey, or rather Ball, jumps in, maybe they can get Barrage fast enough.
And like you said, I think this is AKM Blade times 2. The Nano Barrage is actually going to come out, and it's got the Mercy Pocket as well. The Nano leaves to the Pharah though, and the Ashe actually gets a headshot onto it and takes him out. The Mercy's going to come in with the res, and the main tank falls for the defending team. The window is out, but it's not going to get much value because there's no one to use it. The Genji Blade does come out though, so it's not quite an AKM Blade. It's pretty decent. He's slashing, he's dashing, he's going everywhere. He's trying to run up to the Hanzo now. And there he falls. Rivercraft finishes him off with the D.Va missiles.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like if Suicide Squad can charge their ults a little bit faster, they have such a high actual fight to win percentage with them. Like if they just use their ults, they can win so often. They just need to find better ways of charging them instead of just standing over here.
Yeah, I agree. But not only do you have to do damage in order to gain ults, but you need an in-game leader who's going to tell you what ults to use so you don't overuse ults and lose your ult economy. Because if you do that, you're probably going to lose most fights against the defenders, like they've shown in this team fight.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like they don't really have anyone who's coordinating them. I could be wrong, but it seems like this uncoordinatedness is just relying on individuals to pop off more than trying to do something as a team, and that's not really that favored in tournaments a lot of the time.
I agree. I'm not a massive fan of their team comp as well, with the Hammond and the D.Va. The Genji and the Ana is a classic combination, but where do they fit in with the rest of the team?
Well, it's kind of interesting one, but Bone does come and finds 2, potentially enough to just win the fight.
The D.Va bomb's going to come in, but like I said, this actually might not be a lost fight here, as the Flux does come out. They don't have any healers, so the tank should lose. I'm very surprised that they lost this fight. Oh, hang on, it's still up in the air. The Genji gets a pick on the Rhine and the Sigma. They tried to stagger out the baby D.Va, but she actually got a pick onto the Sigma, which might have opened this fight back up. If they just, get back in there and take that fight, they might win.
Yeah, the thing is, the attackers have closer spawns, so even if they trade 1-for-1, a lot of the time they're just gonna get more people in faster.
Exactly. But now that they've just waited too long, and now that the defending spawn has their respawns back, you've got the Hog on the high ground who's just absolutely denying the Echo any ground. She's actually going to drop, which gives the Echo a bit more space to sort of pressure the Ashe in the top left. The Chest is going to come out, but it gets blocked by the Rhine shield, and in fact the Ana does fall to it, but it gets antied and hooked by the Razor, and the window is going to come out from Crumble, and it's going to get some pretty good value. They can't get a point right now, they're stuck behind the corner. They do manage to touch though with the Genji and the Echo, but the Bob's putting work in on the Echo, and it takes pick out. The res is going to come in, and by the looks of it, all 6 of the attackers are still alive.
Well,
But that's not where you want to be using ults.
Yeah, this is a clown fiesta. If we look at the kill feed, it's one green, one red, one blue, one red, one blue.
And
all
it's not. They're not even gonna win. They're not even gonna win. In fact, the attackers are actually losing. They only have a Sigma and they only have a Sigma and a Mercy, which is just gonna lose against the defenders. The Hog gets a massive hook onto the Sigma, and the Mercy can't even touch because she's dead. That was like you said, an absolute clown fiesta.
Yeah, that was a sight to behold for sure. In a lot of my analysis career, I am usually able to break things down, but if this is breaking down anything, it's my mentality
There's
right
too
now.
many clowns in this cars. I'm telling you now. I honestly don't know how the attacking team lost that. It was a 6v4, and they used more blades than they even needed to, and they still lost. That must be devastating for the team morale.
I mean, even if not devastating, that's absolutely brutal for the most part.
Yeah,
Uh,
they didn't even get to point C.
Yeah, for now it's well interesting. I feel like Suicide Squad. Well, I think they're sticking to their name a little bit too much. I'd say, like, yeah, you are the Suicide Squad, but do you need to really play like a Suicide Squad, right? Like, your main goal is, I hope at least, to win this tournament and, or at the very least, get to finals and get to brag to all your friends that you won a Pachimari tournament, or at least got to the finals. But for now, it's kind of looking a lot closer to like arcade or quick play.
I completely agree. By the looks of it, there is no communication structure within either of these teams. And just by, honestly, random fact that each team just throws ults into team fights at random, I honestly don't know how to explain it, but it's just random. They're all going to come out with the Pharah, actually, the Pharah Mercy, in fact. Now, the Echo Mercy actually does win in this 1v1, because the Echo can stay up for longer. I'm not sure if the Pharah patch came through, but that's for another day. But yeah, the Echo Mercy combo is just going to beat out the Pharah Mercy, unless the Pharah Mercy manages to get a pick. They've actually got some good space in the back. But the Pharah abandons their Mercy, and in fact, they're kind of out of position at the moment. And three of the... I have no idea what's going on, honestly. It's a 2v1. The D.Va copies the Echo all the way round. And it's going to be a 1v3. There's a chance the respawns are going to come in, but I honestly doubt it. Yep, the D.Va Bomb's not going to find anything because they can just either leave point or use the map geometry. The Immortality Field is going to get dropped. I don't know, man. I think Eco got off lucky, you know. I think he took a dive. I don't think he wanted to cast this game, and to be honest, I see why. What is this? The window gets used in a 6v2. And the Bap is just running for his life, but the McCree is running after him, and so is the Rhine close behind. Depression's gonna find that stagger onto Sunny OV.
I feel like Suicide Squad. I feel like I've figured out Suicide Squad's win condition. The win condition is not to win fights. It's not to win for team play. It's to, if we play janky enough, if we play uncoordinated enough, it's gonna force the enemy team to also play super uncoordinated. And when both teams are playing super uncoordinated, look at the game is doing.
The Rhine just pinned the Sigma. Where did he even come from? The High Noon's gonna find a lot of damage onto the Razor, and Razor falls. I don't know how she got hit by it, considering she had golden and shield. Though.
Yeah, I guess Ryan is the new stealth character, just walking up behind the enemy team and pinning them off the high ground, I guess.
That's how I play Rhine, so I'm not gonna talk about it. Now, the defending team actually does have the ult advantage, but the Sigma gets shattered and he gets booped off the map by the Pharah. That was actually a really nice conk blast from the Pharah, and the Bob is the only one contesting point, although he dies and the bomb's gonna come through and finish the deal. There was nothing. I don't know.
I don't know. If you're trying to ask me, I don't really have an idea either, so don't.
I'm lost for words. By the looks of it, that was a series.
Well, yeah, it seems like in the end, at least, Suicide Squad, congratulations. You get third place, and congratulations to Couch Potato, who is going into the grand finals in a bit.
Oh, yeah, what a very interesting match we've just watched.
Yeah, I think
Honestly,
interesting is the best way to explain this.
yeah, it's
for-
very interesting. It's
Yeah.
strange because it's such a contrast to map 1 in Lijiang, where it was fairly close, but in this, on Eichenwald, they just got rolled over.
I mean, yeah, they did kind of get rolled over. But I feel like my original idea of what Suicide Squad's idea is, it's like if you force the enemy team to play on our terms, we're gonna win. If you force the team that's historically been one of the most coordinated teams in this entire tournament and then force them to play uncoordinated, maybe our uncoordinatedness can win against them. But it seems like in the end, that's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I think Couch Potatoes really did just pull their act together and just win the series, honestly.
Yeah, and we'll be back with you guys shortly for the grand finals.
See you then.
And welcome back, everyone. It's the match we've been waiting for this entire time. The build-up, the controversy, the won maps, the lost map, all's been building up to this grand finals between Couch Potatoes and Space PB.
And an absolute battle of the titans. It's the winners from the upper bracket and the winners from the losers bracket. So these should potentially be one of the two teams that were in this tournament.
Yeah, this should definitely be the two best teams, and Couch Potato put up the best fight against Space PB, as Space PB went on to not lose a single match, I'm pretty sure. I think they dropped a few maps, but the maps they did drop was to Couch Potato, so I feel like if anyone is gonna be able to beat them, it's gonna be Space PB.
I think they stand, a pretty decent chance, to be honest. Hopefully it'll be a good game.
Well, yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a very exciting game. Last game may have been chaotic, may have been a test of how well we can.
Yeah, I'd highlight that word, chaotic.
Yeah, chaotic for sure.
Very interesting.
I'd say definitely this is gonna be the map or the match in general that's gonna bring all the others to shame.
Now I'm gonna take off my Beatles glasses so I can actually see the game in tribute to Echo. May he rest in peace.
May he rest in peace, indeed.
Yeah. Such a shame he couldn't be here for the grand finals.
Unfortunately not, but it seems like we're gonna have, well, two relatively simple comps in practice. We're gonna see a comp that wants to, or I should say two comps that want to displace the enemy team at the same time as they want to have a stable base. So we're gonna see which team is gonna be able to have the stable base and which team is gonna get disrupted.
We're gonna see the Bonnet come out from the blue team, and this is something they've pulled out quite a few times. So if the enemy team wasn't ready for this, they should have been. They pulled it out on most maps, and in fact, Poops is actually going to find the first pick onto Stella, the Tracer player. But don't worry, because Arcane Haze is going to get the boop onto Crumble, which is interesting, honestly. You don't see many boops on this map, at least. There's a lot of damage coming in from the Junkrat, and the Discord is just helping battle it out.
Yeah, definitely. Arcane Haze finding an environmental kill on this map of all maps. Even though Poops found a really early pick, it wasn't quite enough, unfortunately.
I was actually surprised to see the ball, but by the looks of it, they're going to stick to it. Actually, it's not that much of it's a fairly normal comp. This was quite common a little while ago, the Sigma ball.
Yeah, for sure. The point of this comp is kind of just to disrupt the enemy team and not just let them do what they're doing now, just landing on point. But Arcane Haze is not touching them fast enough, and when he goes on the point...
Poops comes out with a double kill onto both supports, and now that the red team doesn't have any sustain, they're just going to get rolled over and they flip the point immediately. I would say that Poops was a big factor in the previous game. He popped off on the Ashe, he popped off on the Pharah. Is there a hero this guy can't play? I don't think so. If you give him a Mercy, he's gonna get picks.
Yeah, that's Mercy is gonna get Nana Booster, he's gonna go and get 6 kills. But haven't seen his Widow yet. I'm not sure if he does play it, but love to see it.
Yeah, this guy seems like a jack of all trades, and he's pretty decent at all of them. The Tracer is going to get the high ground. She's going to try and pepper the Mercy a little bit. She doesn't even go down to half HP though. The high noon is going to come out from the copy, but he's going to cancel it as a real. Oh no, he does actually get a pick onto Depression with it. So that's both DPS down. Now the main tank falls, and there's only 3 people alive to battle out. Make that 2. I'm actually surprised that Mercy used the Valkyrie. I would have thought the writing was on the wall that they were going to lose that fight. It was basically a 3v6.
It basically was a 3v6, but just Mercy popping her Valk for the most part means she is not gonna die in that fight. And with the extra healing, extra damage, it can sometimes be enough just to change the tides. And they have quite a lot of ults, and that's not particularly high priority ones. I'd say they're relatively still fine.
Now, we're gonna see, this Pharah has a fair amount of space. other than the Zen and the Echo and the Diva, there's not a whole lot of pressure being put onto this Diva, so that's probably why she's managing to get so many picks onto this backline. The Bolt one's going to come out and he's going to find a pick onto Crumble. He mustn't have had the Immortality Field because otherwise he would have used it. But the Pharah Poops is going to come in with the damage boost onto the Tracer and just wipes her out. Both DPS are down for the red team. We'll see if they might need to use... I mean, blue team is using ult into this, and Mercy nearly falls to the car, but she's actually picked off by Nikago, who is popping off on the Zen.
Yeah, this seemed very winnable for Couch Potato, but when the Pharah pop barrage, she's just gonna stand still, and that's just gonna be an easy 2 clinks to death by the Zenyatta.
This should be a pretty open and short last fight. I mean, the Brig ult is going to come up, which is just going to put so much pressure on that, so that chokehold onto the front of point. The Tracer's going to come find out and stagger a little bit, but the Trance comes out with the Zen, and like I said, there was probably not a whole good chance that they were going to win that.
Not necessarily, no. They got a relatively good start with Pharah especially, but it's just when Pharah is playing into attack, which they were most of the time, it's really rough to try to get damaging, get poking at the same time as staying safe and far enough that you're not just gonna get poked out.
But, I mean, it's this map and it is EU, so yeah, we're probably going to see some brawl comps here. But Poops has been playing an awful lot of Pharah, so we don't know. I don't know what we're going to see here, actually. She's probably going to swap off for the Sim when they use TP to get closer to point, but we'll see. There's a TP from spawn.
Oh yeah, maybe it does. Yeah, you're gonna see a stuff at the pharmacy, just like you predicted. Okay.
I really don't like this from them. I mean, they know the enemy team is going to be running Brawl, so all the enemy team has to do is just run the team core. If you can kill the Ana, who doesn't have any movement abilities, or the Kree, and in fact the Zarya is going to get picked by the McCree from a distance, that was very unlikely to happen. And Depression trying to pick onto Viper the Lucio, that's really bad actually, because now the red team doesn't have any speed boost abilities, but Arcane Haze is going to go deep and he gets slept up and he doesn't have a charge to get out. He gets stunned, but the Immortality Field comes in to just stabilize the whole fight. And like I said, they just ran over the core of the team, being the tanks and the Ana. With the Far Mercy, they're so much weaker compared on the floor.
Yeah, but for the most part, Couch Potatoes comp kind of makes sense. If they get to poke them out, they're just gonna be able to find picks or find a lot of damage onto them before they even brawl. And they were on this high ground, so they couldn't really run onto them, but it just wasn't enough. Xbox Genji Man just finding so much damage in the distance.
And as if they almost heard you, they've actually swapped to the Sigma, which I like more than the Zarya, because it gives you a bit more range and you can put pressure on the healers more so the Pharah might be a bit more likely to get some picks.
Yeah, I still feel like that's their win condition. They don't want to take a full-on brawl with Space PD here. Or Space BP,
yeah.
I should say.
They would lose every time against them. The only real form of CC they have is... Oh, actually, they swap. They swap entirely, and we see the Ashe that we've been told. A 6-man shatter comes out from the Arcane Haze. That is an absolute huge ult, and in fact, they're just going to absolutely clean up. That was pretty decent focus fire. They just rolled through them. That was insane.
That's not even insane. That's excellent. They literally couldn't have gone better. You lose no one on your team. You give no ult charge to the enemy team, and you give your team all 6 people on the enemy team's health worth of ult charge. Absolutely excellent.
That was unbelievably clean from Arcane Haze, and he's already 40% to his next ult. Shatter is usually quite a low impact ult, which doesn't do a whole lot, but there he did. The grab comes out from the team. It's honest, I have no idea what's going on, to be honest. There's so many particle effects on the field that it's just an absolute seizure fest. The beast is going to come out from the Lucio, probably wasn't needed, but that was last fight. And an absolute dominant display by Space BP.
Space PB, yeah.
Yes.
I keep mixing that up too.
I know, I'm...
Yeah, seems like Arcane Haze has done what he always does. He says, okay guys, get behind me, I got this, and just hand delivers them the win with the shatter.
Delicious play of the game, honestly. There's no other word for it. I mean,
Delicious is a
and
good
then if
word
you
for it.
finish it off with the emote.
Of course, for all the people back home watching, you
Mm.
gotta show everyone.
Yes, that was. I cannot stress how good of an Earth Shatter that was. Usually, I just shatter shields as a bit of spam, to break the enemy Rhine shield as a little bit of a donation to the enemy team. But that man, Arcane Haze, he just comes in with the 6-man slam, and that's what won them the team. That's what won them the map. Once that shatter came through, there was no way the enemy team was going to retake point.
Yeah, that shatter kind of ended the map, it felt like, for the most part. But for now, it seems like it's 1-0 for Space PB, but we still have many maps to go, and since losers choose, we're gonna have a little bit of an advantage going to Couch Potatoes coming in for the next map. We're gonna see what they decide to go for.
I don't have chat up right now, but I assume the letters MTD are popping up quite a bit, as they were earlier on today. I don't know though. I mean, he managed to get it past 2 shields. That's a pretty good Reinhardt, if I say so.
Yeah, he is one of the better Rhine players in this tournament, and we've seen, or me and Echo have personally seen a lot of this guy, and he has been an MVP candidate for quite some time. But unfortunately, or fortunately for some people, Viper has gotten the MVP a few more times than him, because Viper is also just absolutely popping off on Lucio a lot of the time.
There's a lot of great individual players on this team, and pretty decent coordination as well. Like, you see this team playing slow, playing fast, like all at the same tempo, and they're playing it mostly correct a lot of the time.
For the most part, yeah, they're still sticking to what they know. They play this brawl. You give Arcane Haze this Rhine, you give Stellar Dismay, you give Xbox Gengu Man any character, and they're gonna win for the most part.
Yeah.
It seems like.
I mean, I see why yourself and Echo really did hype this team up. These guys are a powerhouse in this tournament. They have just been rolling through the bracket.
They have been rolling through the bracket, but they have lost some map to Couch Potato though, so it's gonna be close, I'd say, still. And I think Eichenwald, you can play a bit more comps, I'd say. Like, you're not forced to play Brawl into Brawl necessarily. And it seems like they
Yeah.
are deviating away from Brawl a lot of the time. They did not want to Brawl them. So if
Mm.
they get to play what they want to play, I'd say Couch Potatoes have a real chance of winning this.
Like you said, Eichenwald is a pretty good map for trying out most comps. You can play a bit of the dive, you can play a lot of brawl first point, and you can play a bit of the double shield as well if you're on defense. It's a pretty good map, to be honest. I mean, you can see any forms of strategy coming out from either side.
Yeah, for sure. Seems like we're going into Eichenwald for now, and well, we're gonna see what kind of comps they're gonna pull out. I still think we're gonna see Brawl coming in from Space PP. It's what they're good at, it's what they know, so it's gonna be what they stick to for the most part.
We're mostly going to be looking at Couched Potatoes because we want to see if they're going to pull out a meta or an off comp that might throw them off their brawl and possibly take them off their throne of being the most aggressive team in this game.
I mean, they've shown that they really like this Pharah for the most part, and if they're not playing Pharah, they're playing Echo. But when they're not playing Pharah, it seems like they're missing like the pick potential, the damage. So I feel like we're gonna see that Pharah, especially here on attack coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see Couch Potato coming out with a double shield comp, running a Torb and an Ashe. Ashe combos quite well with Orisa in the sense that you just throw Holt out and then throw Dynamite out and boom. You get a nice bit of ult charge to get the 7th player on the team, Bob, out and put some damage on the backline. And we're going to see how well they execute this combo.
Yeah, for sure. For now, it seems like they have a little bit of a mix between poke and brawl with this Junkrat. I feel like they're gonna want these little bit slower fights.
They've got a lot of shield break, which is pretty decent.
It is decent.
You know, what
They've
the enemy team
already lost a player, unfortunately. Crumple
Oh, yeah, they
has
lost
been
Lucio.
crumpled.
He just crumbles away under that damage that both the DPS of Stella and Xbox Gengu Man provide.
Yeah.
I mean, Thrax is honestly making a lot of space right now. He's got good shield management, although it just broke. He's using his shifts effectively, but Gio's just going to run over the tanks. Like, Orisa got split off from the healers, and so she just couldn't get healed up. And a survival she is. Gio just swings at her and takes out the Orisa and then moves on to the Sigma. Estella's going to fall because she got anti, and there's no way you can heal that, even though they had Bat and Mercy there with them. She just couldn't live. And we're going to see a very dominant display on point A.
Yeah, you don't really see this quick caps from a lot of teams. I'm pretty sure Space PB they don't even usually take first fights that fast, but it seems like Couch Potatoes are starting out strong and are gonna try to keep this strong momentum moving forward on this map.
I think they messed up at the point where they got a pick on the Lucio, and then they just stayed back. They should have pushed the advantage whilst it was a 5v6 and burn a bit more time off the clock and get some ults for the next fight. That might come back to bite them later. A huge dragon's going to come out from Depression. It's going to find a pick onto that Baptiste, Mikargo, but Mercy's going to try and res. Very risky play considering they have a sniper in the form of Hanzo. And she actually lives, but the Orisa does fall. Sigma's going to go to sleep here, and Ryan's going to just pin him. He gets antied, and there's no way he lives there.
Yeah, I feel like now is kind of gonna be a bit of a turning point.
Yeah.
I don't know if you see what I see, but Arcane Haze is back on Ryan again.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if he can recreate some of the success he had from the last map.
And he did get shattered, or not shattered, did get grabbed and whatnot, but fortunately not being able to find a lot for now.
With Arcane Haze using Shatter early there, he's just going to get pinned off. I'm surprised they're putting ults into this fight. They used Flux and Torbolt, which are two pretty high impact ults, which is not where you want to be using them in a 2v6.
Yeah, we've seen a lot like this from Arcane Haze before. They're playing these type of... They're starting out on these team comps that are not Brawl, then they swap off to Brawl a lot of the time and they get a little bit of a better hold. But for now, it seems like they're capitalizing on the fact that well, Space PB are trying to play with them and they're just absolutely rolling them.
I mean, right now, it's honestly night and day from what we saw previously out of this team. There was no coordination with ults there. From what I saw, the pull didn't even get used that much on when they did run the Orisa. They only used one ult from each hero for the most part, and honestly, it was just sad. They were just throwing ults out like with no discipline. That's not what you want to see in the finals.
It's not really what you want to see, but I feel like this might be like a waking up moment, I'd say, for Space PB. They realize, okay, we might have kind of rolled them on last map, but here we just got absolutely our asses handed to us. We didn't win a single fight against them, so we have to start playing seriously now if we want to win this cup.
Exactly. That 5-minute time bank coming from the red team is just... It has to wake them up. If not, we're gonna be going to the next map, and it's just GG's from there.
Yeah, maybe not quite a reverse sweep, but still, going from winning a map so hard to losing so hard, this might potentially be one of those maps that both teams are just really good at attacking, and it's never ending. We're gonna see how that plays out.
Yeah. Might be a bit of a long map, we'll see.
We'll see, but maybe Couch Potatoes know a really good comp for defending. We're about to find out.
Now, Sims, they're actually going to be running the Sim. They're probably going to use this to be able to TP onto left side like we've seen previously on this map. Let's see where the Sim TP actually ends up. They don't use it, they just walk through.
They do walk
But
through, but at what cost? Yeah.
Depression just threads the needle and gets a pick onto the Reaper. Now, what we want to see from this team is you just want to run at them, because even though you're a poke comp with the Orisa Sigma, it's a 6v5, it's a 6v4, if you just walk at them, they're going to lose.
Yeah,
You
but
don't want to play slow here, but they are.
You don't really want to play slow here, but as you can see, they're still winning it eventually. Even though you have those 3 people there, you have more people on point. And Depression is still finding picks.
Yeah. They're just slowly one by one getting picked off, but they did lose their soldier there. They lost Poops, who's currently coming back from spawn. I'm not going to say they won that because they played well. They just had the numbers advantage. They should have played very fast because that Sim was getting up a lot of damage with just destroying the shields. That could have been a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, Space PB decided not to TP, deciding to be a little bit greedy and just run at them from a large distance. But you know what happens when you play Speed Brawl and try to run into these type of team comps that just want to poke you out. You're just gonna take so much damage, and a lot of the time the enemy team
We're gonna see
find
a very early Dragon Strike there. Now the red team knows exactly where they are because of that Sonic Hanzo arrow. They can see them through the wall. And they're going to find 2 picks because of these wall hacks, and Depression finds a headshot onto the Baptiste. That's a lot of healing gone.
Yeah, they are holding quite far forward though. I'd expect them to hold a little bit further back, which they seem to have heard me and did step back, which is good.
Now the enemy team has a Lucio here, so all you want to see is just a speed boost and just run straight at them. With that Mei, you're just going to get a wall, and they do. In fact, Sigma goes in deep and uses Flux, but he doesn't find anyone. I'm surprised to see he missed it. Both windows are going to come out from both Baptiste, and the Lucio ult is going to come out. We're going to see the blue team on full HP, and it's not even going to be close. A very dominant team fight win.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but it seems like Space PB were just allowed to run at them, and when a speed brawl runs onto you when you're Orisa Sigma, you're gonna lose a lot of the time.
Yeah, you're just gonna fall over. That Orisa needs range, and so does the Sigma to stay alive. The Sigma went deep, and that might have been the reason why they lost.
Potentially, yeah, but they have control of this high ground now, so they're gonna be able to find so much poke on them. But this Mei wall is gonna help a little bit to try to deny some of the damage coming in.
I'm surprised they just didn't break it. And in fact, just like you said, the poke damage is going to find a pick onto Xbox Gengu Man on the McCree. Now, oh my, wait, they're dropping? They are dropping, in fact, they're going to go aggro on 5v6. It's probably a good call. The Zen doesn't even know there's a Lucio next to him. The Mei ult is going to come through, and so does the Grav. Honestly, I don't know which teams are using what ults. By the looks of it, it's a huge combo with the 3 people getting frozen up being Baptiste and both the tanks. Stella's going to find 2 picks on both on the DPS on Hanzo and Crumble the Baptiste. It's a very sloppy team fight. The Orisa's going to get a pick onto the Mei, and honestly, this is winnable in either team fight. The McCree's going to come out with a high noon and he's going to find a pick. Viper's going to finish off the Orisa with a headshot, and now Soldier is bottom left and he might get staggered here, which helped a lot for the last team fight.
Yeah, seems like Viper really wants that triple. He's just chasing down the
really
Soldier.
wants that.
Yeah.
Well, he might pay for it. He goes so low. I think Hanzo managed to find 2 arrows onto him, but he doesn't quite finish this off. Now, you need to destroy that Bongo if you want to win here, because that Bongo is just a team-winning ult. And the flanking Soldier doesn't help with that either. And most of the team are just going to jump off into the lake.
Yeah, last fight before this one, they did use a lot of high value ults. They didn't initially get value on them. It seems like the enemy team got a bit overconfident, feeling like, okay, they used their high prio ults, now we can just run onto them. But it's still Orisa that's unkillable. It's still Sigma that just absolutely chunks you down. And Depression, well, he's Depression.
He's gonna find you. No
He's gonna
matter.
find you.
Depression will find you. And Arcane Haze is going to go for a huge shatter into attack. He's going to find both supports, but the Immortality Field is going to come off the Arcane Haze. I think the red team uses window, but right now the blue team has point control. There's a small chance that they might C9 it, but no. The defending team is just going to walk up onto point and stop any hope of them capping and going on to point C.
Yeah, definitely. And they didn't even need to use that many ults there. They only, as far as I know, used Amplification Matrix that fight.
Right now, neither team has that many ults. Both support ults are going to be online quite soon. I mean, as in the Lucio beat and the Zen trans. We're going to want to see the Lucio beats really early here, and for them to just run at one of their squishies. Hopefully the Zen before he gets trans. But they leave it too late and the Zen gets trans and the Sig's going to fall over because Fazix was holding too forward and maybe the Immortality field was misplaced.
Potentially, he kind of held a weird angle, unfortunately. Big Gio finds a pick on their Baptiste.
Yeah, I do not know what's happening right now. What you wanted to see was the attacking team to just go aggro and run at them, and Arcane Haze is going to pin off the map. I don't think he meant to do that. That might have cost them the map, actually. There was a chance they could have won with, you know, if their team didn't make so many mistakes, but, you know, each individual player made a mistake which made them die.
Yeah, Arcane Haze did trade his life for 2 kills, but when you're down people already, it's not really that worth for the most part.
I think they could have really used a main tank right there. They're going to see the ball with the contest, and Arcane Haze is going to get lifted up as well as Viper, but the beat is going to come out. Arcane Haze gets booped off the map by Fazix! What an absolute insane rock! The Mail's going to come out from Stella, and the Immortality field is all, but it doesn't catch anyone. The only person in it is Riss, and she's not even frozen because she's golden. And even though I've been a bit harsh on this team and saying they probably won't make it to point C, they managed to prove me wrong and they get it capped. Honestly,
Yeah.
well played by them.
Yeah, yet again, they push, and I'm not sure if they pushed on overtime last time or on last point or not, but they pushed on overtime now, and they have 1 minute to push it all the way, because if they finish without time, they cannot win this, they can only draw.
I'm afraid that's a huge Dragons. Although the Immortality does yeah. I'm sorry to say, but by the looks of it, the best they're going to get out of this is a draw. There's no way they're going to be able to cap in 50 seconds, because the Rhine's coming back from spawn, and there's a chance they get picked off here. In fact, you see Viper hiding in the back.
That is true, but we have seen Viper, not Viper, we've seen Arcane Haze and what he can potentially do, so we're gonna see if they're gonna have enough time to just wipe the entirety of the enemy team.
Arcane Haze does like to make big plays with his shatter, but right now he's on 40% and he doesn't have it. And Depression's going to find another pick onto Xbox Genku, man. These picks that Depression is getting are honestly, it's close to madness. Like every team fight, the attacking team just have to wait for respawns to get back because that Hanzo just keeps finding a pick, and that's why they're having Dragons so often. The Rhine's actually going to hold you forward, and Arcane Haze comes in with a huge shatter. Rhine might get stunned up here, and the Geo is just going to fall because he just held far too forward and let his team get shattered. That was just mispositioning by their Rhine.
Bit of mispositioning, yeah, but Poops in the backline is gonna get flashed, gonna get fanned the hammer, then it's just a question of can they stall?
I don't think they can. What a huge mail! Okay, I'll give it to them. They proved I didn't think they were gonna cap it. They performed really well in that those last few team fights. From the McCree flanking to stop the soldier from visoring and maybe getting a few picks, to the Mei walling off the trans so they can't contest. Those are some pretty good plays right there.
Yeah, they do make a lot of plays, but it seems like so far we haven't really had a match for them. Or like a team to match them. It seems like they got a little bit too cocky way too early on this map, like on their original defense, and it's just that snowball that's been costing them the entire map. Couch potatoes have just been snowballing permanently almost so far.
Yeah, true, but right now, I mean, after this map, it's likely going to be 1-1. They have nearly 5 minutes to just get 33% onto point A. That's just one team fight that they need to win. And with the picks coming out from Depression and the flanks coming out from Poops, chances are they're going to find that win.
You do say that, but they also have this defensive Pharah, and a defensive Pharah is super, super annoying to push into.
That is true, but as we've seen from Poops, he's a menace on the hit scan. He can take out a Far Mercy no problem. And although we're going to see some spam damage coming from the Pharah onto the Ana, there's going to be very little aggro coming from either teams. They're just waiting at the moment. They've traded bubbles by the looks of it.
Yeah, neither of these teams want to fully brawl onto each other. Both teams kind of just want to get these picks, which is exactly what happens.
I know, but you just saw that where the Ana got a two-man anti onto both tanks. What you want to see there is just to run at them. They knew that the defending team didn't have any bubbles. If you're down a man, you need to play fast. Otherwise, you've got no chance of winning that team fight.
Yeah, but now that this fight is over with, there's a bit of an ult advantage coming out, and we know what Arcane Haze has done with the Shatters previously, and we know what the Xbox Gengu Man can do with a Barrage, quite frankly, especially if he gets a bubble. And to top that off, they even have Amplification Matrix to add salt to their wounds.
This is true. The only real ult they have coming in is the Ana and pretty soon the Tac Visor. I don't think we'll be seeing a Nano Visor. We'll probably see a Nano onto the Rhine. A Shatter comes out and it finds one, and the Fire's going to be in the backline cleaning up the Ana. He nearly finishes off Poops, but unfortunately Depression turns around and just 180 headshots him to the head. Nikago is going to be find a pick onto the Soldier. 3 headshots is all you need to kill that Soldier. And the Depression is going to come in with the Dragon Strikes. By the looks of it, the Zarya is the only one alive right now, and Depression's just throwing in arrows from behind. And once again, the defending team's going to win this.
Well, the thing is, they're holding so far, but also only that much time has actually gone by. They still have more than half of the time they started out with. And now they actually have some ults to start using. They have almost everything except their grab and dragon combo.
This is very true. And the beast's gonna come out, so the Rhine is basically immortal with the Nano Beast. He's gonna get knocked down by Arcane Haze, who tries to pin him, and he's just gonna get rolled over, because of course you are. There's a Val coming out with damage boost, and that Nano Rhine is just putting in mega damage. We're probably gonna see a Grav come out from Thrax, but it's gonna lock up Geo, and he's gonna die, and surprisingly, that is not what you want to see, but the red team are gonna lose.
That's not really what you want to see, and especially something else you really don't want to see is after that fight, Arcane Haze yet again has his Shatter up, which is gonna be, yet again, really annoying to push into.
Yeah, we're not going to see the red team's ult economy recover until, I'd say, about a minute left. Like, they do have time, don't get me wrong, but do they have enough to be able to build up the ults and roll them?
Maybe, but it's this Farah just building her barrage.
A huge Shatter comes in, it finds both supports. The Ana is down on the floor and half, but she's going to get healed up by herself. Now, she doesn't have any support because Lucio is dead, but the Dragon and the Grab combo is going to come in. Thrax just falls because of course she will. Macy's going to go for the res. Yeah. It's a bit of a bold play, but what else can you do there?
I mean, to be fair, they put up a really good fight. And if they didn't mess up as hard as they did on defense, that would have been a pretty good hold, I'd say. They held them for more than 4 minutes, which almost always usually means you win the defense.
I completely agree. I'm not surprised. Yeah, here's the last fight. We're going to see the Mercy try to go for the res, but it's a 6v1 or 2v6. We're not going to see, any amazing players coming out from their Mercy.
Well, Mercy is not usually the one to pop off, but sometimes
yeah,
it is.
true.
But for now, for the most part, it's 1-1. And we are shortly gonna move on to the next map, and this time it's actually Space PB that's gonna choose map, which doesn't happen too often, actually.
Honestly, I'm very surprised at this match so far. We've seen one team get rolled on Control Center, and then we saw the other team get rolled on in Eichenwald. Although there was a good defense for that final attack, I honestly don't know who's going to win here. I'm sure you have your predictions, but it's up in the air for me.
It's up in the air for me too. This is this is kind of what we want. It's evenly matched, and we can't really predict who's gonna win for the most part. Like, I personally couldn't predict who's gonna win last map either, because it was really back and forth. But Rialto is a spicy map for sure, and it's gonna really, really play into Space PB's favor. So I feel like if Space PB don't win Rialto, I don't think they're gonna win this grand finals. But I'd say for now we're just waiting for the teams to ready up, and then we're gonna probably see either the Arcane Haze show, the Stellar show, the Xbox Genji show, the Depression show, or the Poop show for the most time. Since all of these players have really shown that they can pop off, they can be this carrying force on their respective teams.
Yes. And luckily, our caster Goon is smart enough to actually figure out he has been muted for at least the last minute. So now we're going to hear my voice again. Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Terribly sorry for that.
No problem, Budget Echo.
Don't-
You're very welcome.
Yeah. Thank you. Don't worry, nothing I said was of any value.
I mean, we respect your opinion. You being here provides a lot of value to this cast. But we're just gonna wait for now for everyone to get ready. It seems like Space PB are not quite ready yet. They're just waiting for maybe a strat that they're trying to discuss with their coach or something similar. And because I feel like they really need to win this map. If they don't win this map, like I said, I don't feel like they're gonna win this.
I agree, I'm afraid. And there's not a whole lot I can add to that. I think you've summed it up quite well.
All right, Mossbart, yeah. Who do you favor out of these two teams? Because you gotta have like a somewhat idea of which team you maybe not that you think is gonna win, but what team you want to win.
If I could remember the team names, I'm sure I would love to tell you, but because we don't have the names, because we don't have the names for casting, I have no idea what's going on.
Red team is, if I'm not mistaken, red team is Couch Potato and blue team is Space PB.
Well then, I'm gonna go with Space PB. I'm a main tank player myself, and I'm loving the gameplay coming out from Arcane Haze. He is just an exceptional main tank, and he has been putting work to try and bring this victory to his team.
Well, yeah, for the most part. But I'd say... I don't really know what to say, to be honest.
I mean, you do see the constant picks coming out from Depression. He always has his Hanzo ult, which seems to be his signature hero. And then Poops is just the flex player. He's been from the Pharah to the Ashe to the Soldier that he's on right now. He's been playing very consistently well. And honestly, you've got to hand it to the DPS of the red team again. Because they are putting a lot of work in. I'm sure they won't be able to make any of these plays without their tanks. Speaking of, Phasix is going to fall early to Stella with the damage boost and the Orisa pull. Like I said before, that Orisa pull Ashe combo is quite nasty to deal with. And we're going to see the enemy Reinhardt Geo push in with a very low shield, which isn't what you want to see. You want to wait for your Zarya to come back so you can regen your shield as well as get a few bubbles on the field. That Zarya is a lot of damage for your team.
Yeah, definitely, but as this is happening, Poops are just in the backline trying to get the value, throwing the enemy team off potentially here. Not sure exactly what he is doing, but seems like he's getting some kind of value.
I just saw him, thank you for pointing that out. In fact, we're seeing some strange pincer movement. I have no idea what's happening. The red team is just sort of circling that red building, and it's going to cost them because they split up when they're playing Brawl. That is the last thing you want to do. Phasix thinks he's smart, but unfortunately he's just going to get picked off.
Well, we appreciate the attempt, Phasix, but unfortunately it didn't work.
Yeah, I didn't mean to call you stupid there. I'm sure you're a hyper intelligent off-tank player.
I mean, I think Phasix can bench you twice over.
Yeah,
more
probably.
He is a true Chad.
I think my bird behind me could, if he tried hard enough, could lift me off the floor.
Oh, damn. We see a little bit of a rotation here, trying to get hold of this Hagger and potentially leaving your Ana and ranged DPS up here. Not a terrible idea, but they're just standing in the openness of the amplification matrix there and just getting mailed.
Honestly, I don't see a massive point to holding that high ground, especially when you have the Ashe, who's just going to snipe you from a distance with the Mercy Pocket, and the Torb, who's just going to spam down that Rhine Shield, you're going to have very little protection if you're sat up there on your own.
Yeah, there isn't really that many good angles, but there isn't really a lot of places you can do it. The payload is directly under them, and they can't just run into them because there's just really long sight lines with the Ashe being damage booted along the entirety. But then you can see Torb ult being used here, and people just getting raised and slammed back into it. It's finding so much damage.
That was a lot of value. Personally, I'm not a fan of that combo. I think that Sigma Torbolt kind of reduces the use of the Torbolt. Yeah, it slows you down and forces you to stay in it, but that fight was probably won without the Flux. A bit of a nitpick, but a Flux can win you a team fight on its own.
A Flux can win you a team fight, but I kinda see where they're coming from too. Like, if you just slam them into, they're gonna be already on half health, and the Torbolt can potentially just, like, finish them off, quite frankly.
Now, unfortunately, Crumble, as you said on Eichenwald, is going to crumble again because he's just going to get picked off by Stella early fight, and that's another reset coming in for the red team. This is burning a lot of time off the clock. They have 30 seconds left and they haven't even got past the second corner. The Nano's going to come in for the Rhine, he's going to use the Shatter. The grab comes out and so does the Hanzo. This is a lot of ult coming out from red team. We're going to want to see a W coming from this, but the Rhine gets finished. Geo falls and the beat comes out afterwards. They've used 6 ults on the field here, and they've only found 1 pick.
Yeah, there's so many ults on both sides, but they're not gonna drop that many people. They can just potentially soft reset here, or maybe not. Arcane Haze did get beamed, unfortunately.
You're gonna need that Orisa if you want to contest, and luckily Viper's coming in with the res. The Immortality gets thrown out early onto point to help Thyrex. I don't think he really needed, but that window's gonna put in a lot of damage. They need to stay in that point, and that bot getting thrown into the backline is gonna put a lot of pressure onto their squishies in the back, and they nearly C9'd it. With under a meter left, you cannot get a point as a defending team, especially when the enemy team is completely dead and a team kill comes out.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that one. They held like right on the line. It was a very clutch res from Viper there. I don't think a Mercy could make like game-deciding plays, but for that was quite clutch, I'd say.
Never underestimate the amount of impact a main support can have on a team. A good main support like Moth from the LA Gladiators can carry a team to a championship. Which maybe the Mercy in the form of Viper could have done that with that res.
Yeah, definitely. The res finding a lot of value there, and it was having that Orisa who could contest the payload that really brought in the value, you could say. Like, if you didn't have her there, it would be very rough. And I don't think this is gonna be what the enemy team is running. We're gonna either see Arcane Haze swap off, or we're gonna see Xbox Genguman swap off. I highly doubt they're gonna run both the Bastion and the Ball.
We do often see the Bastion strats come out on maps like King Row, specifically King Row, but yeah, I would not expect the Bastion to walk out the spawn doors. Which I might be wrong by the looks of it. They're going for a double shield. They're probably just going to set the Bastion up on point and try and pirate ship and just win that way.
I mean, if they can get properly set up, it's gonna be very rough, yeah. I mean, you gotta do...
is coming in with early damage. And in fact, Fazex's Eat is gonna get taken away. That's... Okay, they've used a lot of abilities that they need to kill this Bastion with. The Immortality comes out, the Sigma Eat has come out, the Rock does come out, but it didn't hit the Bastion. So, yeah, that Bastion's just uncontested, and all that damage is landing on his targets. There's not a whole lot you can do there as a defending team.
Not necessarily. It seems like they're just gonna cruise to victory on this map.
Yeah. I think the tanks got caught off guard because there wasn't very much scouting going on, and by the looks of it, yeah, they're just throwing bodies onto the point to try and get a contest going. But like the screen says, Space PB is just gonna win.
They're gonna win
Yeah.
the third map out of the best of five. No,
very-
not best of five.
Yeah, best of 5.
Yeah, best of 5. So it's the first team to 3 wins that are gonna win. So we still have a few more maps to go. And you can see this Torbold still finding a lot, just helping the Sigma lock down these targets.
Yeah, very true. Like I said, it's more of a personal preference that I don't like those ult combos. But I mean, quite clearly it worked for this team. And you can't diss them for that. I wonder what map we're going to be seeing from here. I don't even know what category the map is going to be.
Well, we have done Control, we have done Hybrid, we just did
Oh.
Escort, so we're probably gonna have 2 CP now.
How could I forget? The community's most favorite game mode, 2CP.
Of
With
course.
such great maps like Paris and Horizon Luna, everybody's favorite. But like I said at the start of this tournament, you won't see either of those maps coming in because they're not currently in competitive play. So we have a map choice of about 3 maps, being Temple of Anubis, Volskaya, and Hanamura.
Yeah, what's that map even called that's no longer in rotation that I haven't played in years?
Horizon Luna.
Horizon Lunar, yeah. It used to be a 2CP map, isn't anymore, but we're gonna go to Temple of Anubis, it seems like, which actually favors Space PB somewhat, because they are the Brawl team. And Temple is quite a Brawl favorite map, I'd say.
We've actually seen the Junkrat come out from Space PP as well on the few occasion, which will probably help them on the defense when holding the right side.
Yeah, if they play like a Junkrat or if they play something like that, I feel that they can get a lot done, for sure.
Because we've seen them run Junkrat with Brawl. It honestly, yeah, they might just hold point A with a Junkrat. Who knows?
Yeah, the Junkrat can potentially find a lot of value, and Space PB seems like they want to start out on attack. And the attacking team usually doesn't have the advantage, actually. It's the defending team most of the time. But it
Especially
seems
with
like,
2CP.
yeah, especially with 2CP, but potentially they want to set a really good time for attacking, and then they want to hold them on defense.
Now, what I do appreciate with Space PP, one day I'll say it correctly, is that they've had quite decent ult rotations and their ult economy has been looking quite successful, which is really one of the biggest factors in determining who wins 2CP. What it boils down to is see how many ults you can throw in at once and see how many ults you can get value with.
Yeah, for sure. But we're gonna see, I'm pretty sure, like more of like a poke comp with like Junkrat and May coming out from the defending team, Couch Potato, while we're gonna see more of a full brawl, run into the enemy team as fast as possible and kill them really fast coming in from Space PB. Or is it Space BP? No, it is Space PB. I did say it right now.
I really struggle with saying it. I might write it down actually, just so instead of saying the red team and blue team, I actually get it correct.
And that can be a good idea. It seems like... Wait, no. What? No, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, it seems like we're gonna start out, and they're running a quite unconventional comp, I'd say, Space BP. Potentially they're getting a little bit cocky again. We'll see how they execute this.
Arcane Haze on the Wrecking Ball, from what I'd say, it's not his signature hero. That would obviously be his Rhine with, you know, that 6-man shatter. How could it not be his signature hero? So we'll see if he gets just as much value as he normally would. He's actually going to jump onto the back T, which is the target you want to run on, but the Sigma's there to protect him, and he just pushes the hamster away.
Yeah, definitely. But a pick already comes in from the defending team, but the defending team now has to back out so far back. Yeah, it's not great for now.
Yeah, the Immortalities are going to come out early from the defending team, and so Crumble isn't going to have that, a life-saving ability to help his team. And a Big Sam's going to come out, and Depression is super low, but in fact he's going to hit the Stella, who's in the air. That was a naughty shot coming out from the McCree. And the Rock is going to find a way onto the Wrecking Ball and knock him back. Right now, it's a 5v6 in favour of the defending side. But Crumble might get picked off as the ball is going to chase him off the high ground.
This is actually really bad for the defending team. You're giving the Zen and you're giving the Sigma these really good angles, and they just have to keep backing out and keep giving them more and more space. And you can see this Pharmacy is just getting a perfect flank on them.
And not to mention the fact that she had Barrage, that's going to put a lot of damage in. Although they didn't find many kills with that, that's going to put a lot of strain on their Bap and Lucio. Maybe he used Amp just to keep his tanks alive there. The res is going to come onto the onto the Zen, who is needed if you want this comp to succeed. And in fact, that Discord and damage boost, combined with the fact that Xbox Gengu Man can hit his shots on the Lucio, gets a pick onto one of the healers. However, Crumble pays in return and gets a pick onto the Zen. And Stella falls as well.
Yeah, seems like this fight is going on for a really long time. It's Fazek right now who's 1v1ing the Xbox Genji Man and his Mercy, and seems like Xbox is gonna win that. Or, what am I saying? Fazek is 1v1ing Xbox Genji Man and the Viper, and it seems like Fazek won the 1v1 goal.
I want to bring our attention to Crumble, because although his immortality usage has been questionable at some times, they've not been that bad. And plus, he's found 3 picks in the last 2 team fights, which probably saved them after losing their Lucio. The Barrage is going to come in early from the Xbox Gengu Man and is going to find a pick onto the Sigma. Stella also comes in with a pick onto Depression, and Nikago on the Zen finds a nice damage boosted pick onto Crumble. And just like his name, the rest of his team is going to fall apart, and point A goes to the attacking team.
Yeah, that took quite a while and took a lot of resources, but now that they're attacking into it, they're attacking into a lot of ults here. 4 against potentially 2 or 3.
Like I said at the start though, we're going to want to see this better ult economy from the attacking team. Because if the defending team has better ult economy, chances are they're going to win.
More than likely, yeah, and this Pharah is going to be able to find a lot of damage onto the defending team, just poking out with the McCree ult, trying to shut down the Pharah, not finding her, unfortunately.
Doesn't find a pick, although it does give them a bit of space, a bit of time for their Orisa shield to regen. And Fazis is going to find a hook onto Thrax, and in fact finds a pick on it because of the Orisa pull, keeping that Sigma into the fight. Depression's going to be on the flank, and actually not even on the flank, he just hit the headshot onto the Pharah at mid-air, and Fazis is going to find another pick onto Thrax. That's not really what you want to be seeing, to be ready just to, be killed in the exact same manner you died last.
Yeah, you really don't want to see that, but Xbox is still finding picks, Crumble being, well, crumbled to pieces you could say, but he's gonna respawn before next fight starts.
Now, we're actually going to see all 6 ults online for the attacking team. All you want to see is for them to get some value out of each one, and then you should be able to roll over the attacking team, but you don't want to use them all at once, because if the staggers come in, you might die. And in fact, Arcane Haze comes in with the mines and then just dies immediately. That's not what you want to see one from Wrecking Ball. Boops is going to pop the Riptide and finds picked into Xbox Gengu Man in the air. The Valk's going to come out and he's finding a res onto the Pharah. Crumble is so low, and the trans is going to come in so you can push. Unfortunately, the Pharah doesn't get any of the trans healing and just falls to Depression. Stella's going to come in with a melee kill onto Depression. We're going to want to see some focus fire coming in now. That's what's so important if you want to win out these fights. The Hog is going to die, and so does the Lucio, which is what you want to see. The Immortality gets killed, and then so does the Rhine soon after. we're going to see a Tracer 1v1 on the left side with Stella quite low. The Pulse one comes out, but Pulse gets back to point to contest for his team. But not for long as Nikago finds to pick onto them. As Ball comes in and keeps the contesting up. This is what 2CP is famous for, that constant respawning, dying cycle. If they got into him under a minute, that's a win in the eyes of the defense. Gio's going to die though because he gets stunned up by the Doomfist punch. Depression's going to come in to the right. There's 3 people on point right now for the defending team. And Archane Hayes is going deep onto the McCree. And in fact, he does find the pick. Doomfist is just having a 1v1 with the Lucio. He's going to find a pick and he'll hit him into the wall. And in fact, he dies there. The ball's going to come in. Luckily, you get it under a minute, which is what you want to see from the attacking team. So in my eyes, they won. They still lost. But it's not as bad as it may seem.
I'd say it's not that bad. For the most part, it's 2CP, and if you have any sort of time, it's better than no time. And especially Anubis being one of those maps that you either hard roll or usually don't push to the end. To push it to the end and have some time is, well, it's good to have for sure, because every second matters.
I agree, especially when it couldn't come down to 7 seconds there. You see, they have 53 seconds left on the clock. If that was over a minute, that would have left the possibility up to, you know, only needing 33% on point A.
I mean, yeah, for the most part, I think they were just shy of 2 ticks on second point. But we're gonna see. I'm not sure if we'll actually see a Bastion and Symmetra, even though I'd love to see it for the most part. Because just TPing the Bastion between these 2 high guns is so hard to lock down, and with the Widow and Ashe, you can't really burn the barriers fast enough. And since Bastion can't take headshots from the front, plus the Sigma, Mercy, and everything else that can keep him alive, it's gonna be exceptionally hard to try to break this.
I completely agree. And in fact, the tank line from the defending team of Arcane Haze and Thrax has my full faith that they'll be able to protect this Bastion. I've been looking at their cooldown management and it is on point, to say the least.
That's what you expect from really good tanks, and both of them are playing exceptionally well so far.
And Stella, the Symmetra, is going to find a pick onto the Lucio from about a mile away. And we're going to see some swaps to the team comp on the attacking team. That's the advantage they have by being close to their spawn.
Yeah, definitely. They couldn't keep the Widow, because the Widow is just gonna shoot into barriers all day and not find anything, unless you get a huge flank. But even then, it's hard to find anything as Widow.
I don't know what they're planning here, and to be honest, I don't think they do either. The D.Va's going to find the TP, and she's going to try and destroy it, which, yeah, they do find the destruction onto the TP, but now they've still got the same problem of this Bastion's on the high ground, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that.
I'd expect them to destroy the TP, then push under them, but now they've waited too long and the TP is gonna come back again. Tanks dropped to point. And yeah,
Mortality's going to come out.
Mortality does come out, but both tanks it seems like are gonna slowly drop here. Or maybe
And
not.
that Bastion is just going to clean up on the attack. Poops might get staggered here, but he might find a pick in the meantime. And he does! Fair play to the man! He might even find a pick on the Mercy because he's low enough to be headshot, but unfortunately, Symmetra comes in and protects his Mercy and Viper.
Yeah, definitely finding a good pick there, even though his team were just dropping one by one. The thing about this Bastion is you can't really push him onto the side, and you don't have anything to close the distance, so you kind of just have to brawl on point, I'd say. Try to hug the wall.
The problem with that is that they have a sim TP, so you do need someone to go up there and destroy it, but you only really need one. The rest of you can go to point. I mean, holding this angle, I don't know what that window was. I mean, Fazix is actually going to find some disruption, but he's on the left side of the sim wall, so he won't be able to get healed by his Baptiste. So he's going to be very low for quite a long time. The Lucio is going to die, and so does Depression. That's a lot of damage on the attacking side. And yeah, it's just a cleanup crew at this point, as the attacking team die.
Yeah, definitely. But even though there's not a lot of time remaining, I'd say they still have a chance, because if they find a really good D.Va bomb or like a really good Shatter Tire combo, something, if you can kill this Bastion or kill the Mercy or force them off the Saga, I feel like they can get a lot done. And it's not exactly new to push this point in overtime.
I completely agree. But they're just going to be hitting their heads against the wall. And this time, the Sim TP hasn't even been used yet, so we could see it be used aggressively to get a different angle onto them. The D.Va Bomb's going to come out, and it might actually find a few picks. It does disrupt the Symmetra and the Baptiste. The Sim has to fall down, but the Sim TP is going to come up, and I don't even know where it's been placed. It's been placed onto point. And Arcane Haze, you're going to see the Bongo come out. That's a lot of damage coming out, but the Bob has targeted it, and it does just fall because of the Bob. And then Arcane Haze is going to fall, and the attacking team is going to see point B.
Yes. Depression finding a huge tire there, killing both the Mercy and the Bastion, and that's so much peel and sustain, and so much damage just being removed from space PB.
This is a very DPS orientated team. Like, most of the fights they win is because they found a pick in the first few seconds.
Yeah, definitely, and Poops and Depression very good at finding picks too, so it really suits them.
We're actually going to see the Doomfist on defense. They swapped off the Bastion, but they've kept the Sim. They've got the Sim wall here, so we're probably going to see the Sim wall go up, and then the defending team to go aggro. You want to run on this because that's a lot of shields like you can use, but by the looks of it, they're both just going to wait out this fight.
That's not too bad, but now with the Amplification Magic, they're gonna take a lot of damage.
And the Amplification Matrix comes out for the defending team, and the D.Va Bomb goes out. Unfortunately, by the looks of it, the D.Va is probably going to fall. No, in fact, she managed to remech, which is surprising, considering she was one in the enemy team. Arcane Haze coming out with a big shatter onto both tanks, killing both Geo and demeching Phasix. You're just going to see them run onto Poops and Crumble here, and just finish them off. Which is a surprise. They don't do.
Oh boy, these fights are quite close and there's a lot of happening, but it seems like Xbox wants to go far forward, still backed out a lot. I'm not really sure. He's just moving in and out really fast.
He's probably thinking that his high mobility can save him if he gets caught out by the enemy Lucio. The tire's gonna come in, there's no fly strike to destroy it. It actually gets stuck into the Mei wall, which might actually save them, and in fact it does. That delay made his team good enough to like call out that tire needs to be destroyed. The Bob's gonna focus on Thrax here, and a massive shatter comes in, finding about 3, and 1 dies immediately. Both beats are gonna come out, and it's a 6-man beat, and everyone has mega Lucio heals, but in fact Xbox Genku man is putting in work and killing Poops, getting a pick, using the Meteor Strike to then go up to the high ground and jump in on Crumble. Absolute brilliant play by the Doomfist there.
They're definitely finding a lot of damage. It seems like they're gonna hold this, and now we're in 1 to 2 fight territory. If these staggers come in, which they do, it's just last fight territory now. You have to take some time.
Now, what advantages does the enemy team have? Which team has the advantage for this last fight?
I'd say definitely the defending team. Even though the attacking team has ults, the defending team are just like 1 step away from so many ults. Shatter, Blizzard, Grab, and they already have Amplification Matrix.
Although Shatter might be a bit hard because there's not as much spam, the tide's going to come out early, which is what we expected. It's going to be, you know, dodging and diving. I honestly don't even know where it's gone. In fact, he comes back and tries to get a pick on the Viper. What a massive Shatter coming in from Arcane Haze. And the Mail is going to come in and lock up the Zarya for Arcane Haze to finish it off.
Yeah, it seems like that's gonna be it. A 3-2-1-2 space PB who win the Pachimari tournament. Bronze to Diamond.
And Arcane Haze coming in with the play of the game on the Reinhardt. Like I said, this guy's a beast, honestly. That is a girthy 4-man shatter. And you're going to find 3 pigs immediately. What a brilliant play of the game, and a great last team fight.
Yeah, definitely. Arcane Haze, when his team needs him, even when the team doesn't need him to pop off, he's still gonna show that I am this good. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna end this off with a banger.
Exactly.
But for the most part, this was really close though. They had to push into overtime, and it could have honestly gone either way. And it's not even that Space PB won really hard or stumped them. It was really close, and on Eichenwald, they got completely rolled for the most part.
This is true. A very, I'd say, flip-floppy kind of matchup here where one team got rolled, then the next team got rolled, and it just kept repeating like that until the winners were crowned, which was Space PB.
Yeah, Space PB. But yeah, it's still refreshing to see that this team has still got it together. They may be an organized team, but they're still showing us they have imperfections. They can lose on some maps, and if they mess up some parts, if they don't play their comp properly, or if they get too cocky, they can absolutely get rolled.
This is very true, and we saw in a few maps, especially the ones that they lost.
Yeah, definitely. Unless you have anything to add, Sight Lagoon, we're gonna take a short few-minute break to choose an MVP and then get him back here with you guys to answer all your questions. So make sure if you have any questions for Space PB, do you put them in chat so we can read them.
See you after the break.
Welcome back, guys. That was, well, quite an exciting match, I'd say. It was a lot of back and forward. Space PB won a few maps, or, well, 3 maps, and they lost a map pretty hard. But I'd say in the end, they still showed that they're a very dominant team. They're really strong. And from Space PB, we have the MVP candidate, Arcane Hayes here. If you want to introduce
there.
yourself.
Hi there, I'm Arcane Hayes. I'm a Diamond main tank player for Space PB, and I had a hell of a good time with this competition. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for nominating me too.
We can tell you had a good time.
Yeah, it was a lot of
From
fun.
the shouters that you came out with and the cooldown management. I personally think you were the best option for MVP.
Thank you. Thank you. I had the best coach too, Vision PB, our resident sleeper coach. Been making a lot of progress recently with Vision, and yeah, really enjoyed actually testing it out in real practice.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like you and your team really popped off. A question that we have is, what happened on what was that? What happened on that map that you guys got absolutely rolled on?
I think we just got cocky. Honestly, I think we just kind of didn't know how to deal with the enemy comp, and they're a very formidable team too. So it's not like it was an easy win at all. But I think we just kind of got ahead of ourselves. But we took it back, and yeah, I think once we got our comps together, once we got our like ult tracking back in place and everything, it went just fine. So
It's excellent. Another question that we have is from Lord Boris Bane. Is my question for Arcane is obvious. If I need to knock him off his high horse in a 1v1, in a Rhine 1v1.
Boris is my usual off-tank player. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it this weekend because he had family things. So Thrax, his friend, filled in and did a great job. Actually, Thrax has only been playing with us for around 3 days. So we were a bit more chaotic than usual, but I think we still really carried it home. Boris is actually a Ryan one trick as well. Also an Orisa player too. And he was very proud of me playing Orisa this competition. But he genuinely is better than me at Ryan. I just got to put it out there. So if you want to give the MVP to anyone, I say next time I'm nominating Boris.
Very well done. Okay. Another question we have coming in here is from Blaze Overwatch 1, who says, who is that Gengu man? They do this crazy.
I don't know, man. He's just some idiot. No, my team generally, like, our DPS players are absolute children, but they know how to click heads. So, you know what? Power to them.
That's very fair. Do you have any questions to ask him? Good.
I don't have any.
Honestly, I do actually
not a
have a
single
statement
one.
to put out there. I'm afraid, Latus. That is all.
Latus. Okay.
Thank you for your words of wisdom.
Very
Yes, we appreciate your arcane wisdom, Arcane Hayes. But
Pretty
unless you have anything to say to Twitch chat, that's gonna be all from us.
No, that's it. Thank you very much for the competition. It was a lot of fun. Appreciate it. Yeah, hope everyone enjoyed.
Thank you very much, Arkin Hayes. That's it from me and Goon. And Echo couldn't unfortunately be here the entire time. And we want to thank everyone who contributed to this, and especially thank you, Goon, for filling in last minute. It's very clutch.
No, anytime.
So we're gonna take it off to our desk to finish it off.
Welcome back to the desk. Hope everyone enjoyed the matches that has been put on. Some are very close and some are not quite so, but I think every team performed great and they all deserve a spot somewhere. And also a huge thank you to everyone who's being involved in this production, making it happen, and thank you, the audience, for watching and supporting us. Big thank you to Goon for being my partner. This is our first time doing this kind of stuff together. I'm sure we are a bit nervous, but we got this pulled through. And
Am I still on
also,
the desk?
you're still on the desk, mate. You're still here.
Okay.
Do you,
Okay,
do you want
I'm
to say
working that
something?
overtime then. I'm working that overtime.
Would you like to say something?
No, it's just I think it's been
Right.
quite a great tournament. We've had chats come in and we've had 50 plus viewers for quite a while.
Yeah,
It's been quite a
the viewer
success.
count is definitely great. I like to personally thank Pachimari Esports for giving me this opportunity to host and also giving me a community and just general people to hang out with. So this has been the Bronze to Diamond tournament, and we'll see you guys maybe at the end of this month. Wink, wink, for another tournament,
Hmm.
and that's it.
See you later, guys.